Chapter 782. What? The fleet is back? Li Zixuan woke up late in the morning. He was washing his face in the yard when he heard Pang Feiji's shout from the front of the yard. He was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Quick! Quick! Prepare a horse for me. Let's go to the dock now. Li Zixuan excitedly wiped his face and roared at Pang Feiji, who was outside. Yes, Lord Zhu. Brother, isn't there a show to watch? Lan wants to go too. Lan who was playing in the backyard, shouted happily at this moment. The little girl was at the age where she was playing around and didn't sleep much. She woke up much earlier than Li Zixuan. When she heard that there was a big ship to watch, she immediately became interested. Haha. Okay, Lan since you want to see it, I'll take you to see it. Li Zixuan's laughter came from the backyard. After a while, the two of them rode out of the Yunshan courtyard. Lan naturally rode with Li Zixuan. The little girl giggled along the way. Ever since Yanhuang College started, Li Zixuan, as her brother, hadn't accompanied her to play for a long time. Today was a rare opportunity for them to go out and watch the show together. Ba River was one of the 8 rivers of Chang'an. It originated in Lantian County and was located to the east of Chang'an City. On both sides of the Ba Bridge, 5 miles of embankments were built. Thousands of willows were planted, and tourists walked shoulder to shoulder. It was a spectacular sight in Chang'an. Every time spring was in full swing and the spring wind blew, the willow catkins would dance in the air and fog would become a major sight on Ba Bridge in Chang'an. Ba River had a dock and a relay station. It was called Ba Pavilion. Many people would come here to welcome guests and bid them farewell. They would also break off willow branches as gifts. Ba River flowed through May Village. There was a relatively large dock in the southeast of May Village. Many merchant ships came here to load and unload their goods. The previous expedition ceremony of the Imperial Court Fleet was held at this dock. After about half an hour, Li Zixuan and the rest arrived at the Ba River dock. At this time, the dock was already crowded. Why are there so many people? Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask when he saw the huge crowd surrounding the pier. Pang Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead and hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know who leaked the news, but these commoners most likely have relatives in the fleet. They should be here to welcome their family. Maybe. Li Zixuan shook his head. He didn't want to delve deeper into it. He urged his horse to gallop into the crowd. Mother, why haven't I seen father yet? Didn't you say that daddy is coming back today? At the edge of the pier, a little girl raised her head to look at the middle-aged woman who was holding her little hand and asked in a crisp voice. The middle-aged woman gently stroked the little girl's ponytail and said softly, Come back soon! Come back soon! Although her voice was calm, her trembling hands showed that her heart was surging with emotions. She was not calm at all. She was just forcefully controlling her emotions to avoid losing her composure in front of her daughter. Oh, Mother, do you think father has lost weight or gained weight? I haven't seen father for a long time. Yaya misses father so much. That's right. This mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's biological mother and sister. If not for the military training at Yanhuang College today, Meng Wenhao would definitely have come personally. Your father should have lost weight, right? Meng Wenhao's mother said hesitantly. Meng Wenhao had already heard about Meng Youliang's recent situation from Li Zixuan. However, in order to prevent his family from worrying, he didn't tell them the truth. Therefore, Meng Wenhao's mother didn't know anything about her husband's experience at sea. Yaya, be good. Your father must have missed you a lot too. Hearing the latter half of her daughter's sentence, Meng Wenhao's mother's eyes stung and she almost cried. Everyone in the world liked to be reunited, but the sadness and joy of separation were the helplessness of the poor. If they wanted to survive, their family had to accept separation. If they were unlucky, this separation would become eternal. But what could they do? Yes. Mother, after father comes back this time, let's not let father leave us again. Okay? Yaya can also help the family earn money. Recently, Yaya has made a lot of money from catching locusts, so we can buy a lot of buns. However, Yaya was still young and couldn't understand the sadness behind this family. The little girl blinked her clear eyes and innocently begged. Meng Wenhao's mother felt bad when she heard her daughter's naive words. She hugged her daughter's head to her waist and said softly, "Okay, Mother promises Yaya, after your father comes back this time, he will never leave us again." In fact, Yaya's wish was also Meng Wenhao's mother's wish. In the past few months when the fleet went out to sea, she didn't have a good night's sleep. She had never believed in gods and Buddhas, but she even went to Chang'an City's Daxing Shan temple to pray to Bodhisattvas several times and donated dozens of copper coins for incense and oil. Dozens of copper coins were nothing to a rich family, but for the current Meng family, dozens of copper coins were not a small amount. They could buy hundreds of pounds of rice. However, in order to pray to the gods and Buddhas to protect her husband's safety, Meng Wenhao's mother felt that it was worth it. How long will it take for the fleet to come back? Li Zishuan held Lan Er's small hand and squeezed forward as he asked. Now that he was a Wu Dao master, he could naturally release his inner strength. Although the dock was crowded with people and it was very crowded, with his strong inner strength, no matter where he went, the people around him would quietly bounce back a little. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about Lan Er being squeezed. "Sir, it should be soon. When I reported to you this morning, the fleet was only about 10 miles away. Now, it should be about 6 or 7 miles away. Opening the way in front should have been Pang Feiji's job as a guard." However, Li Zishuan, who spoiled his sister, was afraid that the crowd would squeeze and hurt Lan Er, so he personally opened the way. Therefore, Pang Feiji, the guard, actually hid behind Li Zishuan and enjoyed the treatment of a superior. 6 or 7 miles, based on the speed of the ship on the water, would only take about half an hour. Li Zishuan nodded and continued to pull Lan Er to the front of the crowd. The people of Chang'an City all knew that the fleet was coming back today. As the emperor, Li Er couldn't not know. However, he certainly couldn't be like the people and wait there for a long time. Halfway through the morning court, a small eunuch quietly walked to Li Er's side and whispered a few words. Then, Li Er directly stood up and said to the officials in the court with a smile on his face, "The morning court will end today. Everyone, follow me to Murky Island to welcome the triumphant return of the fleet to the south." Chapter 783. "Hey, Renbiao, you're here too?" With their powerful internal force, Li Zishuan and the other two finally came to the front of the crowd. However, they met an old acquaintance. Who else could it be but Wang Renbiao? "Hee, it's Xiaoxian. I just received the news this morning. Fortunately, I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look." Wang Renbiao chuckled and looked at Li Zishuan. "Oh, right, Renbiao, I forgot to ask you before. Did the fleet find the rubber I told you about in Nanyang?" A few days ago, he asked Wang Renbiao to help him inquire about the news. He only cared about Meng Yuliang's situation and forgot about his own business. When Wang Renbiao heard this, he was stunned. He then shook his head and said, "I don't know about this yet. I only asked people to help inquire about the fleet. I didn't ask about the harvest of my fleet." Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, this Wang Renbiao's heart is really big. He doesn't even care about his own family's business. His attitude of treating money like dirt is comparable to mine. "Well, then we can only wait for the fleet to come back in a while," Li Zishuan said helplessly. "Oh, look, the fleet is here. The fleet is here." At this moment, a mast finally appeared on the surface of the Ba River. Then, the figure of a huge turreted ship slowly emerged from the water and was exposed to everyone's vision. It was unknown who discovered this phenomenon, but someone shouted loudly, and the crowd on the pier immediately boiled up. "They're finally here. They're finally here. After going out to sea for almost 5 months, the fleet is finally back. God bless, the child's father must be fine." When the people saw more and more ships appear on the Ba River, they began to excitedly talk to each other. Most of them were praying for the safety of their family members. 5 months. This time, some families are happy and some are sad. At this moment, Li Zishuan was holding Lan Er's hand and standing at the front of the crowd. He looked at the densely packed boats on the river and sighed with mixed feelings. Although Wang Renbiao did not mention the details of the ambush on the fleet, Li Zishuan had obtained more detailed information from Li Chengqian. Of course, the source of the information was definitely related to Li Er. Therefore, he was very clear that the fleet's journey south this time was not without casualties. Not to mention the storms and diseases that took away the crew members on the sea route to the Nanyang countries. Just the sneak attack of the pirates that night caused the fleet to lose 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. This meant that a small-scale battle had caused 40 Tang soldiers to be buried in the sea, with no complete corpses left. 40 originally happy and blissful families were torn apart in an instant. At that time, who knew how many tears would be shed? Boo-hoo! As time passed, the 1,500-some merchant ships that had come south to trade 5 months ago appeared before everyone's eyes. The mournful sound of a bugle horn came from the ship in the center of the fleet. And then all the other ships began to drop their anchors, lower their sails, and slowly approach the shore. We're home. We're finally home. On a merchant ship, Meng Yuliang stood on the deck and leaned against the railing. As he looked at the sea of people on the shore, he couldn't help but sigh. On this voyage, he had almost been separated from his family forever. He was far from alone in his thoughts. Whether it was the civilian workers on the merchant ships or the Navy soldiers on the official ships, all of them couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts as they looked at the dock. Homesickness, homesickness, what could be more important than the fact that they would be home soon? Your Highness, we can go ashore. The main ship had already reached the dock, and people had already laid down the planks. Wu Di walked up to Li Shaogong and clasped his fist. This prince will come right away. A few moments later, Li Shaogong disembarked from the main ship with his guards. Li Zishuan walked up and cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations on your Highness's triumphant return. Long time no see. Your Highness, how have you been? Li Shaogong gave a hearty laugh and patted Li Zishuan on the shoulder. This prince is in good health. Looking at the days, the Imperial College should have started school by now. How come you still have time to come here? Before leaving, he had entrusted his son to Li Zishuan. At the time, Li Zishuan was still an official at the Imperial College and had yet to fall out with Kong Ingda. Thus, Li Shaogong's memories were still stuck at the time when Li Zishuan was still teaching at the Imperial College. He had no idea what was going on at Yanhuang College. Your Highness, this child is no longer at the Imperial College. 3 months ago, I resigned from my position at the Directorate and opened my own academy. Today, Huairen is also in my academy. Li Zishuan knew that Li Shaogong was asking this because he wanted to know more about his son, Li Huairen. So he gave him a simple explanation. What? Shaoxian, you're no longer at the Imperial College? Did something happen in between? Li Shaogong had indeed asked this question to find out more about his son, but he hadn't expected to ask such a shocking question. It's a long story. I'll tell your Highness in detail in the future. Li Zishuan knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he said this to Li Shaogong. His Majesty has arrived. As they were speaking, another group of people arrived on the road to the west of the docks. When they heard the words His Majesty has arrived, they all hastily turned around. When they saw the person in bright yellow at the front of the group, they all bowed and said, Paying respects to your Majesty. At the same place, with the same loud voice, one couldn't help but think of the departure ceremony that Li Er had held when the fleet went out to sea 5 months ago. Li Er followed the path that the crowd made and came to the edge of the docks, not far from Li Shaogong. He stopped and turned around to look at the densely packed crowd, saying, Rise! Only then did the commoners and the soldiers on the ships straighten up. Li Er looked at Li Shaogong and said, Shaogong, it's been hard on you. Li Shaogong hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty is too kind. It's my duty to share your Majesty's worries and worries. It's not hard at all. Li Er nodded. Then, he looked at the endless number of ships on the river and asked slowly, Have all the ships of our great Tang returned? Li Shaogong said solemnly, Your Majesty, of the 1,587 ships that I brought, except for one that was burned at sea, the rest returned safely. Furthermore, the 32 small countries in Nanyang have all sent a fleet of ambassadors to follow me back to pay respects to the Tang Empire and your Majesty. Chapter 784. The envoy of Jinla greets the Emperor of Tang. The envoy of Funan greets the Emperor of Tang. The envoy of Piao greets the Emperor of Tang. Following Li Xiaogong's words, a group of people with different skin colors and clothes came down from the ship. They greeted Li Er respectfully with all kinds of etiquette. Some of them spoke in their native language, while others spoke in broken Chinese. When Li Xiaogong saw this, he quickly assigned a middle-aged scholar beside him to translate for them. Li Er was very happy after hearing this. As an emperor, there was no one who did not like to achieve great things. It was just that every emperor had different priorities. Haha, good. Where is Cui Er? Cui Shanfu stepped out from the crowd of civil and military officials and cupped his hands. I'm here. Bring the envoys of the various countries to Honglu Temple and treat them well. 3 days later, I will summon the envoys of the various countries at the imperial court meeting. In the Tang dynasty, Honglu Temple was one of the 9 temples. It was in charge of the 4 barbarians' tributes, banquets, gifts, and welcoming. It was also in charge of the inauspicious ceremonies of the country, the ancestral temples of Zhongdu, and the Taoist scriptures and tents. Whenever the emperor of the 4 barbarians or envoys had an audience, they would be treated as guests. They would be given a place to stay, and they would be given invitations, gifts, and banquets. The Department of Precepts would prepare in advance. There were 20 translators who specialized in translation, and each of them knew different languages. Generally speaking, Honglu Temple was equivalent to the modern Ministry of Foreign Affairs with an additional translation function. Cui Shanfu was the minister of Honglu Temple at this time. There was an organization corresponding to Honglu Temple called the Warden's Office. However, there was a substantial difference in the functions of the two. Honglu Temple was in charge of foreign guests, while the Warden's Office mainly dealt with ethnic affairs. Yes, Your Majesty. Cui Shanfu didn't show it on his face, but he was complaining in his heart. This was because there were envoys from 32 countries. It was a rare sight to see such a large number of envoys in 100 years. Just communicating with so many envoys from different countries was difficult, not to mention other things. The pressure on Cui Shanfu's body was suddenly increased. After the envoys of various countries left the dock with Cui Shanfu and headed for Chang'an, Li Er looked at the endless boats on the river and turned around to give an order. Beloved official Xiao, beloved official Yan, the 2 of you will be in charge of the transportation of goods. The grain and goods on the imperial court ships will be directly transported to Taicang. As for the goods on the civilian merchant ships, you will order people to calculate the income of each family. After they pay the merchant tax, have them start unloading the goods. Be careful to prevent some people from secretly embezzling. When the fleet was heading south, the imperial court had said that all merchant ships heading south with the army had to pay a 5% tax on their trade. This could be understood as a protection fee, but compared to the 20,000 elite navy that the imperial court had mobilized, this protection fee was very cheap. Yes, Your Majesty. When the Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu, and the Minister of Works, Yan Lied, heard Li Er call out their names, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. Li Er nodded. Seeing that everything was done here, he immediately said to the ministers, "Return to the imperial court." A messenger eunuch spread Li Er's order one by one. The civil and military ministers who came with him all agreed. Li Er was about to return to the imperial court with Li Xiaogong and the officials of the imperial court. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan, who was secretly watching from the side. He said, "You also come back to the imperial court with me." Li Zishuan was confused. He didn't know why the goddess of luck suddenly fell on his head and made him unable to resist. Yes, Your Majesty. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. He also wanted to hear about the harvest of the whole country, which had mobilized so many people to go south to trade. Commandery Prince Hujian, can you tell us about the harvest of this trip for our beloved officials? After Li Er led the ministers back to Taiji Palace, he sat up straight and looked at Li Xiaogong with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong was already prepared. He responded, then took out a booklet and began to read slowly. For this voyage, the imperial court has raised a total of 500 official ships. This subject has used more than 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to exchange for a total of 880,000 dan of grain. There are 170,000 caddies of various spices such as Lycopodium officinalis, 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 and various other spices. In addition, there are also 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. Silence. As Li Shaogong read them out one by one, the court suddenly fell into a strange silence. 880,000 dan of grain. Although this amount was a bit large and exceeded everyone's expectations, it could be attributed to the fact that Nanyang was rich in grain and had never seen the beautiful silk and porcelain of the Central Plains. But what the hell was 170,000 dan of spices? Did you think that spices were weeds or radishes? Oh, at this time, radishes were still not called radishes. They were called fishes. See the Book of Songs. Picking fishes and picking fishes. There is no lower body. Cabbages were also not called cabbages. But spices had always been a precious existence in the Great Tang. Most of them were sold in pairs. Depending on the type of spices, the price could range from a few dozen copper coins to a few strings of one tael. When had anyone ever heard of someone possessing more than 10,000 dan of spices? The 170,000 dan of spices that Li Shaogong mentioned was too frightening. However, Li Shaogong wasn't lying. Some spices were really rampant in some of the island countries in the South China Sea. They grew everywhere like weeds. The 20,000 Navy soldiers he brought were farmers who cut the weeds many times. As for the 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver, this was even more frightening. The total amount of silver that had been mined in the Great Tang was probably only around 200,000 to 300,000 taels. But Li Shaogong actually brought back 300,000 taels of silver. What was even more shocking was that he even brought back 50,000 caddies of brass. Many of the courtiers started to look at Li Shaogong with a strange expression. They wanted to ask, "Big brother, did you rob an entire country?" Of course, the courtiers were not surprised. The difference between the cost and the reward was too big. According to Li Shaogong, he only used 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to trade. But what about the things that he brought back? Just the 880,000 dan of grain, according to the current grain price, would be worth more than 30,000 strings of coins. Adding in the 170,000 dan of spices, 300,000 taels of silver, and 50,000 caddies of brass. Oh my God! Many of the courtiers calculated in their hearts, and in the end, they found it difficult to even breathe. Huge profits. This was more than 10 times the profit. It was more than 100 times the profit. What else in the world could be more profitable than this? Oh, Chapter 785. Some people might question whether 500 ships could transport 880,000 dan of grain. Of course they could. There was no doubt about it. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the development of our country's shipbuilding industry reached its peak. During the war to unify the southern part of China, Qin Shi Huang organized a fleet that could transport 500,000 dan of grain. With the technology at that time, they could build ships that could transport 50 to 60 tons of grain. One dan was 50 kilograms. In other words, a ship during the Qin and Han dynasties could carry more than 1,000 dan of grain. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the second peak in China's shipbuilding history was the dragon boat that Emperor Yang of Sui rode. It was 5 feet tall and 200 feet long. The upper level had the main hall, the inner hall, and the east and west imperial halls. The middle two levels had 120 rooms with a capacity of more than 300 tons. Of course, it was even more impressive during the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty built a divine boat for Korea. It had a capacity of more than 1,500 tons. Some large ships could carry tens of thousands of dan of grain and had a rudder that was 30 to 50 feet long. Taiji Palace. Although Li Er, who was sitting high above, was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Shaogong's work report. His eyes were as wide as the others. Fortunately, the courtier's attention was not on him. Otherwise, if the remonstrant saw his gaffe, he would definitely be criticized again. Ahem! This trip to the south was really fruitful. Xiao Gong and the soldiers have worked tirelessly across thousands of miles and have contributed to the country. They should be rewarded. Li Er recovered from his shock and praised with a face full of emotion. Your Majesty! As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng walked in front of him. The old man cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said, Congratulations to Commander Prince Hujian for leading the fleet to the south. But there is still one thing that I don't understand. Where did you get these 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass? Wei Zheng was not targeting anyone. He was just stating the facts. Grain, spices, and ivory were all fine. But the amount of brass and silver was too huge for him to understand. After all, which country would use these things for trade? It didn't make any sense no matter what. After hearing Wei Zheng's question, the other ministers all cast doubtful glances at Li Xiaogong. However, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. According to the information he had gathered, the 50,000 jin of brass and 300,000 taels of silver that Li Xiaogong had brought back were the war reparations that he had extorted from the Wen nation. If this was revealed, Li Xiaogong would most likely be impeached. Li Er's eyes darkened. Obviously, he also knew the inside story of the Japanese war. But now that Wei Zheng had asked in public, he could only watch Li Xiaogong's performance. As soon as Li Er left with the civil and military officials, the docks by the murky river immediately became lively. There were more than 1,000 large ships, and they definitely could not all dock at the same time to unload their cargo, so they could only come in batches. At the very front were the 500 official ships of the imperial court. Wu Di, the captain of Li Xiaogong's personal guard, came to Xiaoyu with a man who looked like a steward. He respectfully handed over a booklet and clasped his hands. Minister Xiao, this is the list of all the cargo on the official ship. He is the steward of the cabin, Yao Jing. If Minister Xiao has any questions, please ask me or Steward Yao. We will tell you everything we know. Well, okay. Thank you. Xiaoyu said politely and took the booklet. When he opened it, he was shocked. So much food? I'm afraid the granary of Chong and city can't hold it all. Hearing this, Yen Lide was very curious. He thought that the official ship of the imperial court had only brought a little silk and porcelain. At most, it could be exchanged for more than 100,000 jin of food. How could the granary of Chong and city not be able to hold it all? Shirwan, Xiao Yu's courtesy name. Let me see how much food you have. Then, Yen Lide eagerly came over and wanted to see what was on the booklet. When he saw the number on the booklet, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, This 880,000 jin? So many jin of food, Taicang can't hold it all. It has to be transported to Hanjiatsang in Luoyang. The Taicang he was talking about was the largest granary in Chang'an City. It was also the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, salaries of officials, military supplies, and government accounts. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the central government, it also had some positive functions. For example, every time there was a famine, Taicang would take out grain to replenish Chongpingcang and suppress the price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to help the victims. However, Taicang's total storage was not very high. It could only store 500 to 600 jin of grain at most. Moreover, the autumn harvest had just passed, so there was even less space left in Taicang. That was why these two big shots of the imperial courtside with emotion. As for the Hanjiatsang that Yen Lide mentioned, it was the largest granary in the Tang Empire. At the start of the Sui dynasty, Chang'an was built, but the Guangzhou region was unable to satisfy the needs of the imperial family, officials, and the central army. During the Day era, to satisfy the grain needs of Chang, and Emperor Yang built the Grand Canal. Later on, Yangguang directly moved the capital to Luoyang. After establishing Luoyang, Yangguang first built Huiluotsang as the national granary in Luoyang. The entire Huiluotsang city was 1,000 meters from east to west 335 meters from north to south, and around 700 warehouses with a diameter of 10 meters. Each warehouse could store 4,000 jin of grain, and the entire city could store 3 million jin of grain. As Huiluotsang was built outside of Suitang Luoyang City, at the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. Li Mi took Huiluotsang, and Luoyang City fell into a situation where there was no grain. Later on, Huiluotsang became the focus of the war between Li Shimin and Wang Shichong. The warehouses outside the city were occupied, and Wang Shichong lost due to a severe lack of grain. Later on, Li Shimin saw the disadvantages of having a granary outside the city, and he decided to build one within Luoyang City to prevent the same thing from happening. This granary that was carefully designed by Li Shimin was Hanjiatsang. Not only did Hanjiatsang provide grain for Luoyang City, but it also acted as a transportation station between Guangdong and Guangzhou. Later on, it slowly replaced the largest granary at that time, Luokotsang, and became the largest granary in the world, with a total storage of close to 6 million jin. Indeed, first move 150,000 jin of grain to Taitsong, and the rest can only be transported to Luoyang along the Grand Canal. Lide, you take care of things here. I'll go to the palace to ask for a decree to send a portion of the official ships to Luoyang. Xiao Yu thought about it and decided to ask for Li Er's opinion. Otherwise, with so much grain, there would be no place to store it, and it would only benefit the rats. Chapter 786. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was still going on. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Xiaogong. Due to the special nature of the previous battle, Li Xiaogong had only passed on the specific details to Li Er in the form of a secret report instead of a battle report. In this way, the ministers in the court naturally had no way of knowing the details. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some well-informed people obtained the news through abnormal channels, but even if they knew, they had to pretend that they didn't know at this moment. Otherwise, if they exposed their so-called abnormal channels in front of Li Er, wouldn't that be looking for trouble? As a minister, if he attracted the suspicion of the emperor, his good days would be numbered. That's a good question, Minister Wei. Li Xiaogong looked back at Wei Zheng and then bowed to Li Er. He said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Seeing that Li Xiaogong didn't answer Wei Zheng's question directly, and instead apologized to Li Er, the ministers in the hall were confused. They didn't know what Li Xiaogong was doing. This time, the imperial court had sent a fleet to the south. The harvest from this trip was almost equivalent to the imperial court's annual revenue. It had greatly alleviated the empty state of the national treasury since the Wei River Alliance. Li Xiaogong was definitely considered a great contribution. How could he be guilty? Li Er's heart sank. How could he start to apologize without saying anything? He was very worried that Li Xiaogong would make a mistake and worsen the situation. Xiaogong led the army across the sea and brought back so much food and money for the imperial court. What is his crime? Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Er remained calm on the surface. He slowly opened his mouth and asked the common question in the hearts of the ministers. Li Xiaogong seemed to have been prepared. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "I attacked the Wei nation's capital, Fanio City, without your Majesty's permission. The 50,000 kilograms of brass and 300,000 taels of silver were given to me by the Wei nation's queen. I am guilty." As soon as Li Xiaogong finished speaking, there was a buzz, and the court immediately exploded. The officials in the hall all stared with wide eyes, indescribably shocked. Some people didn't know whether to laugh or cry in their hearts because when Li Xiaogong had reported his gains from going south, they had secretly wondered if Li Xiaogong had plundered some country. Otherwise, how could he have brought back so much wealth? However, judging from the results that were announced now, their previous guess was actually correct. Li Xiaogong had truly ransacked a country, and the target of his ransacking was none other than the Wen nation that had previously paid tribute to the Great Tang. How could this be? Therefore, some people could not help but be eager to give Li Xiaogong a try. Wei Zheng, who was standing in front of the officials, raised his eyebrows. He clearly didn't expect the truth to be like this. He took a step forward and said, "His Royal Highness, without your Majesty's permission, attacked the neighboring countries of the Great Tang. This action can easily cause panic in the neighboring countries, which is extremely disadvantageous to the Great Tang at this time. I think that His Royal Highness should be severely punished. I think that Left Minister Wei's words are reasonable. Now that the world has just settled down, the imperial court should be recuperating and getting along peacefully with the neighboring countries. His Royal Highness, for 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass. He attacked without authorization and ignored the relationship between the Great Tang and its neighboring countries. He simply has no respect for the imperial court. I think that he should be severely punished. As soon as Wei Zhang finished speaking, Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple hurriedly jumped out. As the leader of the Honglu Temple, who specialized in dealing with the relationship between neighboring countries, he naturally had the right to express his opinion. Of course, as a core disciple of the Shandong aristocratic family, he also wanted to use this opportunity to bring down Li Xiaogong, the only person who could be used in the Li Tang imperial family. If he didn't know how to make good use of such a heaven-sent opportunity, he would really be blind. I second the motion. His Royal Highness must be severely punished. Severely punish your grandma. Li Xiaogong's identity was not only that of the Li Tang imperial family, but also that of a general. Although he usually didn't like Li Xiaogong at this time, Cheng Jijie wouldn't just watch Li Xiaogong be besieged by Cui Shanfu and the others. The devil incarnate wouldn't talk about rules with you. This old guy came up and directly pushed Cui Shanfu more than 10 steps away and almost fell to the ground. He stood up angrily and was about to argue with Cheng Jijie, but he heard old Cheng directly scold him in his rough voice. Damn it! Xiaogong didn't say why he attacked Neon. How do you know that he went for the silver and brass? Is your father in Neon? Did he tell you in your dreams? Cui Shanfu's expression changed, and he felt greatly humiliated because Cheng Jijie was saying that his father was from Neon. As a person of the Celestial Empire, anyone who was said to be a descendant of the short and wretched people of Neon would be angry. Cheng Jijie, you've gone too far and disgraced the refined. At this time, Cui Shanfu was obviously blinded by anger and directly called Cheng Jijie by his name. Bah! You slandered Xiaogong without any evidence. Isn't this a disgrace to the refined? This old guy actually spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in Cui Shanfu's direction and continued to scold him. However, he also knew that it was not a good idea to continue scolding like this. If this continued for a long time, it would be counterproductive. Therefore, after scolding Cui Shanfu, he cupped his hands and said to Li Er, Your Majesty, Xiaogong is not a person who is greedy for money and doesn't know the severity of the matter. This old official thinks that there must be something hidden. Your Majesty, this official also thinks that this matter is not simple. Why don't we let Xiaogong finish speaking before making a conclusion? The taciturn gourd, Li Jing in the imperial court also made a rare sound today. In this way, no one in the entire Tang military was still indifferent. This official agrees. The generals' camp all agreed in unison. The civil officials' camp was in an uproar and did not reach a unified opinion. This was because the heads of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling, had not expressed their opinions yet. In fact, the opinions of these two big shots were quite simple. For Zhang Sun Wuji, because of the relationship with Empress Zhang Sun, the Zhang Sun family was a proper relative of the emperor. In terms of position, Zhang Sun Wuji naturally sided with the royal family and protected Li Xiaogong. As for Fang Xianling, he felt that a mere nation was not enough to change the attitude of the surrounding countries toward the Tang Empire. Moreover, the Tang Empire's current number one enemy was the Turks. The other small countries could not make any waves at all. Cui Shanfu's words were a little exaggerated. How could he agree? Silence. Li Er coughed softly and the noisy imperial court immediately quieted down. Then he stared at Li Xiaogong and asked in a deep voice, Xiaogong, why did you lead troops to attack Wen Nation? You better explain the reason to Zhen now. Don't hide anything. Chapter 787. Hearing Li Er's words, Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Half a month ago, I led the fleet back to the southeast coast. One night, I ordered the fleet to dock on a nameless, deserted island to replenish fresh water and fruits and vegetables. Who would have thought that we would be ambushed by a group of bandits? There were about 100 of them. They knew that they were no match for the army, so they wanted to steal a few merchant ships and escape while the night was dark and the guards were lax. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by a civilian on the ship. I had reached an agreement with the Queen of Wuxian. Wuxian would compensate the Tang army for the losses in the sneak attack. They would pay 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver. They would also capture the bandit leader and send him to Chong. But that night, when I left the Wuxian palace, I was attacked by a large number of assassins. If my friend and I hadn't been good at martial arts, I'm afraid we would have been buried in a foreign land. Hearing this, all the officials in the hall changed their expressions. Li Shaogong was a commandery prince of the Tang Empire. If he died in Wuxian, the imperial court would lose face. And at that time, the Tang Empire and Wuxian would definitely have a war to the death. Because Li Shaogong was not an idle prince, but a commandery prince who had made great contributions to the founding of the Tang Empire. How dare the Wuxian? How dare they assassinate the commandery prince of the Tang Empire? It's a pity that I wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, I would have caught the queen and thrown her into a brothel. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he was shouting and cursing. The ministers looked askance at him. They wanted to say that he was insulting the refined, but they were afraid that this old man would go crazy and not recognize his relatives. After all, Cui Shanfu next to him was an example. Li Shaogong almost choked at this moment. He secretly thought that Cheng Yaojin had a strong taste. He had seen the Queen of Wuxian. She was in her 70s or 80s, but Cheng Yaojin still wanted to catch her and make her into a brothel girl. It was really... This subject's life and death are insignificant, but behind this subject are 20,000 Navy soldiers, tens of thousands of civilians, thousands of ships, and millions of dan of grain. Moreover, this subject represents the face of the Great Tang. If this subject were to die in the Wu, the consequences would be unthinkable. Later, after a detailed investigation, I found out that the assassin that night was the Suo family, the #1 family in Japan. The patriarch of this clan intends to seize the fleet of my Great Tang and its countless goods, so he wants to kill this subject. After I found out the whole story, I told the Queen of Wuxian about the result. However, the Queen of Wuxian wanted to protect the Suo family, so I led the army into the city and wiped out the Suo family. This subject could die, but the dignity of the Great Tang could not be trampled on. Those who offend my Great Tang must pay the price. After destroying the Suo family, the Japanese queen knew that she was in the wrong. She took the initiative to increase the compensation from the original 10,000 caddies of brass and 100,000 taels of silver to 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. This was the whole story of the whole thing. I hope your majesty can judge clearly. After Li Shaogong finished speaking, the imperial court fell silent as the officials digested this matter. After a few seconds, Wei Zhang turned to Li Shaogong and said, "The Wuxian dared to assassinate the commandery prince. Of course, they deserved it. No punishment is too much. However, at the very beginning, your majesty brazenly led the army to attack the Wuxian because of a few bandits. Wasn't that inappropriate? After all, there should be a more reliable solution." Li Shaogong proudly raised his head and said, "Left Prime Minister Wei's words are wrong. That was not a matter of a few bandits. It was a matter of the people of the Great Tang dying at sea because of the Wuxian. Before the fleet left, His Majesty entrusted me with the task of protecting the people of the Great Tang. If there were any enemies, I had to do my best to destroy them. That night, the Wuxian ambushed the fleet and killed 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. As the commander-in-chief of the army, I had to give them an explanation. Otherwise, how could I, Li Shaogong, continue to lead this army? How could I have the face to come back and see His Majesty again?" Li Shaogong's words were very good. He directly brought out Li Er. What he meant was that although he was a little impulsive when he attacked our country, everything was still done according to Li Er's instructions before he left. What else do you have to say? The facts proved that if a person wanted to criticize you, he could find a way to criticize you. At this moment, Cui Shanfu seemed to come back to his senses and said, Your Highness has your reasons, but I don't know if Your Highness has thought about how the other small countries around the Great Tang will view your actions. Will they think that the Great Tang is bloodthirsty and insecure? Will they unite and fight against the Great Tang together? This old thing was doing it for the sake of doing it. Now, he didn't even care about his face anymore. Bah! Alarmist words to scare people? Who do you think you are? Can you represent the small countries around the Great Tang? Cheng Yaojin looked at Cui Shanfu with disgust and said, The Wen nation has gone too far. If Shaogong doesn't teach them a lesson, won't the Great Tang lose its prestige? This battle was well fought. If it were me, old Cheng, I would have fought even more ruthlessly and killed all the Wen nation people. They were the ones who were unrighteous first. Why should we talk about morality with them? Ji Jie is right. Who do the Wen nation think they are? How dare they ride on the head of the Great Tang? Shaogong. This battle was well fought. Yu Qigong also stood up at this moment and supported him. The two Grand Dukes are wrong. Harmony is the most important thing between countries. How can you use weapons just because of a disagreement? This will only push the Great Tang into a state of militarism. Seeing this, Kong Yingda couldn't help but speak up. As an old Confucian scholar, how could he hope for his country to become a bloodthirsty dynasty that only knew how to kill? Your Majesty, this subject has something to say. Seeing that the court was about to turn into a market, Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er. He didn't have much to do today, but he couldn't stand the attitude of some people in the court towards the diplomacy of the Great Tang. Speak. Li Er's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to Li Zishuan helping him out of this situation. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject wants to say that the question now is not whether we should attack the Wen nation or not, but what can we do even if we attack them? The Wen nation started it first. If we don't fight back, the surrounding countries will think that the Great Tang is easy to bully. It's just a trifling Wen nation, so what if we attack them? Are we going to punish the generals of the Great Tang for a trifling Wen nation? As for Minister Cui Sijing's worry that the other countries will panic because of this subject believes that there is nothing to worry about. The peace and stability of the Great Tang is not obtained by blindly making concessions, but through the blood and fists of soldiers. The Tang must have pride, and the Tang are not afraid of war. Even if the entire world attacks the Great Tang will be able to break through. What is there to fear from a trifling Wen nation? Chapter 788. Good. Well said. In Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan's passionate words caused the eyes of all the generals to light up. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, didn't show any change on his face, but if one was close enough, one would be able to hear that his breathing had quickened. Cheng Yaojin had never liked to hide his emotions. Old Cheng shouted, Okay! Then, the old man still felt uncomfortable. He laughed loudly and walked over. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder hard and said, Li Zishuan, I'm not going anywhere. Brat, you've said exactly what we old generals are thinking. The peace of our Great Tang isn't begged for, but fought for. If the Japanese aren't convinced, then we'll beat them until they are. If the other small countries aren't convinced, then we'll continue to King beat them. What's there to be afraid of? In the imperial court, your mouth is full of filth. How rude. Many civil officials frowned in the face of old Cheng's foul language, but no one reprimanded him. They all knew what kind of character this devil incarnate had. However, there were also those who weren't afraid of death, and that was Cui Shanfu. This old man had completely forgotten the pain after his wounds healed. He couldn't help but reprimand him. Rude? I, old Cheng, am clearly courageous. Unlike some people who, after 2 years of peace, shrink back and be afraid of this and that. They're really a disgrace to our Great Tang. Cheng Yaojin immediately snorted disdainfully at Cui Shanfu. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, secretly applauded. Cheng Yaojin's words were precisely the reason why he had changed his usual style and forcefully stood out today. Now that the world had settled down, some people couldn't wait to put away their weapons and live a peaceful and comfortable life. How could that be? The current Great Tang was still quite a distance away from the prosperous dynasty in Li Zishuan's mind that could dominate the world. Who's shrinking back? This old man is just speaking the truth. Li Zishuan is just a brat who only knows how to talk big. When the time comes for the world to attack the Great Tang, what will we use to fight against the other countries? At that time, there would be wars every year, and the treasury would be empty. The common people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The slightest carelessness could lead to the downfall of the country. How can such an important matter of the country be decided by a little boy in his teens? When Cui Shanfu saw that Cheng Yaojin was just talking and not doing anything, he couldn't help but become bolder. The more he talked, the more excited he became. In the end, he was moved by his feelings for the country and the people. Chief Cui, your words are too much. Before Cheng Yaojin could say anything, Li Shaogong spoke up. To be honest, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Li Zishuan, and the others stood up for him and supported him, which was within his expectations. However, Li Zishuan also stood up for him, which surprised him a little. This was because, in his impression, Li Zishuan had always been unwilling to participate in these court battles. Otherwise, this child would not be a third-rank official now. However, in reality, his daily authority was limited to the Yanhuang College's Yumacho. Regardless of where a hero comes from, Li Zhanshi is full of abilities. So what if he's young? A curved plow, a paper machine, a compass, a celestial lamp, and a glass mirror. These are all things that benefit the country and the people. Even if it was a 30 or 40-year-old scholar, would he be able to do better than Li Zhanshi? This time, if the fleet didn't have the help of Li Zhanshi's compass and sea chart, the casualties of the army and the people going south would definitely be more than 20 to 30%. How can such a young hero not even have the right to speak in the court in your mouth? Even if Li Zishuan didn't come out to help today, Li Shaogong would still speak up for him. This was because if it wasn't for Li Zishuan's help, this southern trade trip definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Shaogong, well said. So what if he's young? Cui Shanfu, when you were Xiao Xian's age, who knows what you were doing? You still have the nerve to talk about Xiao Xian's age? Cheng Yaojin looked at Cui Shanfu and said with contempt. You. Cui Shanfu's face turned red. He pointed at Cheng Yaojin and trembled for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Li Zishuan knew that at this time he also had to go on stage. Otherwise, how could he always let others stand in front of him? Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands at Cui Shanfu. Minister Cui just said that this kid was just talking big. When the time comes to attack the Tang Empire, I can't do anything. Heh! How ridiculous. This kid here swears to the heavens that when the time comes, this kid is not only willing to use all of his family's wealth as military supplies, but this kid's 7-feet-tall body is also willing to jump on the battlefield, lay down his head, and shed his blood. The yellow sand wears golden armor after 100 battles, and Lu Lan won't return until it's broken. This kid dares to say, dares to do, and dares to take responsibility for his actions. As for the empty national treasury and the suffering of the people, it's not like there's no solution. Not to mention that this southern trade trip brought a huge amount of income to the imperial court that was comparable to the annual tax revenue of the national treasury. There's also Yanhuang College. There are hundreds of engineering students there, and what I'm teaching them is all knowledge that can make the country prosperous and the people strong. Once they complete their studies and leave the mountain, there will be hundreds of Li Zishuan who are good at creating wealth, and the number will only increase in the future. The lives of the people will also get better and better. In comparison, this kid can't stand some people who are afraid before the battle. Things haven't even happened yet, but they're already afraid of this and that, cowering in fear. You must know that nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their mind to it. As long as you set your mind to it, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. The Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. If there's a day when all the important officials in the court are afraid to fight, then the country won't be far from being destroyed. If you want to be everlasting, then you must always maintain the will to forge ahead and do things that ordinary people think are impossible. You shouldn't be afraid of everything like you are now, until you achieve nothing in the end. Li Zishuan's words could be said to be frequent golden sentences, such as gold wears golden armor in 100 battles, and Lulan will not be returned until it is broken. From Wang Chongling's 7 Military Lessons, 4th. Nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their mind to it. Song Chan Yuanjing's Lin Guangji, Volume 9. These sentences had never appeared before, and every one of them sounded so classic. Perhaps Li Zishuan himself didn't pay attention to this, and he just said it casually. However, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other civil officials couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan in a new light. They secretly thought that this kid had never shown his talent in writing before, but today he suddenly said so many good sentences. Could it be that he improvised? However, there was a problem. For someone like Li Zishuan who kept saying words like, destroy the country, he couldn't be said to be a coward. If it was a narrow-minded emperor, he might have been killed because of this. Good. It's rare for Li Zhanshi to have such insight at such a young age. Although this old man doesn't dare to agree with all of your previous views, this old man definitely agrees with the latter part of your words. To everyone's surprise, the old troll actually supported Li Zishuan. Chapter 789. Yellow sand wears golden armor after 100 battles. Lulan won't return until it is broken. Wei Zheng suddenly spoke up for Li Zishuan in the imperial court, which was indeed unexpected. However, Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not pay attention to this. He muttered Li Zishuan's poem twice, and if one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were actually shining. After a while, just as the officials in the imperial court were still discussing and whispering to each other, Li Er finally spoke. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. The Battle of Fanio capital was started by the Wen nation. First, they attacked the Tang Empire's merchant ships. Then they assassinated the Tang Emperor. They should be punished. Xiao Gong's actions were all for the sake of the Tang Empire's people. Even if he had overstepped the bounds, a general is outside and does not obey military orders. We cannot punish a meritorious official because of this. The journey to the south was full of dangers. Xiao Gong alone shouldered the heavy responsibility and brought back a large amount of food, spices, and money for the imperial court at a very low cost. He really deserves great credit for his hard work. I have decided to reward Xiao Gong with 200 households, 10 pairs of elephant tusks, 50 tiger skins, 100 rolls of silk, 5,000 taels of silver, and 2 million taels of money. After such a long discussion, Li Er finally made the final decision. The noisy crowd in the imperial court suddenly quieted down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Cheng Yaojin and the others said happily, Your Majesty is wise. Cui Shanfu was so angry that he frowned. But at this time, he did not dare to say anything. He did not want to anger Li Er again. He heard Li Er continue. The compensation for the soldiers who died in the battle will be increased by 1 level. The Ministry of Civil Affairs will send a special person to compensate the civilian who died in the battle. Among them, the civilian who survived, Meng Yuliang, loudly warned at the critical moment and prevented the merchant ship from falling into the hands of the bandits. Moreover, this person is extremely loyal and brave. At the moment of life and death, he forcefully changed the direction of the burning ship and saved the main fleet. I have decided to confer him the title of Grade 8 Xuanjie Commandant. He will be rewarded 100,000 taels of silver and 100 rolls of silk. Feng Zhihua, a merchant on the same ship, is a man who values friendship and righteousness. In the face of danger, he is not flustered. The title of Righteous Merchant shall be bestowed upon him. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was secretly happy for Meng Wenhao's father. This man who was like a pillar of the family had finally used his own life to support his family. It was really not easy. Although the rank of an 8th grade official was small, it was still an official position. In the future, their family would not be easily bullied by others. This was just a reward for 2 nameless soldiers, and the rewards were insignificant. Naturally, the ministers in the court would not object. Some of them even felt that Li Er should not have brought this kind of small matter to the court. It seemed like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Lantian County's Li Zishuan, who created the compass, presented the sea map, and helped the fleet return safely. Although he didn't personally participate in the voyage, his contributions in the rear cannot be erased. Moreover, it was you who suggested that the fleet go south to trade. Now that the fleet has brought back such a large amount of goods and money for my great Tang, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. In addition, you invented the paper machine, leveled the price of paper, presided over the compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary, and enlightened tens of thousands of people. Your contributions to the present generation will benefit the future generations. We have decided to reward you with these contributions. You will be conferred the title of Marquis of Yong, and, with a fief of Lantian and 600 households. Regarding Li Zishuan's official position, Li Er had been deliberately suppressing it. Previously, Li Zishuan had made many contributions, but Li Er did not reward Li Zishuan. He felt that Li Zishuan was still too young, and if he were to reward him too much, it would be overpraising him. But later on, Li Er felt that Li Zishuan's abilities and views were becoming less and less like those of a teenage brat. Thus, Li Er decided to stop suppressing it and directly promote Li Zishuan from County's Marquis to Li Zishuan. Of course, this one step was truly one step. At least within the next 10 years, Li Zishuan's noble rank would not be able to rise any further. Otherwise, he would quickly reach a point where he could not rise any further. Li Er wanted to leave this talent to Li Chengqian. This subject thanks your majesty for the great favor. When the ministers heard Li Er's reward, they were all stunned. Li Zishuan took advantage of the moment when others were stunned to go forward and thank him. Logically speaking, he did not care if his marquis title could be promoted in the next few years. His original dream was to become a marquis in the Great Tang. Now that his dream had come true, he naturally had to cherish this opportunity. As for the title of Duke above Marquis, he did not even think about it. To him, one Marquis was enough. Your Majesty, this. Almost at the same time, Wei Zheng also opened his mouth. It seemed that he wanted to object, but seeing Li Zishuan accept the reward so quickly, he could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. His expression was very ugly. Li Er indifferently glanced at Wei Zheng, but did not ask for details. He waved his hand and said, "The matter of the reward ends here. Officials, if there is anything, please submit a memorial. If there is nothing, the court is dismissed." The officials looked at each other. After the establishment of the Great Tang, marquis titles were extremely rare. But now, Li Er had so casually rewarded a founding marquis. No matter how they looked at it, this was very imprudent. But once the domineering Li Er made up his mind, there was no room for discussion. They could only secretly glare at each other. Zhang Sun Wuji pursed his lips, seemingly itching to make a move. But after thinking for a long time, he did not say anything. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin was beaming with joy, as if he was the one being rewarded by Li Er. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one objected, Li Er was just about to announce that the court was dismissed when he saw a person walk in. Who else could it be but Xiao Yu? Beloved official Xiao, why have you returned? Could it be that the matter at the docks was resolved so quickly? Li Er asked curiously when he saw Xiao Yu hurrying over. How could 880,000 dan of grain be transported in such a short time? Xiao Yu bitterly smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, now that the autumn harvest has just passed, Chang'an's granary can only hold a few 100,000 dan of grain at most. So, this old official has returned to ask your Majesty if we should transport the excess grain to Luoyang along the canal. Only then did Li Er come to a realization. Actually, he could not be blamed for not thinking things through. He did not expect Li Xiaogong to bring back so much grain. Otherwise, he would not have asked Xiao Yu to make an extra trip. Let's do as beloved official Xiao says. Use the fleet to transport the excess grain to Luoyang's Hanjia granary. If there was a locust plague next year, he could transfer grain from Chang'an and Luoyang at the same time. That was what Li Er thought. This official obeys your Majesty, Xiao Yu replied and cupped his hands before leaving. Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said loudly, Since there is nothing else, the court is dismissed. Just like that, the morning court finally came to an end after many twists and turns. Li Zixuan returned with a full load. Chapter 790. Haha. Not bad. Not bad. You're already a marquis at such a young age. You're even more promising than I was back then. After the morning court session, Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. Uncle Cheng, you must be joking. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. I was born in an era of peace. If I was born in your era, I definitely wouldn't have been as successful as you. Li Zixuan's half-true and half-false words made Cheng Yaojin burst with joy. Haha, that's true. Back then, the world was in turmoil. The 18 rebellious princes all had their own armies. The people had no way to make a living. I fought left and right, and finally, I was able to become His Majesty's subordinate and conquer the world together. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard as he spoke, looking as if he was reminiscing. What a scene of a hero in his twilight years. Reminiscing about the past. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, old Cheng is really good at pretending. There's no end to it. I'd better slip away quickly and go home to hug my wife. Uncle Cheng, your generation really didn't have it easy. Ahem. I still have something to do at home. I'll take my leave first. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. After waiting for so long, he finally got a marquis. He was eager to go home and share this good news with his wife and parents. He didn't want to talk nonsense with old Cheng here. Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and said, Heh! Then you go first. Xiao Xian, you've been made a marquis. You should go back and celebrate. Of course. This old man will definitely go and eat your celebratory wine. Oh, right, second brother Qin still doesn't know that you've become a marquis, right? Since it's my day off tomorrow, I'll go to the academy in the afternoon and tell him the good news. I'll also give those kids another round of special training. At the mention of special training, the old demon's eyes immediately lit up, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Zixuan couldn't help but mourn for the students of Yanhuang College in his heart. The old demon is here. Your good days are coming to an end. A new round of brutality was about to begin. Cough, cough. Uncle Cheng, you've really put a lot of thought into this. The students will definitely be grateful to you. I'll go back first. Li Zixuan said some polite words and then ran away. As for whether the students would be grateful to old Cheng, even if he used his butt to think, he knew that they definitely wouldn't. Old master, old madam, young madam, this is great news. Young master has been conferred the title of marquis. At the first courtyard of Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan still hadn't returned home, but San Bao had already rushed into the courtyard while shouting loudly. If it were any other day, he would definitely be reprimanded for being so rash and noisy. But today there was too much information in his words. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li, who had heard the news, couldn't help but be stunned. What? San Bao, you said that Xianer has been conferred the title of marquis? Li Jingma's old face was flushed red with excitement. He looked at San Bao and asked with a trembling voice. Of course, he hoped that San Bao was telling the truth, but he was afraid that he had misheard and rejoiced for nothing. Madame Li and Han Yushi also looked at San Bao with hopeful expressions. Yes, it's true. Old master. Young master has really been conferred the title of Marquis Yong, and personally conferred by His Majesty with 600 households. It's all over Chang, and now everyone is saying that young master is the youngest marquis since the establishment of the Tang Empire. San Bao wasn't nervous at all, as this was the first time he had become the center of attention. Or perhaps his excitement had diluted the nervousness in his heart, and he spoke loudly with excitement. It's true. It's actually true. Madam, Xianer has become a marquis. Xianer is promising. Li Jingma was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. He held his wife's hands and said excitedly, he used to be a businessman. Although he didn't lack in food and drink, the status of businessmen was low since ancient times. Even his descendants couldn't enter the imperial court as officials. He had only hoped that his son would be able to live a safe and healthy life. He had never thought that his son would one day become an official. However, Ever since Li Zishuan returned from Longhu Mountain, he had given him too many surprises. First, he was conferred the title of Marquis, then he was promoted to third-grade Crown Prince Zhan Shi, and now he had become a Marquis. All of this sounded like a dream, but reality told him that it was all real. How could Li Jingma not be excited? That's great. My Xian'er is promising. He has become a Marquis. The excitement in Madame Li's heart was no less than Li Jingma's. She was old and a little sentimental. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes. Han Yushi stood at the side and looked at her parents-in-law silently. Her eyes were filled with joy. She was happy for her husband and for the whole family. Sister Yushi, what is a Marquis? Is it delicious? Why are father and mother so happy? Lan the little cutie, came out of nowhere. She tugged at Han Yushi's sleeve, looked up, and blinked her bright eyes as she asked. Although Han Yushi had been married to Li Zishuan for a long time, Lan still called Han Yushi Sister Yushi and not sister-in-law. It wasn't that no one corrected her, but the little girl didn't listen to them. Ah? Lan don't talk nonsense. A Marquis isn't for eating, it's a very, very big official. In the future, Lan you will be the Marquis' younger sister. No one will dare to bully you. Hearing this little cutie's innocent words, Han Yushi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She saw Li Jingma glaring at her, as if he wanted to scold her. She quickly squatted down, stroked Lan little head, and explained gently. Oh, so it's brother who got promoted. When brother comes back, I'll ask him for the wedding money. Lan suddenly understood. She shook her little head and said excitedly, Oh, why is it so lively today? Father, mother, wife, why are all of you here? And little sister, who are you looking for to ask for the wedding money? At this moment, Li Zishuan had already stepped through the door. When he saw the whole family in the backyard, he said with a smile, Of course it's for you, brother. When Lan saw that Li Zishuan had returned, she quickly ran to his side and shook his arm. She said with a smile, Brother, you've been promoted. Hurry up and give me the wedding money. Li Zishuan lowered his head and looked at his little sister's bright, smiling face. He couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Why was this the same as the children in the modern world who shouted, Congratulations? Get rich? Give me the red packet. He didn't know where the little girl learned this from. Chapter 791. The whole family had a happy and harmonious lunch. Li Zishuan's laziness relapsed and he didn't even want to go to the academy. He just lay down at home and waited for the imperial edict to officially confer him the title of Marquis from the palace. Around 1 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan did not receive an imperial edict from the imperial palace, but a person did. Oh, your highness, you're here. That's right, the person who came was Li Shaogong, the commandery prince of Hejian. When Li Zishuan received the servant's report and went downstairs to the living room, Li Shaogong was already sitting on the tiger skin sofa and looking at the furnishings in the room curiously. Ha, little Xian, this courtyard of yours is rather interesting. Seeing Li Zishuan come, Li Shaogong nodded and said with a smile. Li Zishuan ordered the servant to serve tea and sat down next to him. He said casually, Your Highness, this is just my unintentional work. It's not presentable. Li Shaogong shook his head and didn't say anything. He looked at the other places in the room and said, Ha, you're being modest in front of me now? This is not like you. Although the style of this courtyard is novel, it has its own rules and regulations. It's not something that can be built casually. Obviously, you've spent a lot of effort on it, and the furniture in the room is unique and comfortable. You still know how to enjoy life. Li Zishuan wasn't angry at all after being criticized by Li Shaogong. Instead, he said with a smile, Ha, if your highness likes it, why don't I give you a courtyard like this? Li Shaogong was very tempted, but he still shook his head after thinking about it. He said, I won't accept a reward for nothing. I won't take your house for nothing. Speaking of this, he picked up the teacup brought by the servant girl and took 2 sips of tea. He continued, When I just came here, I passed by Yanhuang College and saw the buildings in the distance. The style is quite similar to your courtyard. This queen entered the academy and saw that the students were all wearing the same clothes and were training. Although he couldn't tell what these training items were, this group of weak scholars was actually able to do such neat movements. It was really beyond this king's expectations. Handing Huai-Run to you before I set out to sea was the right choice. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Although Li Shaogong usually yelled at Li Huairan, his concern for his son was not vague at all. He had just returned from the sea and couldn't wait to come to Yanhuang College to see Li Huairan's situation. Perhaps this was deep fatherly love. Your Highness is too kind, Li Zishuan said politely. Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, There's no need to say any more. This prince should indeed thank you for this matter. Compared to before, Huairan is much more sensible. In the future, he will continue to stay at Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to refuse. The two chatted for a while and the topic turned to the sneak attack at sea. Speaking of that sea battle, this prince is somewhat sorry. You entrusted Meng Yuliang to this prince, but who would have thought that he would almost die at sea that night? This prince was thoughtless. Li Shaogong said apologetically. Your Highness, what are you saying? The weather is unpredictable, and people are uncertain. Some things, no matter how prepared you are, will always be unexpected. Fortunately, Meng Yuliang is fine. This is the best outcome. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face that child Meng Wenhao. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. Oh right, dare I ask your Highness, just what was the identity of the mysterious expert who saved Meng Yuliang that night? According to previous intelligence, Li Zishuan only knew that Meng Yuliang had been saved by a mysterious expert at the critical moment, but he had no idea who that expert was, which was why he asked this question. Li Shaogong suddenly fell silent. After a long silence, he said, This prince cannot reveal that person's identity. If fate wills it, you should be able to meet him in a few days. What this prince can tell you is that this person is extremely skilled in martial arts and is one of the top experts in the world. When this prince entered Fainio capital alone, he was by my side. The identity of the dragon-bearded guest was hard to say. After all, he was the man who had fought for the world with Li Er. Although he had taken the initiative to withdraw in the end, he had still violated some taboos, which was why Li Shaogong was being so vague. Hearing him say this, Li Zishuan became even more curious. At the same time, he pondered in his heart. In the world today, how many people could be called top experts? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Since your Highness does not wish to reveal it, this child will quietly wait at home for that person to come as a guest. Li Shaogong chuckled. After chatting a little longer with Li Zishuan, he got up and bid farewell. But not long after he left, the villa welcomed another guest. It was Wang Renbiao. Hey! Today's guests really come in waves. Li Zishuan quietly said to himself. Little Xian, congratulations. Congratulations on being made a marquis. The moment Wang Renbiao entered the room, he cupped his hands in congratulations. To tell the truth, Li Zishuan's meteoric rise had surprised both him and his father. Half a year ago, this young man had just returned to Chang'an from the mountains, but half a year later, he had become the Marquis of the Great Tang. The fickleness of the world truly made one sigh with emotion. Haha, thank you very much. Renbiao, come in and have a seat. Seeing Wang Renbiao, Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that he was looking for him for something. It was about rubber, so he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Little Xian, I came to find you because you asked me to send someone to help you find rubber. Sure enough, Wang Renbiao sat down and went straight to the point. Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and asked excitedly, How is it? Did you find it? Wang Renbiao smiled and said, This thing is really difficult to find. The steward of the Wang family's fleet led people to search for at least a dozen island countries. Finally, on a long island in the South China Sea, they found a forest with tree trunks that could flow white sap. But the trees there were much thicker than what you described before. Basically, one person couldn't hold it. Later, the steward of the Wang family's fleet released all the sap from the trees in the forest and transported it back to the ship. Now it's all at the dock. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He realized that today was really his lucky day. Good things were happening one after another. That's great, that's great. I didn't expect you to really find rubber. Renbiao, you've helped me a lot this time. Let's go and have a look now. Li Zishuan stood up and said eagerly. Chapter 792. According to modern historians, rubber was originally produced in the Brazilian Amazon rainforest. Later, when Columbus returned from America, he brought rubber back to Europe. Later, with the beginning of the British colonial era, they introduced rubber trees to Southeast Asia and opened plantations there to produce rubber. Therefore, according to modern history books, it was impossible for rubber trees to appear in Southeast Asia during the Tang dynasty. However, the reason why Li Zishuan asked the Wang family's fleet to help him find rubber trees was because he was betting. He was betting that there were wild rubber trees in Southeast Asia a long time ago. Southeast Asia's unique climate conditions were too suitable for rubber trees to grow. This could be seen from a set of data. Although rubber trees originated from Brazil, in modern times, Southeast Asia accounted for more than 90% of the world's natural rubber production, while Brazil accounted for less than 1%. The reason for this pattern, in addition to specific historical conditions, was also inseparable from Southeast Asia's unique climate conditions. Therefore, Li Zishuan guessed that there were wild rubber trees in Southeast Asia before the Tang dynasty or even longer. Later, they went extinct for some reason. When the British colonists introduced rubber from Brazil to Southeast Asia, the world thought that rubber originated from Brazil. He had to admit that the reason why he had this kind of wishful thinking was because he was desperate. After all, the Tang dynasty did not have a fleet that could cross the Pacific Ocean and reach America. But fortunately, his wishful thinking turned out to be true. The Wang family's fleet really found wild rubber in Southeast Asia. How could this not make him ecstatic? At this time, he did not care about waiting at home for the imperial edict. He directly urged Wang Renbiao to follow him to the dock. Therefore, the tragic Wang Renbiao, who had just entered the house, did not even warm up on the stool. No, he did not even warm up on the sofa before he was called out again. Here, the rubber is still in the wooden bucket. It's still on the ship. Xiaoxian, wait a moment. I'll get someone to find a small boat and bring you to the big ship to take a look. When they arrived at the dock, Wang Renbiao pointed to a few large ships on the river with the Wang family's flag and said, Thank you for your trouble. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and thanked him. Wang Renbiao smiled and turned to leave. Li Zishuan observed the scene at the docks. Compared to the morning, there were a lot fewer people and ships. The 500 search ships of the imperial court were all gone. It seemed like Xiao Yu and Yen Lide had already made arrangements. Most of the official ships were probably already on their way to Luoyang. Although the official ships had been arranged, the task of the two big shots of the imperial court was not over yet. They still needed to arrange for officials on the spot to levy taxes on the merchant ships that had participated in the southern sea trade. This job was not easy. The two old fellows were setting up tables on the pier to serve as a temporary office. There wasn't even a canopy above their heads. Compared to some people in the future, these two old fellows' outfits were really shabby. However, they were the real public servants of the people and deserved everyone's respect. Uncle Yen, Elder Xiao, the two of you are still busy. Li Zishuan walked over and greeted the two out of respect for the revolutionaries of the older generation who were really doing practical things. Yo, little Xian, you're here? I heard that you were conferred the title of Marquis by His Majesty in the morning court. Congratulations. Hearing this, Yen Lide raised his head and said with a smile. He knew that his son, Yen Xiaoning, seemed to have a girlfriend in the academy. Although the other party wasn't a daughter of a prestigious family, she was the daughter of the current generation's Mo family. This identity was nothing to other families, but to the Yen family, which was a family of engineers, it was a big deal. In general, Yen Lide approved of this marriage. He knew that his son was obsessed with construction machinery all day long and was like a blockhead. He didn't expect that his son would actually find a partner now. This made Yen Lide happy and grateful to Li Zishuan. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled at Li Zishuan as a greeting. Thank you, Uncle Yen. The title of Marquis is just His Majesty's favor. Li Zishuan replied with a smile. Then, He used his hand to fan his face and said to Yen Lide and Xiao Yu, "It's such a hot day. Why don't the two of you get someone to set up a shed? If something bad happens to the sun, it will be a great loss to the Tang Empire." "Sai, we don't have the time," Yen Lide sighed. He pointed to the endless boats on the river and said, "That's not the case. The official boats of the imperial court are fine. Most of them have turned around and headed to Luoyang. However, there are more than 1,000 civilian boats. It's very troublesome to calculate the value of the goods on their boats. Almost all the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are here today. Even so, it's unlikely that all the boats will be able to unload before dark." When Li Zishuan heard this, he also felt that the amount of work Yen Lide and Xiao Yu were facing was too large. The old officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs were using more traditional calculation methods, and the speed of their calculations was simply too slow. Although Li Er had issued a decree a few months ago to promote the new type of mathematics throughout the country, in the face of a new knowledge, it would always take some time to accept and digest it. Some people were older, and their ability to accept new knowledge was worse, so the speed at which they absorbed it was slower. "We can't go on like this. Uncle Yen, Elder Xiao, I'll get someone to set up a few sheds for you. I'll also send some ice and cold water over. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you get a heat stroke," Li Zishuan said as he wiped his sweat. Yen Lide and Xiao Yu didn't have the time to do this. But he did. Seeing two old men over 50 silently contributing to the country under the scorching sun, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. But it was precisely because of people like them that the Great Tang would gradually grow stronger until it was invincible. The two old men smiled and didn't refuse Li Zishuan's good intentions. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were busy calculating the accounts seemed to have heard this conversation. At this moment, they couldn't help but write even more cheerfully. "Marquis Yong and this old man heard that you have a group of students who are rather proficient in calculation. Why don't you call them over to help you?" Xiao Yu raised his head and smiled at Li Zishuan. Ever since the imperial court had introduced the new type of mathematics, he had privately studied the mathematics textbook that Li Zishuan had compiled. Even someone as picky as him had to admit that the new type of mathematics had an incomparable advantage in calculating speed. That was why he had said this now. Li Zishuan froze for a moment, then bitterly smiled and said, "Elder Xiao, it's not that this little one isn't willing to cooperate, but that group of students of mine is still undergoing military training at the academy. They can't leave." Chapter 793. If it was in the past, Li Zishuan wouldn't have minded his students coming over to help Xiao Yu settle the score. On the contrary, he would have been more than happy to do so, because it could give his students some social experience. After all, Yanhuang Academy cultivated practical talents. But now, Chang Yaojin was probably brutally training the students, but he went to call the students away. How could this be? It's an emergency, so it won't take up too much of their time. Presumably, missing half a day of training won't have much of an impact on the students, right? Regarding the military training at Yanhuang College, the ministers in the imperial court more or less knew a little about it. Some of them even went to watch it live. Xiao Yu had also been there. It was undeniable that when they saw a group of weak scholars marching in an orderly formation on the field and shouting loud slogans, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Starting from the Western Zhou dynasty, the official courses were divided into national studies and local studies. There were also primary school and university levels. The university level used the 6 arts as the standard curriculum. Etiquette, music, archery, driving, calligraphy, and mathematics were the 6 basic skills that students needed to master. Archery and driving were the most primitive forms of military training in ancient times. The teachers were usually directly appointed by military officers. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the importance of military training for students gradually decreased, and the military training in schools began to decline. As Confucianism was regarded as orthodox, the 6 arts became the 6 classics of Confucianism. The content of military education disappeared, and the function of military training weakened into a ritual program. During the Sui dynasty, martial arts and literature began to greatly reduce military equipment. The focus of national education changed from martial arts to literature, and the imperial examination gradually began to become mainstream. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the national policy of emphasizing martial arts in wartime and literature in peacetime was established. At this time, the method of selecting scholars was still biased towards the imperial examination. The school became an accessory to the imperial examination, and military training was abolished. In addition, Confucianism began to germinate, and gradually the educational concept of emphasizing reading over practice and meditation over activities gradually formed. During the Empress Wu Zetian, the civil and military examinations were separated. The civil and military examinations were not tested on martial arts. In order to obtain fame, the students had no time to study military courses, and military training was gradually abandoned. Therefore, even though he was shocked, Xiao Yu still disapproved of Yanhuang College's military training. However, the college was run by Li Zishuan. As an outsider, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he didn't raise any objections from beginning to end. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Of course, missing half a day of military training wouldn't affect the students much. However, today's timing was a little special. Old Chang had just gone to the academy in the afternoon. He could imagine that the group of brats in class 1 of the academy were probably in so much pain under old Cheng's evil claws that they wished they were dead. If he went to pull the students over, old Chang would definitely go crazy. Elder Xiao, missing half a day of military training is of course not a big deal. However, today is a little special. Lu Guogong is conducting special training for the students. If I were to disturb them at this time, I'm afraid it would be very inconvenient. When Xiao Yu heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. Outrageous! Is Cheng Jijia's special training more important than collecting business taxes for the imperial court? Go and get the students to come over. If Cheng Jijia isn't convinced, he can come and reason with me. Li Zishuan suddenly felt helpless. Since he had already said this, he had to be a living bodhisattva today and rescue the students who were in deep trouble. Ahem, Elder Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to the courtyard to inform the students to come over. Yanhuang College. As Li Zishuan expected, ever since Cheng Yaojin, the big devil, came to the academy in the afternoon, the students' training suddenly increased by more than 50%. Today's weather was so hot, but the students of each class could still be seen running tirelessly on the field. Large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. The camouflage uniforms on their bodies looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. A gentle twist could probably wring out water. Cheng Yaojin held a bamboo stick and followed behind the students of Class 1, as if he was herding sheep. Huff, huff. I'm so tired. You say, Hi Duke Lu. Don't you know how to rest at home if you have nothing better to do? Why did you come to the academy to join in the fun? Sigh, if only father could cancel the rest period. Yes, just temporarily. Let us endure this period of military training first. The little fatty was sweating profusely on the field. As he ran, the fat on his body jiggled. Therefore, according to the theory of physics, if he ran the same distance, he would need to do more work and consume more energy. In addition, his foundation was weak to begin with. Naturally, he would be more tired than others. At this time, Li Tai wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered in his heart. Couldn't be helped. Old Devil Cheng was really too abnormal. When he came in the afternoon, he made them run as if their lives depended on it. Those who couldn't run were directly thrown into the small dark room to fend for themselves. He was simply too cruel. General Cheng, General Cheng. At this time, there was a shout from the back of the team. Turn right. Enter the field. Cheng Yaojin looked back and saw Mo Zhong running in his direction. He led the students from the track into the field and then shouted again, Stop! The students of Class 1 immediately stopped in their tracks. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm in the middle of military training? Cheng Yaojin turned around and glanced at Mo Zhong as he said with some dissatisfaction. General Cheng, Yamacho asked someone to send a message. He wants a class of students who are proficient in arithmetic to temporarily stop their military training and go to the pier outside Plum Village to wait for orders. Mo Zhong felt a little guilty when old Devil Cheng looked at him like this. However, he still relayed Li Zishuan's order. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he began to look at Mo Zhong strangely. If he didn't know him well, he would have suspected that Mo Zhong was a spy sent by a student to deliberately spread false information. Why does Xiao Xian want students who are proficient in arithmetic? Mo Zhong cupped his fists and said, I don't know. I only heard that it was the order of the Minister of Civil Affairs, Elder Xiao. That old fox Xiao Yu? Cheng Yaojin frowned and didn't say anything. The eyes of the students on the field suddenly lit up. Their chance had come. As long as it wasn't military training, they were willing to do anything. Moreover, they had to know arithmetic, and he was the Minister of Civil Affairs. This meant that this job must be related to accounting. In this case, they had to go. Quickly agree. Counting makes me happy. This king wants to go and settle accounts. Li Tai stood upright and looked at Cheng Yaojin's back from the corner of his eyes as he madly muttered in his heart. As if he had heard his thoughts, Cheng Yaojin paused for a moment and said, Then let them go first. I'll go and train the students of Class 2 in the afternoon. The students of Class 1 were ecstatic when they heard this. However, they were afraid that extreme joy would lead to sorrow, so they didn't shout out loud. At this moment, they were extremely grateful to Xiao Yu, the Minister of Civil Affairs. Chapter 794. On the pier, Li Zishuan was talking to Yen Lide and the others when Wang Renbiao came back. He first greeted the two leaders of the imperial court, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Little Xian, I've already prepared the small boat. I'll take you to the big ship to see the goods. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded and was about to leave with Wang Renbiao when Xiao Yu suddenly said, Marquis Yong'an, do you have goods on the Wang family's ship? Li Zishuan didn't know what Xiao Yu meant. He turned around and answered, Yes, before the imperial court's fleet went south. I asked Renbiao to help me bring back some specialties from Nanyang. Xiao Yu twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, that's great. You can ask your students to help you settle the accounts. I'll let your goods reach the shore earlier. Take it as repayment. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to open the back door for him. This was good too. He didn't have to wait for half a day at the pier. Haha. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Li Zishuan thanked Xiao Yu, then followed Wang Renbiao onto the boat and went to the Wang family's main fleet. Xiao Xian, come and take a look. Is this the rubber you need? The boat followed the Ba River and rowed for more than a mile before reaching the Wang family's fleet. From this, one could see how many ships were waiting to dock. If Xiao Yu didn't open the back door for Li Zishuan, they would have to wait for an entire afternoon. After boarding a large ship, Wang Renbiao said to Li Zishuan behind him. Li Zishuan responded, his heart full of anticipation. Many modern industrial products required rubber, and he really needed it. A person who seemed to be in charge of the ship led the two of them into the cabin. They saw that the huge cabin was filled with rows and rows of wooden barrels. Young Master Marquis, this is the rubber we brought back from Nanyang. Please take a look. The guide bowed and smiled at Wang Renbiao and Li Zishuan. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with others. He took a big stride and arrived in front of a wooden barrel. He deftly opened the lid and saw that it was filled with a white glue-like liquid. When he sniffed it carefully, he could smell a faint fragrance. What else could this be but natural rubber? Oh no, it should be called natural latex. In Li Zishuan's previous life, when he was in university, one of his university classmates opened a factory that produced latex pillows and mattresses. The rich second generation generally liked to show off. When he was in his second year of university, that guy invited everyone in his class to visit his factory. That was the first time Li Zishuan saw what natural latex looked like. It was also from that visit that Li Zishuan learned that natural latex didn't have a pungent smell. Instead, it had a faint fragrance. Some people bought natural latex pillows from the internet, but when they bought them, they would come back with a pungent smell. This meant that you bought a fake product. It was synthetic rubber, not natural. Little Xian, how is it? Is this the rubber you need? Wang Renbiao asked worriedly when he saw Li Zishuan staring at the wooden barrel for a long time without saying anything. Yes, this is rubber. This is the rubber I need. Li Zishuan recovered from his chaotic thoughts. His voice was unusually excited. Renbiao, it's all thanks to you this time. How much rubber did you bring back in total? From his voice, Wang Renbiao could hear a trace of expectation. This made Wang Renbiao a little surprised. One must know that this young man in front of him held a high position at such a young age. Moreover, he had a huge family fortune. It was really hard to understand that he had something to look forward to. Wang Renbiao looked at the manager beside him, indicating that he should answer this question. The middle-aged manager didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, replying to Marquis, we found the rubber on the island. The island was full of rubber trees. We filled 20 boats, but we didn't finish loading them. However, in order to not fall behind the team, we only brought back 20 boats of rubber. Each boat was loaded with about 50,000 pounds of rubber. If each boat was 50,000 pounds, 20 boats would be 1 million pounds. Li Zishuan's breathing suddenly became hurried. 1 million pounds, that was more than 500 tons. I'm rich. I'm rich. There were only 3 words in Li Zishuan's mind right now, and that was to strike it rich. Such a huge amount of rubber was enough for him to do a lot of things. That's great. Rinbiao, I won't beat around the bush, but I'll remember this kindness. I'll have someone send the money to your house now. Get someone to row these boats upstream for another 3 li. That's the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. Just move the rubber there. According to the original agreement, if the Wang family's fleet found rubber in Nanyang, Li Zishuan would have to pay 400 strings of cash for each boat of rubber. Of course, the 400 strings of cash was a price of friendship. Because a boat of spices from Nanyang would definitely cost more than 400 strings of cash. The main reason was that Wang Renbiao was looking for Li Zishuan to buy a large number of compasses to ensure the safety of the Wang family's fleet. Could also be said that it was an exchange of interests. Ha! Shaoxian, you're too kind. Wang Renbiao replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After this incident, the relationship between the Wang family and Li Zishuan was even stronger. This was more valuable than anything else. After all, this young man in front of him had become a founding marquis before the age of 15. His future achievements were simply immeasurable. After exiting the cabin, Wang Renbiao ordered the steward on the boat to start sailing. They bypassed the boats in front of them and headed straight for the dock. Such a blatant act of cutting in line would, of course, anger some people. However, after seeing that it was the merchant ship of the Wang family of Taiyuan, most people shut their mouths. The reputation of the Wang family of Taiyuan was not just for show. There were also people who weren't afraid of the Wang family of Taiyuan. However, after seeing Li Zishuan at the bow of the boat, they all hesitated. After a while, 20 fleets full of rubber arrived at the front and began to dock. Xiao Yu was a man of his word. He had already sent officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to wait at the dock to calculate the total value of the goods on board. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan had now been promoted to a marquis, or perhaps it was because Li Zishuan had sent people to set up sheds for the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs at the dock and even sent ice cubes and iced water. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods were so enthusiastic that Li Zishuan was a little uncomfortable. However, facing the buckets of white gelatinous liquid on board, the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods couldn't help but feel troubled. How should they value this stuff? How much should they charge? Chapter 795. Marquis, what is this thing? How much should we tax it according to the market price? The middle-aged official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs looked at the white latex in the wooden bucket in the cabin. He reached in and touched it, then put his hand next to his nose and sniffed it. In the end, he still couldn't recognize what it was. So he walked behind Li Zishuan and asked with an awkward expression, "Oh, I call this thing rubber. As for the market price, I really don't know. After all, this thing has never appeared in Chang'an City." Li Zishuan didn't make things difficult for the official and answered truthfully. "This, according to the rules, we have to collect tax based on 10% of the total value of the goods. What should we do now?" The middle-aged official suddenly frowned and said, Li Zishuan glanced in the direction of Yen Lide and Xiao Yu, then smiled and said, "If you can't make up your mind, go and ask Elder Xiao. However, I can give you a reference price. I bought this rubber from the Wang family's fleet. It's 400 strings of coins per ship. All right, you can go and ask." He didn't mind paying more or less tax, but it was obvious that he was following the rules. If he paid more or less, what would the people behind him do? Yes, this official understands. Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. The middle-aged official cupped his hands to Li Zishuan, then turned and left. Not long after, he turned back. Marquis, Elder Xiao said that the tax will be based on the price you bought the rubber from the Wang family. In fact, Xiao Yu knew very well that since Li Zishuan valued rubber so much, it meant that its value was definitely extraordinary. At least, it was definitely worth more than 400 strings of coins per ship. But so what if he understood? Only Li Zishuan could make use of this thing's value. The others didn't even know how to use it, so it was difficult to appraise its actual value. It was better to be straightforward and do Li Zishuan a favor at the same time. All right, send someone up to take a look. There are a total of 20 ships worth 8,000 strings of coins, which is the tax of 800 strings of coins. If there's no problem, I'll write you a note later. You can take this note directly to Yunshan to get the money. Li Zishuan smiled without batting an eyelid, then said to the middle-aged official. In his heart, he was thinking that Elder Xiao was quite considerate. At least he didn't help just now. Yes, Marquis. Please wait here for a moment. This official sends someone to check the ships. The middle-aged official responded and went to arrange it. It didn't take long for the inspection to be completed. Li Zishuan wrote him a note for 800 strings of coins and asked him to go to Yunshan Villa to get the money. He wouldn't carry so much money with him. He wasn't crazy. The fleet full of rubber left the dock and sailed upstream along the Ba River. As soon as Li Zishuan got off the ship, he saw a group of students in camouflage uniforms coming from the north. Who else could it be other than Li Tai and Cheng Chumo? Yamacho! Yamacho! What orders do you have for us to come here? The group of students also saw Li Zishuan. They immediately rushed over and asked. Li Tai didn't say anything. The little fatty was so hot that he was panting. Besides, he also knew why Li Zishuan called them over. Didn't they see so many officials at the dock burying their heads in writing? Anyway, for him, escaping from Cheng Yaojin's evil clutches was the best thing to do. Meng Wenhao looked at the densely packed ships on the river. His face was full of excitement, but there was also a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. At this time, Li Zishuan looked at the students and smiled. The fleet that was previously organized by the imperial court to go south has returned today. His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Civil Affairs to collect tax from all the ships. Because the amount of money involved is huge, it's more troublesome to calculate. Elder Xiao wants you to come over and help collect the tax as soon as possible so that these ships can dock and unload as soon as possible. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, the students suddenly became excited. Many of them were familiar with accounting because a few months ago, when Yanhuang Academy was being built, they also went to help for a while. Most of them were at the construction site to help Yan Xiaoning calculate the materials, consumption, and so on. When Meng Wenhao heard Li Zishuan say that these ships were the fleet that went south, his body finally couldn't help but tremble. This was because he knew that his father was in one of the ships on the river. After so long, it was the first time that he and his father were so close to each other. He really wanted to find his father right now, but where could he find him with so many ships? Moreover, he still hadn't completed the task that Li Zishuan gave them. Mother, quick, look, isn't that my brother? Not far away, among the group of people who were welcoming their relatives and friends, a little girl suddenly accused the group of students in camouflage clothing behind them and said to the middle-aged woman beside her, "Yaya, don't talk nonsense. Your brother is still studying at the academy." The middle-aged woman didn't believe her. She patted her daughter's little head and said, "This pair of mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's mother and Yaya. Mother, that's really my brother. Yaya didn't lie to you." Unexpectedly, after being reprimanded, Yaya still pulled Meng Wenhao's mother and said. Meng Wenhao's mother turned around suspiciously. When she looked in the direction of her daughter's finger, she was suddenly stunned. On the other side, Li Zixuan brought more than 40 students from Class 1 to Xiao Yu's place. Xiao Yu personally assigned them tasks. Li Zixuan seemed to have noticed Meng Wenhao's abnormal mood. He walked over and patted the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Your father has profited from this disaster. Your family's good days are coming soon. After the Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark." Meng Wenhao obviously didn't know that his father had been promoted to an official, but this didn't stop him from being grateful to Li Zixuan. "Thank you, Yamacho." He clasped his fists at Li Zixuan excitedly. The waiting time was always long. At around 5 in the afternoon, it was the Feng Jihua's fleet's turn to dock. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp. He took the initiative to follow the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to welcome them. After a while, he saw the man on the ship whose blood was thicker than water. "Father." Because the weather was too hot, Meng Yuliang was shirtless at the moment. In this way, the dozens of scars on his body were exposed. When Meng Wenhao saw them, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but sour. Why are you here? And Yaya, Yulan, why are you all here?" It was Meng Wenhao's mother and daughter. At this moment, when they saw the Feng Jihua's fleet docking, they also followed. The family that had been separated for nearly 5 months was now reunited at the murky harbor. Chapter 796. Not far from the dock of the Ba River, there was a tea shed. It was specially designed for merchants to rest and quench their thirst. A few hundred steps to the east, one could see some restaurants, shops, grocery stores, and so on. It was like a small market dedicated to the dock of the Ba River. "Husband, the injuries on your body?" In the shabby tea shed, Meng Wenhao's family of 4 was sitting around a tea table. When Meng Wenhao's mother saw her husband gulping down 2 bowls of herbal tea, a trace of heartache flashed through her eyes. She paused for a moment before asking. In fact, according to Feng Jihua's original intention, Meng Yuliang could take his wife and children directly home for a reunion, but Meng Yuliang refused because the goods on Feng Jihua's ship had not been unloaded. He felt that he could not leave yet. However, he did not want his family to suffer with him, so he led his wife and children to the tea shed next to him to rest for a while. After that, he planned to go back alone and continue to work. At this time, hearing his wife's words of deep concern, Meng Yuliang hurriedly interrupted. "Those are just some minor injuries. It doesn't get in the way. When going out, how could there not be any bumps and bruises? Don't make a fuss and scare the children." He did not intend to tell his family about the encounter with the pirates at sea. Even if it was dangerous at the time, now that he had returned safely, what was the point of mentioning it? Mentioning it would only make his family worry. There was no benefit at all. But he did not know that Meng Wenhao, who was sitting quietly on the side, already knew the complete story. "Father, after you come back this time, don't go out to sea again. Okay? The sea is stormy and there are many bad people. It is easy to encounter danger. Although it is said that wealth comes from danger, your son can now support himself and the family. Don't take the risk of going out to sea again. Okay?" When Meng Wenhao saw that his father was deliberately covering up the scars on his body, he instantly understood what his father was planning. Considering his mother and sister's tolerance, he didn't expose his father's lie on the spot. However, what he said hinted at something. Meng Yuliang heard this and looked at his son with some uncertainty. What did he mean by "the sea is stormy and there are many bad people"? Did his son know about the pirate attack that night? That was impossible. Logically speaking, his son was just a commoner. How could he receive news from the sea? "All right, I promise you." Looking deeply at Meng Wenhao, Meng Yuliang replied with a firm expression. He had just escaped death not long ago, so he knew better than anyone else the dangers of the sea. To be honest, after experiencing this life and death crisis, he didn't want to go out to sea again. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but he was afraid that no one would take care of his wife and children after he died. "Oh, great. That's great. Daddy finally doesn't have to be away from home for so long in the future. Otherwise, Yaya will think badly of you." Of course, Yaya couldn't understand the code between her brother and her father, but she could understand that her father would never go out to sea again. Just this point alone was enough to make the little girl happy for a long time. Haha, is that so? Yaya misses Daddy that much? Hearing his daughter's innocent words, Meng Yuliang laughed in a carefree mood. Yes, yes, Yaya missed Daddy a lot when Daddy wasn't around. Yaya nodded and said crisply, Haha, Daddy also misses Yaya. Yaya, wait for me. Daddy will bring you delicious food this time. I'll give it to you when we get home tonight. It was said that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life. This point was really not wrong. Meng Yuliang wanted his son to succeed, but he doted on his daughter endlessly. He stroked Yaya's little head and laughed heartily. After all, the little girl was still young. Hearing that her father brought her delicious food, her two little eyes suddenly curved into a small crescent moon. She sweetly said, Thank you, Daddy. Meng Yuliang smiled, then stood up and prepared to go back to the dock to work. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the docks. The few of them followed the sound and saw 4 people dressed in green, round-necked, narrow-sleeved robes. They seemed to be the eunuchs of the palace. Where is Meng Yuliang? Where is Meng Yuliang? Come quickly to receive the decree. Faintly, Meng Yuliang seemed to hear the leader of the eunuchs calling out his name. He wondered if he had misheard, or if there just happened to be someone with the same name and surname as him on the docks. Otherwise, how could a nobody like him enter the eyes of the nobles in the palace? Father, they seem to be calling you. Obviously, Meng Wenhao also noticed the situation there. He pulled Meng Yuliang's sleeve and said, At this moment, the words that Li Zixuan had said to him half an hour ago suddenly echoed in his mind. Your father has profited from a disaster this time. Your family's good days are about to come. After a while, when Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark. Profited from this disaster? Good days? Eunuchs in the palace? Connecting all the signs together, Meng Wenhao's heart suddenly had a bold idea. Oh no, it should be a bold guess. How is this possible? I guess they are not calling me father. Meng Yuliang heard his son say so. He was shocked and doubtful and stuttered. Father, it's you. Look, that's the Yamacho's people coming here. I think they are calling you over. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp and saw Mo Zhong rushing over. He could not help but confirm the guess in his heart. Master Meng, the angels are coming. Quickly go and receive the edict. Just as they were talking, Mo Zhong had already run over and said in a hurried tone. Meng Yuliang trembled and quickly waved his hand. I am not a master. You can just call me Yuliang. But when he heard the second half of Mo Zhong's sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Those eunuchs were really here to find him? And they were going to give him an imperial edict? A peasant like him was going to receive an imperial edict one day? Why did it feel like a dream? Father, don't worry, it must be a good thing. Go quickly. Don't be late and let the angels wait impatiently. Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly went forward to push him and urged him. Oh, good. Father will go right away. Meng Yuliang returned to his senses and hurriedly followed Mo Zhong towards the docks to receive the imperial edict that had descended from the heavens. Chapter 797. Oh, Marquis, why are you still here? Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao had just walked to the dock when they heard the eunuch shouting at Li Zixuan. Marquis? When Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao heard how the eunuch addressed Li Zixuan, they couldn't help but be surprised. They secretly wondered when Li Zixuan became Marquis. One of them had just returned after drifting on the sea for several months, while the other had received closed military training in the academy. They had no way to know about the news from the outside world, so they didn't know that Li Zixuan had been conferred the title of Marquis today. His Majesty conferred Yamacho the title of Marquis of Yong, and in the morning court. This news had already spread by noon. Although the father and son of the Meng family spoke softly, Mo Zhong was a martial arts expert in the Qi transformation realm, so he naturally heard it clearly. Therefore, he explained to the two in a low voice. Yamacho has been conferred the title of Marquis? That's really great. Meng Wenhao was sincerely happy. Although Li Zixuan was strict with his students, he was always full of kindness behind his sternness. The other students of Yanhuang College might not know this, but the group of students who used to study in the mathematics school all wanted Li Zixuan to be well. At this time, Li Zixuan asked, "What does this little eunuch mean? If I'm not here, where should I go?" The little eunuch hurriedly trotted to Li Zixuan's side with a flattering face and said, "Marquis, Steward Zhao left the palace with us to deliver the decree. He's probably looking for you all over the Yunshan mountain right now. Quickly go back and receive the decree." Li Zixuan suddenly realized that the official decree to confer him the title of Marquis of Yong and hadn't been issued yet. Therefore, he bid farewell to Yen Lide and Xiao Yu, and told Li Tai and the rest to work hard and not be lazy. Only then did he get on his horse and gallop towards the Yunshan mountain. The crowd at the dock all knew that Li Zixuan had been conferred the title of Marquis after hearing the explanations of some insiders. Heartfelt congratulations immediately filled the air. Li Xianan has been conferred the title of Marquis. This is really great. Yes, Li Xianan. Oh no, it should be Marquis. Marquis of Yong. And so kind and considerate of the common people should be conferred the title of Marquis and have a long life. Yes. With Marquis Yong the Marquis? Who knows? Maybe it will be our family's turn. Look, compared to our village's Marquis are compared to heaven and earth. Yes. It's just that I don't know how big Marquis Yong and's fief is. It would be great if my family could become one of his farmers. What this person said was exactly what the others were hoping for. Li Zixuan was already famous for treating the people of his fief well. The Marquis of the Han village and Marquis of Plum village were now rich and had become the model villages of the villages near Chong and city. They were often talked about with great interest and of course were also the targets of envy. Hey, I know this. Marquis Yong and's fief is in Lantian County, and there are 600 households living there. Our Lu village is definitely in there. Haha. In the future, the farmers of the Lu village will also be able to live good lives. 600 households? His Majesty is truly generous to Marquis Yong, and one must know that Duke of Lu Changyaojin only had 700 households living in his fief. Duke of Yiqinqiong also had 700 households living in his fief. Duke of Wei Lijing only had 400 households living in his fief, and Li Zixuan, as a marquis, actually had 600 households living in his fief. Among the marquises of the Great Tang Empire, Li Zixuan's fief was definitely at the forefront. One must know that it was 600 households living there. What did 600 households mean? It meant that, in the future, Li Zixuan would truly be sitting on thousands of acres of fertile land and become a super landlord. In the future, even if he didn't do anything, he would still be able to live a life of extravagance. Ah? Why is it in Lantian County and not in Xinfeng County? There is no hope for our stone village now. Instantly, there were sounds of regret from the surroundings. Meng Yuliang listened to the imperial edict. After seeing Li Zixuan leave, the little eunuch looked at the father and son of the Meng family standing at the side and then shouted with a sharp voice. Meng Yuliang's father was so excited that he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao knew the rules and knew that he didn't need to kneel down to receive the imperial edict. He quickly pulled his father and the two of them faced the direction of the imperial palace and bowed. Meng Yuliang said in a trembling voice, "Meng Yuliang respectfully listens to the imperial edict." The surrounding people turned their attention back to the two of them. They looked at Meng Yuliang and his father with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't understand why Li Er would give an imperial edict to a commoner. The emperor of the Great Tang Empire decrees. Meng Yuliang, the crew member of the southbound fleet, loudly warned at the critical moment when the fleet was attacked and prevented the merchant ship from falling into the hands of the bandits. Moreover, your loyalty and bravery are unparalleled. At the moment of life and death, you forcefully changed the direction of the burning ship and saved the main fleet. I have decided to confer you the title of Xuanjie Commandant of the 8th rank and reward you with 100,000 yuan and 100 bolts of silk and satin. Imperial edict. As the little eunuch's voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar. The man in front of them, who looked incomparably humble, was actually conferred the title of Xuanjie Commandant of the 8th rank by the emperor. This made countless people envious and jealous. The person involved, Meng Yuliang, was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be conferred the title of an official. Official for the previous Meng Yuliang was so far away. He only hoped that his son would study hard and in the future, he would be able to enter the imperial court as an official. He never thought that he would be one step ahead of his son to become an official. How is this possible? He is just a peasant who doesn't know how to read and write. Meng Yuliang's mother, who was worried about her husband, came to observe. At this moment, after hearing the imperial edict, on one hand, she was shocked that her husband was conferred the title of an official. On the other hand, she was frightened and sad because the imperial edict mentioned the bandits and the words of life and death. Meng Yuliang's mother instantly understood how those scars on Meng Yuliang's body came about. Almost subconsciously, the image of a fierce battle in the sea appeared in her mind. Her husband was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The tears in her eyes suddenly burst out. "Mother, why are you crying?" Yaya felt a chill on her arm. She raised her head and saw that her mother was actually crying silently. The little girl immediately felt grief from the bottom of her heart and asked in a hoarse voice, "Mother is fine, mother is fine?" On the other side, Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly shouted, "Father, father, quickly go and receive the imperial edict." Oh. Meng Yuliang suddenly came back to his senses. He put his hand on his body and rubbed it hard as if he wanted to shed a layer of skin. Then he went to the side of the little eunuch and respectfully clasped his fist and said, "Meng Yuliang receives the imperial edict. Thank you." The little eunuch squinted his eyes and handed the imperial edict to Meng Yuliang. According to reason, at this time, he should offer the wedding money, but Meng Yuliang's mind was full of confusion at this moment. How could he think of this? Fortunately, Feng Zhihua heard the news and rushed over. "Happy event. Very happy event. This little eunuch has worked hard all the way. Just take it as the tea money. I hope little eunuch will accept it." Chapter 798. Seeing the Meng family at a loss, Feng Zhihua could only take out a small pouch with a few golden beans and hand it to the little eunuch. The little eunuch squinted his eyes and looked at Feng Zhihua. Then he quietly stuffed the pouch into his sleeve and said with a fake smile, "It is indeed worthy of celebration. Lieutenant Meng, don't forget to report to the Ministry of Personnel later." Only then did Meng Yuliang come back to his senses. He wanted to personally present the wedding money, but this time he only brought a total of 12 copper coins. Moreover, the little eunuch had already received the wedding money from Feng Zhihua. If he were to present the wedding money again, it would be very inappropriate. Therefore, he put on a smiling face and stepped forward. "Thank you for your reminder. I will go to the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow to report." The little eunuch faintly said, "N." Then, he took out an imperial edict and shouted with a sharp voice, "Where's Feng Zhihua?" Feng Zhihua, who was standing next to Meng Yuliang, suddenly opened his eyes wide and murmured in disbelief, "This eunuch? This one is Feng Zhihua. Are you calling me?" The little eunuch looked at Feng Zhihua in surprise. He didn't expect that the person who just gave him a red packet was the main character of the Second Imperial Edict. However, he still had a good impression of Feng Zhihua, who was very discerning. "And that's right. It's you. Come forward and listen to the edict," the little eunuch said in a feminine voice. "Ah? Listen to the edict? Listen to the edict? Oh, okay. Feng Zhihua, listen to the imperial edict. Some people can maintain a very clear mind when they are bystanders. However, once something happens to them, their mind will immediately become chaotic. Feng Zhihua belongs to this kind of people. Now, his heart is still in a mess. He even stuttered when he spoke. The Tang Emperor decrees, southbound merchant Feng Zhihua, who values friendship and righteousness. When the pirates attacked the fleet, he didn't panic in the face of danger. He joined hands with the crew to turn the tide and prevent the main fleet from suffering a huge loss. He is awarded the title of Righteous Merchant. He will live with the country for generations to show his appreciation. Wow! As soon as the little eunuch's voice fell, the surrounding people suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Feng Zhihua was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Feng Zhihua accepts the decree. Thank your majesty for your kindness. Since ancient times, the status of merchants had always been low, and they were often exploited by local officials. Moreover, after being exploited, they had to swallow their anger, and no one would seek justice for them. This was because the hierarchy of agriculture, industry, and commerce firmly nailed the merchants to the ground, and they would never be able to move. But now that he had the title of righteous merchant, at the very least, when he walked around the local government, he would encounter fewer difficulties. To Feng Zhihua, this title was as valuable as gold. More importantly, the imperial edict had stated that this title of righteous merchant would last for as long as the Great Tang existed. This meant that as long as the Great Tang existed, Feng Zhihua would always enjoy the treatment of a righteous merchant. Even if he died, this title would be passed on to his descendants. This benefit was simply too good. It could be said that Feng Zhihua had now become the object of envy of all merchants in the world. At this moment, Feng Zhihua trembled as he stepped forward to receive the imperial edict. Of course, it was inevitable that he stuffed a gold bean into the little eunuch's hands. But to Feng Zhihua, money was a small matter. This imperial edict was priceless. All right, the edict has been passed. We should return to the palace. The little eunuch brushed his sleeves, turned around with a smile, and left with his entourage. He was rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he was not going to pass on the imperial edict to Li Zishuan. Otherwise, how could he get so much money? It was not that Li Zishuan was stingy, but he did not dare to accept the money given by Li Zishuan. Take care, eunuch. Meng Yuliang and the others hurriedly bowed to the back of the little eunuch. After the little eunuch left, this place suddenly became a sea of joy. Boss Feng, thank you for just now. I will return the money to you later, Meng Yuliang said. Feng Zhihua was obviously very happy. His old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He waved his hands and said, "Ha ha! You don't need to return it? How much money can it be? It's not a problem. Yuliang, now that you have an official position, this is the most joyous thing. I didn't expect that you would be an official one step ahead of your family's Wenhao. This is really beyond my expectations." In the end, without waiting for Meng Yuliang to object, he continued with a smile and said, "Oh, let's quickly finish unloading the goods. After unloading, this old man will treat all of you to wine to celebrate for you, Yuliang, and of course, for me. How can this be? How can I let Boss Feng spend money?" Feng Zhihua pretended to be angry and said, "Hey, why can't this be? Yuliang, now that you have an official position, you don't want to have any dealings with this old man?" Meng Yuliang hurriedly shook his head and said, No. Boss Feng, what are you talking about? How can I, Meng Yuliang, be a villain who only cares about profits and forgets righteousness? I definitely don't mean that. You misunderstood. Feng Zhihua laughed and said, "Since you don't mean that, then you, sister-in-law, your son, and your daughter can go together later. You are not allowed to refuse." "Butler Zhao, how have you been recently? The previous incident was my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone berserk during cultivation and caused your realm to drop." At the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan had already received the imperial edict and was chatting with Zhao Song, whom he hadn't seen for a few months. "Sai Marquis Yong, and please don't say that. The matter of compressing my qi for cultivation was purely voluntary. You have already explained the risks involved. If something happened in the end, it can't be blamed on you. A while ago, I heard that His Majesty blamed you because of this. I felt very apologetic in my heart and have been wanting to visit you to apologize. As for the drop in realm, so be it. We can just cultivate again." Zhao Song was drinking tea. When he heard Li Zishuan say this, he hurriedly put down his teacup and said. Li Zishuan smiled knowingly. He thought to himself that Zhao Song was an open-minded and straightforward person. One had to know that the realm of martial arts was the lifeblood of many martial artists. A drop in realm was equivalent to taking away one's life. If this happened to others, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't resent it. With Butler Zhao's state of mind, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the great Grandmaster realm. Let's not blame this and that. If Butler Zhao is free in the future, I will treat you to wine. More haste, less speed. In order to break through to the great Grandmaster realm, not only did one need to make a breakthrough in strength, one also needed to make a breakthrough in one's state of mind. Li Zishuan felt that the current Zhao Song looked more mature and reserved than before. In such a state, the chances of him breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm were undoubtedly higher. Thank you for your auspicious words. Zhao Song pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Chapter 799. We haven't seen each other for a few months, but I feel that Duke Yong's martial arts have improved again. In the Yunshan residence, Zhao Song could not help but squint his eyes at the mention of the realm of martial arts. He took a good look at Li Zishuan and was immediately surprised. He could vaguely feel that the sword will on Li Zishuan's body was sharper than before. This was hard for him to accept. The young man in front of him had just broken through to the guru realm. Oh, really? I've been thinking about a new sword technique recently, and I haven't been practicing it deliberately. Li Zishuan hadn't paid much attention to his own realm. He just combined it with the Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship to improve the 9 strategies beyond the swords in his free time. To him, improving his martial arts realm wasn't the most important thing. He didn't want to improve his realm too quickly and cause his foundation to be unstable. Zhao Song was speechless. He hadn't practiced much, but his martial arts had improved so quickly. How could he, who had been practicing hard every day, endure this? He wanted to ask what kind of sword technique it was that it had such magical power, but he thought that it was taboo to inquire about other people's martial arts, so he didn't say anything. Duke Yong'en is really talented. No wonder he was valued by spiritual master Lingshu and accepted into the sect. Zhao Song sighed and then got up to leave. It's getting late. We have to go back to the palace. If we have time in the future, we'll talk about old times with Duke Yong'en. Li Zishuan got up and said, Take care, Butler Zhao. Hey Wenhao, I heard that your father was promoted to an official. Congratulations. With the help of class one of Yanhuang College's students, the ships at the dock were finally unloaded before dark. Meng Wenhao didn't go to the banquet with his family because he had to rush back to the academy before dark. In the Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, and the others all congratulated Meng Wenhao. Although they were busy with the accounts in the afternoon, they had also noticed the movement over there. It was just that they didn't have time to care about it at that time. Thank you. In the face of these congratulatory words from his classmates, Meng Wenhao politely responded with a forced smile. However, in his heart he was bitterly laughing. Was this really worth congratulating? Meng Wenhao felt that this was not worth congratulating. He even felt that, if he could, he would rather not have this Shenjie chaplain as long as his father was safe and sound. Haha, tomorrow is Friday, it's finally the holidays again. Wenhao, you've become a rich man now. You have to treat us to a meal when the time comes. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily. This time, Li Er not only rewarded the Meng family with a Shenjie commandant, but also a lot of money. That was why he said that Meng Wenhao was now a rich man. That's how it should be. In the past, Wenhao has received a lot of care from all of you. It's time to treat all of you to a drink. Although Meng Wenhao's mind wasn't here, he still replied. The sharp-eyed Li Tai noticed the change in Meng Wenhao's emotions, but he didn't say anything. Hey, speaking of which, this is the 3rd week, right? The 1-month military training period is about to end. We can finally relax. Now, I finally understand how blissful it is to sit in the classroom and listen to lectures. Sun Zifan, the little fatty, said with a face full of emotion. Calling him a little fatty now wasn't very appropriate. After such a long period of military training, his physique was now at an average level. He couldn't be considered fat at all. At most, he was a little sturdy. As for Li Tai, he had also lost a lot of fat. However, Li Tai was much fatter than Sun Zifen before, so he still looked a little fat now. However, it was much better than his previous round appearance. Sigh, Sun Zifen. I say, let's think about how we're going to spend tomorrow. This afternoon, because we helped the Ministry of Civil Affairs settle the score, we escaped a calamity. However, we can't escape the calamity forever. I heard that this afternoon, the people of Class 2 were badly scolded by Lu Guogong. Now, they're all lying on the sports field. Wang Meng, who was sitting at the next table, glanced at Sun Zifen, who was in a happy mood, and said mercilessly, that's true. When Sun Zifen heard this, he immediately lost his spirit like a frosted eggplant. He muttered in a melancholy mood, when we left in the afternoon, I felt that Lu Guogong was not in a good mood. We are bound to be unlucky tomorrow. I say, Cho Nyo, can you ask your father not to come tomorrow? It's not so bad for the academy. We can have a break every 5 days, but the ministers only have one break every 10 days. It's not easy. Your father should be resting at home while the imperial court is on holiday. Yes, Zifen is right. Cho Nyo, you have to persuade Lu Guogong. Li Tai also voiced his agreement. Chung Chumo said with a bitter face, do you think I don't want to persuade him? But my father is so stubborn. How can I persuade him? In fact, Chung Chumo knew that the reason why his father came to the academy as a military training instructor, other than helping Li Zishuan train the students, was to help him improve his state through military training. But now that more than half of the military training was over, his martial arts state was like Mount Tai, not moving at all. So compared to Li Tai and the rest, he was the one who was under a lot of pressure. That's right. This prince can still take leave. Today, Lu Guogong wanted to scold us, but because of the fleet from the imperial court, it was all for naught. Tomorrow, he will definitely reprimand us even harder. So tomorrow won't be easy. This prince must take leave tomorrow. Li Tai's mind suddenly flashed. He remembered that before school started, Li Zishuan had asked him for help twice. In return, he had given him 3 days of leave. But it had been so long that he had forgotten. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled proudly. Tomorrow you guys go and accept the training. I'm not feeling well, so I'll ask for a few days of leave from the Yamacho. Sun Zifen stared and carefully looked at Li Tai, then said in disbelief, I say, Qingke, aren't you overthinking it? Looking at you now, who would believe that you're sick? Even if you're pretending to be sick, you should at least pretend. If you go to the Yamacho, you'll definitely be seen through by the Yamacho. It'll be a miracle if you can take leave. Chang Chumo echoed. Zifen is right. Qingke, you should save it. Xiaoxian will definitely not allow you to take leave. He might even punish you for lying. Li Tai smiled mysteriously and said, Zifen, do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on whether the Yamacho will agree to my request for leave. Sun Zifen said without thinking, Okay, let's bet. Qingke, just tell me how you want to bet and what you want to bet on. The world was ignorant. They always thought that they were the smartest, so there was gambling in the world. Chapter 800. Neither of us is short of money, so gambling is boring. How about this, if I can really apply for leave from Yamacho tomorrow, you help me wash footwear for a month. If I can't apply for leave, then I'll help you wash footwear for a month. How about that? In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Li Tai's eyes rolled twice, and then he looked at Sun Zifen and said, the so-called footwear was the socks worn by ancient people, also known as footbags. It first appeared in the form of lace socks during the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. During the Qin, Han, Three Kingdoms, and Wei and Jin dynasties, the form of socks also changed a lot. The form was more and more similar to modern socks. Of course, until the Tang dynasty, the word socks had not officially appeared. According to reliable records, the word socks first appeared in the ancient and modern Chinese annotations, written by Ma Huan of the Liang dynasty. F***CK. Qingke, you win. But who's afraid of who? I'll take this bet. Sun Zifen's appetite suddenly became bad when he thought about washing someone's smelly socks on a hot day. But how could he be afraid at such a critical time? Moreover, in his opinion, Li Zishuan would never agree to Li Tai's request for leave. So he looked at Li Tai and agreed decisively. Okay, then it's a deal. The little fatty was suddenly happy. He thought to himself, there's really someone who isn't afraid of death. For the next month, I won't have to wash footwear at all. It's a deal. Sun Zifen also said loudly. He didn't think he would lose. Husband, what are you busy with? After receiving the imperial edict in the afternoon, you've been hiding in the house and didn't come out for dinner. Mother even asked about you. At night, Yunshan Villa. Han Yushi walked into the bedroom on the 3rd floor with a wooden food box in her left hand and a candle in her right hand. She put the food box next to Li Zishuan, who was hunched over the desk, and then turned to change the candle on the candlestick that was about to burn out. She asked Li Zishuan softly while changing the candle. Oh, nothing. Your husband is still pondering over some things. If it were someone else who asked this question at this time, Li Zishuan, who was in deep thought, might not pay attention to them at all. However, Han Yushi was different. He had always doted on his wife very much. It was not an exaggeration to call him a wife-doting maniac. He lowered his head and drew something while answering Yushi's question. What are you thinking about? After changing the candles, Han Yushi curiously walked behind Li Zishuan. She glanced at the white paper in front of him that was filled with various symbols and asked, Hey, wife, come and sit. Li Zishuan stopped writing when he heard this. He laughed and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. Then he explained, I'm not sure. Wife, you also know that we bought over 1 million caddies of rubber latex from the Wang family this time. Your husband is thinking of a way to refine the latex. Otherwise, wouldn't the nearly 10,000 strings of coins be wasted? Han Yushi glanced at Li Zishuan. She did not believe that her husband worked so hard just to not spend a few thousand strings of coins in vain. By the way, husband, I still don't know the use of this rubber that looks like soy milk. The ancients also drank soy milk. The inventor of soy milk was Lu En, the king of Huainan in the Western Han dynasty. It was said that Lu En was a filial son. When his mother was ill, Lu En would make soy milk with soaked soybeans every day for his mother to drink. Mother Lu's illness quickly recovered. Since then, soy milk gradually became popular among the people. Hey, this rubber has too many uses. Let me tell you, although this rubber latex looks like soy milk, once it is refined, it will become something soft and elastic. The simplest use is to use it on wheels. The outer wheels made of rubber are much faster than wooden ones. Of course, this is only the simplest use. Your husband still has some complicated tools that must use rubber. Oh, by the way, rubber can also be used to make a very interesting thing. In the future, your husband may be able to discuss it with my wife. Li Zishuan was still serious when he said the first few words, but in the end, his tone suddenly became extremely wretched, and his hands began to become dishonest. He was grabbing at a certain part of Han Yushi's body. Ah, husband, you can slowly think about it. I won't disturb you anymore. The weather was hot now, and Han Yushi was wearing thin clothes. How could she withstand such teasing? She was so scared that she quickly stood up and retreated far away in an instant. She wasn't the least bit interested in the interesting thing that Li Zishuan had mentioned. Although they had been married for so long and had experienced a lot of things in bed, Han Yushi still couldn't help but be shy when it came to it. Moreover, she didn't want Li Zishuan to be obsessed with these things and neglect the proper business. Therefore, except for the first few days after they got married, she had always been extremely restrained in this aspect. Li Zishuan touched his nose gloomily when he grabbed nothing. However, the fragrance of Han Yushi's body inevitably came from his hand, which made his heart restless again. But when he saw his wife retreating far away as if she was guarding against a pervert, walking to the bedside and beginning to embroider, he knew that now was not the time to do that kind of thing. Thus, he dispelled the evil thoughts and began to work honestly. After about an hour, Li Zishuan finally stopped writing. He raised his head and stretched lazily. He looked at the food box that Han Yushi had just brought over. He shook his head and did not touch the food. In front of a beautiful woman, who was a feast for the eyes, why would he need any food? This guy chuckled, then rubbed his hands and walked toward Han Yushi, who was sitting by the bed and doing needlework. Ah, husband. Don't. Let me finish the rest of the embroidery first. Someone's bare hug completely disrupted the rhythm of the needlework in Han Yushi's hands. Han Yushi exclaimed and quickly said, "This was not an excuse on purpose, but this embroidery really only had a little work left." "Oh, okay. Wife, you do it. I'll hug you and not move. It won't affect you." Li Zishuan responded in a muffled voice. Then, he wrapped his arms around Han Yushi's waist from behind and buried his head in her neck. Feeling the hot breath on her neck, Han Yushi suddenly blushed. She thought to herself, "How can I do it with peace of mind when you are like this?" After sighing helplessly, Han Yushi forced herself to calm down and began to do the unfinished work. "Ah, wife, this won't do. The light at night is too dim. Needlework hurts the eyes. Let's not do it. Let's sleep." After a while, Li Zishuan felt that it was still difficult to do embroidery with the weak candlelight in the room, so he spoke up. At the same time, he wondered if he should find a way to install electric lights in the courtyard. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient. Chapter 801. Once a person's dream was achieved, it was easy to become lazy, and this laziness would continue until a new goal appeared. Li Zishuan was like this. When he first came to this dynasty, he dreamed of becoming a marquis and then waiting for death to come. Life was short, and he still had a wealthy family and a beautiful wife. He had to enjoy it as soon as possible. So the next day, Li Zishuan slept very late and didn't wake up. Of course, part of the reason was because he had slept rather late last night. In any case, his habit of getting up early for the past half a month was suddenly interrupted. However, this made someone suffer. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building, 10th floor of the Central Twin Towers. Li Tai did not go to the cafeteria after finishing his morning run as usual. Instead, he went straight to Li Zishuan's office and banged on the door with all his might. However, there was still no movement after banging on it for more than 10 times. Li Tai's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. "Qing Ke, are you looking for Xiaoxian?" At this moment, someone suddenly walked out from the staircase. It was Yan Xiaoning, who had just come to work and heard the commotion. Li Tai was quite familiar with Yan Xiaoning in the past. He quickly said, "That's right, Brother Xiaoning. Do you know where Xiaoxian Yamacho is?" In the past, Xiaoxian would have already arrived at this time. However, you still haven't opened the door after banging on it for so long. This means that he didn't come today. Yan Xiaoning thought for a moment and replied. Li Tai panicked when he heard this. Then, "Brother Xiaoning, do you know where Yamacho is now?" Yan Xiaoning said helplessly, "How would I know? Qing Ke, if you have something urgent to look for him, you can ask Mo Zhong. He should know." As soon as Yan Xiaoning finished speaking, Li Tai disappeared in an instant. He was so fast that even Yan Xiaoning was a little surprised. "Seems like this military training is still useful." Yan Xiaoning muttered softly as he looked at Li Tai's back, which was obviously much thinner than before, and his vigorous steps. "Mo Zhong, where's Yamacho?" Li Tai ran to the gate of the academy, found Mo Zhong, and asked. When Mo Zhong saw that the person asking the question was Li Tai, he hurriedly replied, "Yamacho hasn't come today. He must have something to do, or he's still at home." Li Tai widened his eyes. How could he do that? If he couldn't get leave soon, he would have to continue the military training with Sun Zifen and the others. Then he would lose the bet. According to the agreement, he had to wash Sun Zifen's footwear for a month. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Hey, Your Highness, what are you trying to do? You cannot go out. This is the academy's rule. Li Tai was anxious and wanted to go out to find Li Zishuan. Mo Zhong would not let him go and quickly stopped him. "Out of the way. I really have something urgent to talk to Yamacho about." Fortunately, this was the academy. If someone dared to stop him in any other place, Li Tai would definitely be angry. Even so, the little fatty's tone was impatient. Mo Zhong knew that this young master in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was still thinking of a countermeasure. When he saw that Li Tai was about to explode, He hurriedly said, "How about this? Your Highness, please calm down first. I will help you find Yamacho. You cannot go out. The Academy's rules cannot be broken. When I find Yamacho, you can talk to him face to face if you have something to say." Li Tai thought about it and felt that it was feasible. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Okay, okay, okay. Go and come back quickly. I will wait here." After saying that, Li Tai did not even go to the cafeteria. He went straight to the guard booth at the Academy's entrance and sat in Mo Zhong's seat. Mo Yun was shocked and did not dare to sit with Li Tai. He quickly came out to stand guard. Mo Zhong, on the other hand, ran in the direction of the Cloud Mountain Resort. About half an hour later, the little fatty was anxiously waiting because there was only a little more than 15 minutes left before the morning military training. At this time, he finally saw Mo Zhong and Li Zishuan coming back. "Qin Ke, I heard that you have something urgent to talk to me about. What is it? Do you have to say it now?" Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked expressionlessly. In fact, he was very unhappy. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up by a shout downstairs while holding their wife in their dreams. After waking up, he heard Mo Zhong say that Li Tai had something urgent to talk to him about. Li Zishuan snorted and thought, what kind of business could this little fatty have? So he came over very reluctantly. "Yamacho, let's talk as we walk." Li Tai quickly walked out of the guard booth and said. The two walked on the cement road of the academy. Li Tai continued, "Yamacho, I want to ask for a 3-day leave from you. You promised me that you would allow me to take a 3-day leave during the military training period. Plus the 2 days of rest during the weekend. I can take a total of 5 days off." Damn, this little fatty woke me up early in the morning just to ask for a leave? Li Zishuan's face suddenly looked like he had been hit by a dog. After thinking about it, he decided to tease this little fatty. "Ah? When did I promise you? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Li Zishuan pretended to be surprised and then threw a set of 3 consecutive denials at Li Tai. Li Tai was waiting for Li Zishuan to agree so that he could announce the victory of the bet to Sun Zifen. In the end, he was stunned by Li Zishuan's 3 consecutive denials. But after being stunned, he panicked. He immediately became anxious when he thought of the consequences of losing the bet. "Hey, Xiaoxian, as a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you can't go back on your words. You allowed me to take a 3-day leave when I helped compile the geography textbook and asked my father to give you a plaque for the academy. Did you forget? You can't go back on your words." Li Zishuan found it funny when he saw Li Tai so anxious that his face was flushed red, looking like he was about to fight to the death with someone. However, he pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, I remember now. It seems like there was such a thing." But when Li Tai heard that Li Zishuan remembered, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, when he heard the damned turn of events, his heart immediately jumped to his throat. "But what? You can take a leave if you want, but not today. Lu Guogong wanted to come over yesterday to give you extra training, but because of the fleet, he made a wasted trip. So, the students of Class 1 can't be absent today." Although Li Zishuan didn't know about the bet, he could guess that Li Tai wanted to take a leave at this critical moment to avoid being tortured by Demon King Cheng. So he immediately refused. Li Tai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was King done for. Chapter 802. "Yamacho, when you promised me 3 days of leave, you didn't say when I could ask for leave and when I couldn't. Now there are so many additional conditions. You're going back on your word," Li Tai said unwillingly on the cement road in the academy. Li Zishuan spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. "Qin Ke, when I made the promise to you, how could I have expected this situation? Anyway, no means no. Even if I agree, Lu Guogong won't agree. If you really want to ask for leave, then delay it for a few days." "I can't delay it. I have to ask for leave today." Li Tai couldn't accept the suggestion of delaying it for a few days. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "Yamacho, is there really no room for negotiation?" "No. Qin Ke, do you have to go this far? Lu Guogong will at most increase your training load by 40%. Look at how scared you are. It's not like you haven't experienced it before." Seeing Li Tai's unrelenting attitude, Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty and said with a strange expression. At the same time, a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. Logically speaking, Li Tai wouldn't force himself to do it even though he knew it was impossible. Li Tai wanted to say that if he didn't ask for leave today, he would have to wash Sun Zifen's feet for a month. However, he swallowed the words back down because he felt that if Li Zishuan knew the truth, then it would be even more impossible for him to ask for leave. After interacting with Li Zishuan for so long, he knew that Li Zishuan liked to trick him the most. I'm not feeling well today. I have to ask for leave. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Li Tai finally made up an excuse. However, he forgot that this excuse was the worst excuse for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked Li Tai up and down. Li Tai suddenly felt uncomfortable being looked at. Li Zishuan saw this and knew that things weren't as simple as he thought. "Qingke, you're not feeling well? Where are you? It just so happens that I know a little about medicine. Come, let me take your pulse." To be honest, how could this guy know how to take a pulse? He was just bluffing. However, Li Tai was really bluffed. After all, Li Zishuan's medical skills were well known. No, Qingke, are you hiding something from me? Li Zishuan's eyes were fixed on Li Tai as he indifferently said. I'm not, Yamacho, don't talk nonsense. Li Tai felt guilty under Li Zishuan's penetrating gaze. In a moment of desperation, the little fatty actually used Li Zishuan's 3 consecutive denials and threw them back at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was speechless when he heard this. Speaking of the 3 consecutive denials, the I'm not, don't talk nonsense emoji from his previous life subconsciously appeared in his mind. It was really funny. At first, he wanted to tease the little fatty, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being teased in the end. Thinking of this, he suddenly became angry out of humiliation. All right, don't talk nonsense with me. There's no room for discussion. It's almost time. Why aren't you going to military training? If you're late, you'll be punished again. Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan with a tragic expression. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Can't you make an exception? I can use those 3 days of leave in exchange for today's day. Is that okay?" Li Zishuan hesitated when the little fatty said this. But why was this kid willing to put in so much effort? Was there something fishy about this? Then tell me first, are you hiding something from me? Otherwise, there's no need to talk about any conditions. Li Tai didn't know what to do in the face of this blatant threat. He thought about it and told him about his bet with Sun Zifen. "It's like this, Yamacho. If you don't agree to my request for leave, I'll have to wash that kid's feet for a month." When Li Zishuan heard this, 10,000 alpacas ran through his heart. These 2 little bastards really knew how to play. One was the son of the emperor, and the other was the son of the top scholar. No matter who lost the bet, they would have to wash each other's smelly socks. If this spread out, Li Er and Sun Fujia's old faces would not look good. However, even though Sun Fujia was unhappy, she didn't dare to blame Li Tai and Li Er. She only pulled the hatred onto Sun Zifen. In this way, that little idiot would be in trouble. I say, did you and Sun Zifen eat too much and have nothing to do, so you're messing around every day? Was it because I didn't let you go to military training yesterday afternoon that caused you to be so energetic and have the leisure to gamble? Li Zishuan reprimanded with a straight face. Li Tai looked at the time. Then he ignored Li Zishuan's reprimand and said anxiously, Yes, Yamacho, we know that we were wrong. The problem now is that you have to quickly agree to my request for leave. Didn't you just say that as long as I tell you the truth, you'll allow me to take leave? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, When did I say that? I only said that if you don't tell me the truth, then there's nothing to talk about. This was really a trap in the city. Li Tai didn't pay attention and fell into the trap. Little Fatty said anxiously, Then what do you mean? Do you agree or not? Li Zishuan sighed and said unhurriedly, After hearing what Qingke said, I can't agree even more, because if I agree, wouldn't it be unfair to Sun Zifen? If this was in a gambling house, your actions would be considered cheating. You were the one who wanted me to tell you the truth, but after I told you, you said this. I think you did it on purpose. Li Tai breathed heavily, obviously flustered and exasperated. At this time, he didn't care about his tone of voice. Li Zishuan didn't get angry because of this. He thought for a while and said, Qing Ke, I'm not targeting you on purpose. What I said is the truth. Now, there are only two paths in front of you. 1. Lose the bet and obediently go to military training. You'll also obediently wash Sun Zifen's socks. Oh no, wash his feet. 2. I can agree to your request for leave today. In addition to exchanging 3 days of leave for 1 day today, you have to carry 20 buckets of water on Saturday. You're not allowed to spend money to hire people or ask your subordinates to help. You have to carry these 20 buckets of water to the student dormitory's water tower. If you don't do this, Sun Zifen will definitely feel bad. Time is of the essence. Which path do you prefer? F*CK. I like your grandpa. I don't like any of the paths. You're F*King cheating me. Li Tai's face was full of grief and indignation. If he won, he really wanted to fight Li Zishuan to the death. How could he bully people like this? I choose the second path. Seeing that the students who had finished breakfast were walking to the field, Li Tai gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 803. Qing Ke, how was it? Did Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence? On the sports field of Yanhuang College in Class 1's camp, Sun Zifen was a little guilty at first, but after waiting for Li Tai for a long time and not seeing him, he suddenly felt that this bet was as stable as a dog. At this moment, seeing Li Tai's drooping face, this guy secretly thought that he had a chance. He immediately went forward and pretended to be concerned, but anyone could see the smugness in his eyes. In fact, this amusing idiot's thinking was wrong. The reason why Li Tai's drooping face and looking unhappy was entirely because he had paid an extremely painful price to win this bet. Not only did he sacrifice 2 days of vacation that originally belonged to him, but he also had to carry 20 buckets of water. This really cost the little fatty his life. 20 buckets. Li Tai felt that he would have to carry them for a day. At this moment, when he heard Sun Zifen ask him, Li Tai raised his head and quickly restrained the dejected look on his face, revealing a victorious smile. Hee, of course. You brat. Just wait to wash my feet for a month. At the end of his words, Li Tai's tone became a little vicious. In his opinion, the whole thing was caused by Sun Zifen. Li Zishuan deliberately asked for a sky-high price and deliberately cheated people. Although it was infuriating, Sun Zifen, the initiator, still had a reason to be very angry. Ah? How is that possible? Sun Zifen, who was originally winning, heard such an unexpected answer and suddenly felt a little incredulous. How could Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence for no reason? Besides, if it's really like what you said, then why are you here now? Li Tai smiled and said condescendingly with the attitude of a victor, Oh, believe it or not, it's up to you. I just came here to tell you the result. Now that I'm done, I can start my vacation. See you later. Haha. With that said, he waved his hand. Under the stunned gazes of Sun Zifen, Chang Chumo, Li Changqian, Yuchi Baolin, and the others, he walked out of the sports field. His footsteps became faster and faster. He had no choice but to hurry. The little fatty was afraid that if he met Chang Yaojin, he wouldn't be able to leave. Although this holiday was approved by Li Zishuan, if Chang Yaojin really went crazy, he would not recognize anyone. Holy sh*t. He really left? Sun Zifen's arms were trembling. Firstly, he was shocked. Secondly, he was scared. Once he thought about washing Li Tai's smelly socks. How could he not be scared? At this moment, he felt like crying. Haha, Zifen, don't be sad. Anyway, it's only for a month. Chang Chumo walked over, patted Sun Zifen's shoulder, and said gloatingly. This idiot had completely forgotten that he had the same attitude as Sun Zifen yesterday. It was just that Li Tai didn't choose to bet with him. Sun Zifen said angrily, Get lost. Chonyo, you're really a B***tch. Xiaoxian, where did Prince Wei go? I heard from the crown prince that he asked for leave from you? During the morning break, Cheng Yaojin found Li Zishuan, who was wandering around the sports field with his head lowered and thinking about something, and asked. Li Zishuan raised his head. He was already prepared for old Cheng's question. Yes, Qin Ke asked for leave from me. I heard that Her Majesty had something to do with him, so I asked him to go back first. This guy was now used to scamming people. He didn't even blink when he lied. But Cheng Yaojin really believed him. Oh, if that's the case, then go ahead and ask for leave. It's just that Prince Wei will regret it in the future if he doesn't have such a substantial training like today, right? Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and sighed with regret. Faced with such a narcissistic Cheng Yaojin, Li Zishuan was speechless. Would he regret missing training? He was sure that to Li Tai it was impossible for him to regret. He would never regret it in this lifetime. Yi Lane. It was close to noon, and the pedestrians on the road had all gone home for lunch. There was a tanned, lean, middle-aged man with an exquisite package in his hand. There seemed to be a stack of neatly stacked clothes in the package. After turning 2 alleys, the man finally entered a dilapidated small courtyard. Master, you're back. How was it? Those officials from the Ministry of Personnel didn't make things difficult for you, right? In the courtyard, a woman saw the man enter and quickly stood up to welcome him. As the middle-aged man walked into the house, he replied, No, I'm just going to make a report. I'm not here to ask for help. Why would they make things difficult for me? These 2 people were Meng Wenhao's parents. That's good, that's good. Meng Wenhao's mother sighed with relief. Then, she saw the bright yellow package placed on the table by Meng Wenhao's father. She was curious and asked, Master, is this the official uniform given to you by the imperial court? Meng Yuliang's mind didn't seem to be here. He faintly said, I just got it from the Ministry of Personnel. If you want to take a look, open it and take a look. Meng Yuliang's mother was a little excited. After all, she had lived for more than half of her life and had never seen or touched an official's uniform at close range. Therefore, she carefully opened the package and saw a dark cyan round-collar official's uniform lying inside. She was about to pick it up and carefully examine it when Meng Yuliang suddenly stood up and only heard him say, Mother of my child, take a look first. I'm going to Changgui's house. Meng Wenhao's mother was stunned and said, Master, it's already noon. Why are you going to Changgui's house? Meng Yuliang stopped and let out a long sigh. Alas, Changgui went to sea with me, but now he didn't even bring back his body. I'm his brother. No matter what, I have to send him on his way. Mother of my child, go and get me 3 strings of money. Changgui's orphan and widow are quite pitiful. We have to show our sincerity. Meng Yuliang's mother immediately fell silent. Last night, under her persistent questioning, Meng Yuliang had told her the details of that terrifying night at sea. Until now, she still had a lingering fear in her heart. Moreover, she was also deeply rejoicing because many of the crew members who sacrificed themselves that night were from Guei Lane. Many of them were acquainted with her family. For her husband to be able to come back alive, it really was a miracle. Okay, Master, wait a moment. I'll go and get you the money now. If it were in the past, Meng Wenhao's mother would never be willing to give away 3 strings of money. However, after experiencing this disaster, she understood that her family's safety was the greatest wealth. Moreover, to some extent, the sacrifice of those crew members also bought time for Meng Yuliang. She felt guilty and grateful in her heart. Chapter 804. Young Master, you're finally here. The Odd Interest Pavilion's new workshop in Plum Village finally welcomed its new owner today. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan really wasn't qualified to be the boss at all. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't asked about the expansion of the workshop at all. He had given full authority to Uncle Fu. Moreover, after the new factory was built, he hadn't come to visit at all. Therefore, when Uncle Fu saw Li Zishuan suddenly show up in the afternoon, he was both resentful and surprised. Li Zishuan looked slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he understood the meaning behind Faubert's words. Ahem, Faubert. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Faubert looked at Li Zixuan and sighed helplessly. He knew that Li Zixuan had been busy recently, so he did not blame him too much. Moreover, Li Zixuan had always been very respectful to the elders in the workshop. Therefore, Faubert had always treated Li Zixuan as his junior. Young master, thank you for your concern. I'm still in good health and can help you manage the workshop for another 2 years. Faubert led Li Zixuan into the workshop and answered Li Zixuan's question at the same time. After hearing this, Li Zixuan frowned. He suddenly remembered that Faubert was getting on in years. Even if he was healthy, he could only work in the workshop for another 2 or 3 years. Who would take over at that time? Who would be the one to carry this burden? Successor, I have to look out for a successor for Faubert from now on. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. Curious Pavilion's new workshop occupied a large area of about 100 mu, which was dozens of times larger than the workshop in Chang. According to the different functions and types of products produced, the workshop was divided into 10 areas. The production area had a large factory building similar to the ones in modern times, the office area had an office building, and the living area had a dormitory. It could be said that this new workshop covered all the elements and could be considered the most comprehensive workshop in the entire Tang dynasty. Oh, by the way, young master, why did you ask people to bring in so many barrels of white pulp yesterday? Our warehouse is about to be filled with those things. Faubert had planned to take Li Zixuan to the office area to rest for a while. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered the thousands of barrels of white pulp that the Wang family's fleet had delivered yesterday. So he turned his head and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "That stuff is called rubber, and it's very precious. So much rubber. It should be worth more than our workshop. Don't worry. Didn't I come here today to teach you how to use it?" Faubert heard this and felt a little incredulous. He had heard from other sources that Li Zixuan had bought the rubber for a total of 8,000 strings of coins. Even if the rubber could bring 10 times the profit to the workshop, it was only 80,000 strings of coins. How could it be more valuable than the entire workshop? That's great. This old man wants to see what this stuff that looks like soy milk can be used for. Seeing how confident Li Zixuan was, Faubert still wanted to take a look even though he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Hee. Then let's go to the workshop next door. Faubert, get someone to bring a barrel of rubber over. Oh, and bring a big pot of white vinegar as well. Li Zixuan pointed to the large factory building next to them and said to Faubert, Okay. Although Faubert was puzzled as to why Li Zixuan wanted vinegar, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to do as they were told. After a while, all the items were ready. Faubert even brought a few old craftsmen from the workshop to observe from the side. Song Xiaoxi, Pang Feiji, pour this barrel of rubber into the stone trough. Li Zixuan pointed to the rectangular stone trough in front of him and ordered Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji behind him. This stone trough was originally used for annealing when the blacksmith was forging. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zixuan couldn't find a more suitable container. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly lifted the barrel full of rubber with Pang Feiji. The white rubber latex immediately poured into the trough. This stuff looked as thin as soy milk. It was no wonder that Faubert couldn't think of a use for it. Pour the whole pot of vinegar in. Li Zixuan weighed the pot of white vinegar in his hand and ordered. A very important process for the extraction of rubber latex was the solidification process. In the modern rubber latex solidification process, the most commonly used solidifying agents were formic acid and acetic acid. Formic acid and acetic acid could increase the hydrogen ion content in the latex, thus lowering the pH value of the latex, compressing the electric double layer, and thinning the hydration film. When it reached the isoelectric point of the protein, the electromotive potential would be 0, and there would be no repulsion between the rubber particles. They would gather together and solidify into a block. In the 21st century, most foreign countries used formic acid as the solidifying agent, while domestic companies mainly used acetic acid as the solidifying agent. Depending on the specific acid used, the properties of the rubber would be different. Li Zixuan had learned all of this from his rich classmate's family's factory in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have known all of this? In the Tang dynasty, formic acid definitely didn't exist, but acetic acid did. This was because the so-called acetic acid had a very common name, and that was acetic acid. Vinegar contained a large amount of acetic acid. This was all thanks to the wisdom of our ancestors, who invented vinegar. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would still be making vinegar. The two of you, go get 2 hoe handles and wash them with hot water. Then, bring them over and stir them vigorously. Li Zishuan quickly ordered. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji obeyed and left. After a while, the two of them each carried a smooth hoe handle and walked in. Under Li Zishuan's demonstration, they began to use the sticks to stir in the stone trough. Hey, master. It's solidified. It was like soy milk just now, but now it's turned into tofu. After stirring for about half an hour, Pang Feiji suddenly shouted in surprise. It's really turned into tofu. Come and see. Song Xiaoxi was also very excited. Without needing him to say anything, Faubert and the rest of the craftsmen had already rushed over. Seeing that the rubberized latex had turned into tofu, Faubert could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Hey, this is really strange. Isn't it just pouring a pot of vinegar into it? How did all the rubber solidify? Yeah, this is too strange. It's like a magic trick. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be really hard to believe. The rest of the craftsmen were also very shocked. They had never learned about chemical reactions, so they could only categorize it as a magic trick. Chapter 805. Song Xiaoxi, Pang Feiji. Take out the solidified rubber. Li Zishuan saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. Everything was within his expectations. Ah, take it out? Master, how do we take it out? Pang Feiji looked at the tofu in the stone trough and asked. To him, the solidified rubber latex was as fragile as tofu. Wash your hands and take it with your bare hands. Li Zishuan was speechless. After the rubber latex solidified, although it looked like tofu, it was actually much tougher than tofu. This was because the solidified rubber was sticky. Instead of saying that it was like tofu, it was more like a dough with a certain degree of toughness. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji moved the rubber from the stone trough into the buckets that they had prepared beforehand. Both of you, follow me with the rubber. Li Zishuan looked at the rubber that was about to take shape. He was very happy. Although he knew the theory behind the solidification of rubber, it was only on a theoretical level. It was his first time doing it in practice. After a while, under Faubert's lead, everyone arrived at the papermaking workshop area. Faubert, where is the papermaking machine? It was difficult to find something in such a big papermaking factory. Li Zishuan asked Faubert directly. Papermaking machine? Faubert was even more confused. What did the extraction of rubber have to do with the papermaking machine? Yes, it's the new papermaking machine that we made before. Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that Li Zishuan was not in the mood to explain, Faubert could only bring him to a big factory. Master, the papermaking machine is here. Needless to say, Li Zishuan also saw it. He said to Song Xiaoxi behind him, Xiaoxi, you two pour the rubber in. At this moment, the two of them believed Li Zishuan's words without a doubt. They poured the rubber into the papermaking machine's pulp inlet. Li Zishuan stepped forward and raised the roller of the papermaking machine slightly. Then, he asked the servant next to him to pull the donkey and start the papermaking machine. The papermaking machine's paper outlet was a thin, white film-like object that was slightly thicker than paper. This was the plasticity of rubber. It could be rolled flat like dough, and during the rolling process, most of the water in the rubber could be squeezed out. Xiaoxi, find someone to cut these rubber pieces into sections. Then, just like drying paper, put them outside to dry. At this point, the process had basically come to an end. In the modern rubber production and refining process, it was generally only at this step before it could be compressed and packaged and sold all over the world. Yes, boss. After staying in the workshop for so long, Song Xiaoxi was very familiar with the papermaking process. He responded and called for the servant next to him to cut the rubber. Master, that's it? But I still can't see the use of this rubber. Seeing this, Uncle Fu asked the question in his heart. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "It's not over yet. This is only the first step. Through the steps just now, Faubert, you must have seen that the rubber is very plastic. Its most important characteristic is that it can change its shape at will. After the rubber is completely dried, we can proceed to the second step, molding. By then, Faubert, you will know the magical use of this rubber." Faubert nodded thoughtfully. Li Zishuan did not disturb him. He left with Pang Feiji and looked around the new workshop. As they were about to go back, they met two people. They were two girls. "Yamacho, you're here?" "Sir." Different names represented different identities of the owners of the voices. They were Mo Lingwei and Little Fishy. "Ink Girl, Little Fishy, why are the two of you together?" Looking at the two beauties, one big and one small, Li Zishuan did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt some lingering fear. Beauties were beautiful, but beauties with the characteristics of witches were not very good. "Yamacho, your memory is really bad. Didn't little Ningzi tell you that? I've been polishing the glass to make an astronomical telescope." Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Oh." Li Zishuan suddenly realized that Yan Xiaoning had indeed told him. But now, the two girls were obviously gossiping and chatting under a big tree. They did not look like they were doing research at all. "Ink Girl, how's the progress on your side?" "Not very good. Yamacho, your craftsmen are not good at all. It's not as good as me polishing it myself." Mo Lingwei pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Fine, she was getting someone to work for her for free, and she was being despised. Li Zishuan choked and said helplessly, "Okay, then you polish it yourself. I'll wait for your good news at the academy." Then, he looked at Liu and asked, "Little Fishy, what about you?" Little Fishy was not as presumptuous as Mo Lingwei. Although she had a demonic nature in her bones, she only released it to outsiders. In front of Li Zishuan, she had always been more obedient. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan had given her the capital to settle down in Chang'an City. Or perhaps it was because Li Zishuan was Meng Wenhao's mentor. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, the little girl smiled sweetly and then replied, "Sir, it's Steward Ma who wants to move the editorial department of Datang Daily here. He has been busy preparing lessons in the academy recently, so he sent me here to inspect it first. A few days ago, I met Sister Wire here. She told me the principle of the telescope. I feel that what she and Brother Xiaoning are doing now is very meaningful. After chatting for a while, I feel that we hit it off quite well, so we became good sisters." "Oh," Li Zishuan whispered in his heart. Of course, the witch and the witch hit it off. He actually knew about Ma Zhou's intention to move the editorial department to the new workshop, and he also agreed. Firstly, the office environment here would definitely be better. Secondly, it was close to the academy, so it would be convenient for Ma Zhou to take care of the work on both sides at the same time. "By the way, sir, I want to write in detail what Sister Wire is doing now in the newspaper. Although it looks boring, if it is displayed in the newspaper, it can promote Sir's work and attract more people to join it." Li Zishuan heard this and thought in his heart, "Isn't this similar to modern academic papers?" To be honest, he really wanted to set up a top academic journal similar to the Nature and Science in his previous life to gather the best academic results of mankind. But was this really appropriate? Once he did this, it would easily cause technology leakage. This was what Li Zishuan was very unwilling to see. The modern scientific knowledge he brought could only take root and sprout in the Tang Empire. It could never be spread to foreign countries and become a weapon for foreign countries to deal with the Han people. Chapter 806. Little you if you really want to write about this in the newspaper, you can't write about the principles of the telescope that Ink Girl just explained to you. You can only write about it roughly. After you finish writing, I have to look through it. You can only publish it after I give my approval. Do you understand? In the workshop, Li Zishuan said to Liu with a serious face. In the modern era, there were many academic journals in every country. There were all kinds of academic papers in them. They showed the latest discoveries in various fields to the researchers. But there was one thing that had to be admitted. If these academic papers were published, it would be easy for others to imitate your latest discoveries. However, in the modern era, there were patent protection laws. Even if others learned your technology, they could not steal it. They had to pay patent fees to you. For example, in the 21st century in China, every mobile phone manufacturer had to pay patent fees of hundreds of billions to the United States because of 3G or 4G communication agreements. But this was the Tang dynasty. In this era, 70% to 80% of the countries had not developed their knowledge. Who are you going to talk to about intellectual property protection? Isn't this playing the lute to a cow? Even if Tang dynasty passed the patent law, the rest of the world would not recognize it. If he published academic journals now, the ambassadors of the other countries might bring the advanced scientific knowledge back to their countries. This was something that Li Zixuan could not tolerate. If patent laws were to be passed around the world, it would have to be in an era of peace. Right now, the only thing Li Zixuan could do was to monopolize the academic field. When the Great Tang became extremely powerful, only then would he consider the issue of academic journals and intellectual property rights. Yamacho, why is that? Although Li Yu was smart, she did not think of all these. So, she raised her head and asked. Li Zixuan looked at the little girl and did not explain further. He only said calmly, I just want Tang dynasty to have fewer strong enemies. In this world, other than stealing money, books, and tombs, there is another type of thief that specializes in stealing knowledge. Little Yu, just do as I say. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left the workshop, leaving the two little girls in deep thought. Eh? Qingke, why are you still here? You haven't returned to the residence? Or did he come here again after returning to the residence? In the evening, with the sound of gongs and drums, the students of Yanhuang College were finally dismissed from school. At the same time, they also ushered in the long-awaited weekend holiday. Sun Zifan, who had been drilled by Chang Yaojin for an entire day, returned to the dormitory, exhausted. He wanted to change his clothes before going home, but he didn't expect to see Li Tai in the dormitory. He immediately exclaimed. Li Tai was half lying on the bed with his head resting on his arm. He was facing the sky. Oh no, facing the bedboard above him, and replied, I'm sorry. I just came back from the prince's mansion an hour ago. I brought back the clothes that I wanted to change into, but as for the underwear, I left them here. I'm just waiting for you to come over and help me wash them. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the dorm. Haha. Zifan, you can be considered to have a good time now. Qingchua's underwear. TSK. No, I have to go quickly. Wait for me to leave before you wash them. Chang Chumo had a gloating expression on his face. He quickly took off his camouflage uniform and changed his clothes, wanting to escape as soon as possible. Although Li Chengqian and the others weren't as cheap as Chang Chumo, they also sped up their movements. Sun Zifan's face suddenly turned green and white. Qingke, can we change the conditions? After hesitating for a long time, Sun Zifan looked at Li Tai and said with a sad face, No. Don't you know that if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat? Zifan, don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Li Tai replied without thinking. In order to win this bet, he had paid a painful price. At the end of the day, how could he let Sun Zifan go? Damn. Qingke, we don't have to be so ruthless, right? During the military training, I helped you many times, didn't I? You should at least consider our old friendship. Sun Zifan said unwillingly. You can consider our old friendship, but you can't consider it on this matter. Zifan, just give up and help me wash my underwear. Li Tai said resolutely. Is there really no room for compromise? There really isn't. Zifan, quickly help me wash today's underwear. Li Tai said with a satisfied face as he lay on the bed with his legs crossed. This situation was exactly the same as when he pleaded with Li Zixuan in the morning. However, the person pleading was Sun Zifan, and the person being begged was himself. Li Tai felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. However, when he thought of carrying 20 buckets of water tomorrow, a thick haze appeared in his heart. Damn, you win. So be it. I'm a man of my word. Once I've said it, I'll keep my word. Sun Zifen roared in grief and indignation. Then he bent down to pick up Li Tai's underwear from under the bed. Suddenly, a stinky smell hit him in the face. Oh my God, Qin Ke, with your underwear in our dormitory, the 5 poisons will be avoided, demons and devils will bow their heads, and we will still be alive, unparalleled in the world. Fortunately, I brought back soap operas from home last time. Sun Zifen quickly covered his nose, took 3 steps back, and said in a muffled voice, "This guy was really funny." He actually said the stinky socks in such a literary way. The rest of the people in the dormitory, who were originally disgusted by Li Tai's expired socks, burst into laughter when they heard Sun Zifen's words. "Ift! Haha! Then Zifen, you don't have to wash them. In the future, hang Qingshua's underwear at the dormitory door. It can also prevent mosquitoes." Chung Chumo laughed loudly. If that's really the case, won't we be unable to enter the dormitory in the future?" Yuchi Baolin took Chung Chumo's words seriously and said with a face full of horror. Li Tai immediately blushed and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zifen, go wash them quickly. Big brother, Cho Nyo, Baolin, Huayu, aren't you guys going home?" "Haha, I'm going back now. I hope you two have fun." Chung Chumo waved his hand and laughed vulgarly. Then he dragged Qin Huayu and Yuchi Baolin out. "Qin Ke, aren't you going back to Chang'an today?" Li Chengqian, who was left behind, stood by Li Tai's bed and asked. "I'm not going back. Big brother, you go first." Li Tai stood up and answered. He still had to fetch water tomorrow. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to run back and forth? "All right then, you rest well. I'll go first." Li Chengqian didn't think too much. He nodded and left. Chapter 807. Here, Qin Ke, your footwear is done. After they left, Li Tai lay on the bed alone, humming an unknown tune and shaking his legs, as happy as a lord. After a quarter of an hour, Sun Zifen came out of the bathroom with a pair of white footwear in his hands. He handed the footwear to Li Tai and said in a muffled voice, "Oh, it's done so quickly?" Li Tai rolled like a carp and sat up. If it was in the past, with the little fatty's super fat body, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. "And not bad, not bad. It's quite clean. Zifen, help me dry the footwear again." Li Tai went forward and carefully looked at the footwear in Sun Zifen's hands, then shamelessly asked for a yard after getting an inch. "Get lost. Qin Ke, don't go too far. We didn't agree to dry the clothes in the beginning. If you want to dry them yourself. I'm going out to eat." Sun Zifen wasn't a punching bag that was easy to bully, so he immediately said angrily. Li Tai sighed helplessly. He could only get up and dry the footwear on the clothes rack in the bathroom. Cough, cough. This clothes rack wasn't the modern clothes rack invented by Li Zishuan. When he was designing Yanhuang College, how could he have so much free time to think about everything? This clothes rack was a local product of the Tang dynasty. In fact, clothes racks were a type of furniture that existed even earlier than tables, chairs, and beds. There were already clothes racks as early as the Zhou dynasty. During the Zhou dynasty, etiquette was implemented. The aristocrats attached great importance to clothes. In order to meet this need, racks specially used to hang clothes appeared early on. Each dynasty had different forms of clothes racks, and their names were also different. During the spring and autumn period, a horizontal wooden pole used to hang clothes was called chong, also known as mu shi. "Hey, Zifen, you still have the appetite to eat?" Li Tai was drying the footwear in the bathroom while turning his head to look at Sun Zifen with a smirk. This sentence was quite self-deprecating, but there were only the two of them in the dorm. Anyway, Li Tai didn't care at all. "Damn, Qin Ke, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. You have the nerve to say this kind of thing?" Sun Zifen scolded with a look of disdain, then replied, "I was lectured by Lu Guogong today. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. I'd rather die of disgust than starve." Li Tai walked out from inside and said with a smile, "Heh, if that's the case, I'll take you to eat. Let me tell you, the food at the small restaurant of the Hu family at the foot of the mountain is delicious. Let's go there and try it." My treat. Sun Zifen looked at Li Tai suspiciously and curled his lips. Han family manner? What kind of delicious restaurant could there be? Qing Ke. Don't tell me you're trying to save money and trick me into going there? Li Tai sneered. Nonsense. Save money? Do you think I, Li Tai, am such a stingy person? It's up to you. Go or not. Fatty wasn't lying this time. Ever since Yanhuang College started, more and more people came here. Some came to visit their children, some came to inspect the environment of the college, and some came purely because of its reputation. Many small restaurants appeared in Plum Village and Han Village, and some even started to sell accommodation. Compared to the restaurants and inns in Chong, and the small restaurants and inns here could only be described as cheap. Hey, Qing Ke, I'll go. Wait, I'll go wash my hands first. Sun Zifen finally realized that Li Tai wasn't lying. He quickly followed behind and shouted, He Xiao Xian. Early the next morning, Chang Chumo actually appeared in front of Li Zishuan's house. Li Zishuan had already woken up and was eating breakfast with a bowl in his hand. Seeing this idiot smiling foolishly so early in the morning, he said in annoyance, What's wrong? Chonyo, did you get caught in the door early in the morning or something? Why are you smiling foolishly? Chang Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard that. Han Yushi, who was sitting beside Li Zishuan, rolled her eyes at her husband and quickly got up to greet him. Brother Chonyo, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want to get someone to bring you a bowl and chopsticks? Hee. Of course. Sister-in-law is the best. Little Xian marrying you is truly a blessing that he cultivated in his previous life. Hearing Han Yushi's words, Chang Chumo didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately agreed and even flattered Han Yushi. After saying that, he sat opposite Li Zishuan without hesitation. Han Yushi smiled and asked someone to bring Chang Chumo a bowl and chopsticks. Hee. Sister Lan long time no see. Do you want Brother Chonyo to bring you out to play today? Lan was sitting beside Chang Chumo. He was a little embarrassed by the little girl's gaze that was obviously saying, Are you here to freeload? Hence, he deliberately changed the topic and joked. Oh, I don't want to. Brother Chonyo, your face is so dark now. It's too embarrassing to go out with you. Lan wants to go with you. He didn't expect Lan to be so obsessed with appearances. Her words instantly hurt Chang Chumo. This military training had caused all the students in the academy to be tanned. He wasn't the only one. Did he have to be so affected by Lan? Sister Lan, it's not right of you to say that. Previously, Brother Chonyo brought you out to eat a lot of delicious food. What porridge is this? Why is the color so strange? Why does it smell so good? Chang Chumo bantered with Lan for a while. At this moment, the servants brought him a bowl and chopsticks. The bowl was filled with a bowl of porridge that was slightly dark. There were also a few black things on top of it. He didn't know what they were. He sniffed hard and suddenly sighed. This is century egg and lean meat porridge. Li Zishuan replied as he stuffed a mouthful of porridge into his mouth. Century egg and lean meat porridge? Century egg? Is it the century egg that I saw the last time I came to your house? Chang Chumo felt that the name century egg was a little familiar. He thought seriously and suddenly shouted, Yes, that's right. It's the century egg that you saw the last time. Speaking of which, you came at the right time. The century egg that I pickled last time is just ready to eat today. You came just in time. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said lightly, Hee. This means that I'm lucky. Let me have a taste. Chang Chumo laughed proudly. Then he picked up the small bowl and stuffed the porridge into his mouth. Oh, it's hot. It's really hot. But this century egg and lean meat porridge is really delicious. I didn't know that porridge could be cooked this way. It's really an eye-opener for me. Chapter 808. Of course, there was porridge in the Tang dynasty, but the porridge people ate at that time was still plain porridge. Li Zishuan added century eggs and lean meat into the porridge and made it into a salty porridge. It was really a new trick. Oh, Xiaoxian, your century egg and lean meat porridge is really tender and delicious. There's also an indescribable fragrance in it. I guess it's the smell of century eggs. TSK. Eating a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge every morning makes me as happy as a god. It was the first time Chang Chumo had eaten such delicious salty porridge, and he ate 4 big bowls. After the meal, he rubbed his round belly, leaned back in the chair and sighed with satisfaction. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. Eating a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge every morning makes me as happy as a god? Why does it sound more and more like smoking a cigarette after the deed makes me as happy as a god? Ahem, I misunderstood. Haha. But ugly ox, you just ate 4 bowls. Doesn't that mean you'll be happy for 4 days? Then you don't have to eat for the next 3 days. Li Zishuan joked with a smile. Chang Chumo choked on his words, but his skin had always been thicker than the city walls, and he was born to be a bully. How could he be defeated by a sentence? Haha, Xiaoxian, that's not how you calculate things. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge can make me happy for the whole day. I ate 4 bowls, so I'll be 4 times happier for the whole day. Chang Chumo laughed shamelessly. Li Zishuan was amused by this guy, and said, Ugly ox, why are you talking nonsense now? Since you like it so much, you can bring a basket of century eggs back later. See if Uncle Chung likes them. Now that the first batch of century eggs was made, he had to promote it as soon as possible. The best way was to promote it from the people in the circle, and at the same time do them a favor. Ha! That's good. Xiaoxian, you have to give me more later. My dad will definitely like it. I wonder how long these century eggs can be stored? The weather is so hot now. Chang Chumo finally used his brain this time. After being happy for a while, he suddenly thought of a question and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, You don't have to worry about that. As long as you don't peel off the lime sawdust on the outside of the egg and put it in a ventilated and cool place, it can be stored for at least 3 months. The taste and texture will not change, and it can be maintained for at most 5 months. Hee, that's good. I was worried that it would spoil before I finished it. Chang Chumo scratched his head and pretended to be relieved. Then he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Hey, something's not right. Little Xian, even if you give me century eggs, no one in my family knows how to make them. Li Zishuan said helplessly, What's so difficult about that? You can just cut up the century egg and cook it with the lean meat. Then you can add some salt. Wouldn't it become century egg and lean meat porridge? Oh, there's another way to eat the century egg, which is to directly mix it with cold sauce. You can ask your cook to cut each century egg into 4 pieces. Sprinkle some salt on it, pour some vinegar, and mash some garlic into it. Then you can eat it directly. Do you remember? Chang Chumo frowned and said after a while, I roughly remember. I'll ask my cook to try it when I return to Chang'an. He was still living in the villa in Yunshan. He still had to bring the century eggs that Li Zishuan gave him back to Chang'an and ask his cook to process them. Li Zishuan shook his head and chatted with Chang Chumo for a while. Seeing that this guy had the intention to leave, he asked someone to fetch a basket of century eggs for Chang Chumo. Chang Chumo took it and left directly. Creak, creak, creak. Huff, huff. The morning of Yanhuang College on the weekend was quiet and peaceful. Only the sounds of insects, fish, and birds in the forest could be heard, as well as the squeaking of the shoulder pole and someone's panting. Li Tai was carrying 2 buckets of well water that had just been fetched from the well in the east of the college. He was staggering on the cement path with difficulty. The clothes on his back were completely soaked in sweat. He must have started fetching water a long time ago. Huff, huff. Damn, why did the college dig the well so far away from the dormitory? Isn't this a trap? Li Tai put the buckets on the ground to rest. The little fatty put his hands on his waist and panted heavily. He looked at the dormitory that was far away in front of him, which was estimated to be hundreds of feet away. He sighed and complained in a low voice. After more than half a month of military training, his body was stronger than before, but when had he ever done such physical work? His shoulders couldn't withstand such grinding. Not to mention 20 buckets of water. Even 6 buckets of water would cause the skin on his shoulders to break. Sigh. This can't go on. After a while, there will be more and more people in the college. If they see me fetching water, won't it be embarrassing? Li Tai wiped his sweat and muttered to himself. He had specially woken up early today to start fetching water while there were still fewer people in the college. He wanted to finish his work early, but he didn't expect that he would have to waste so much energy every time he fetched 2 buckets of water. He felt that his body was about to be hollowed out. Sigh. Isn't this Qing K? I was wondering why you weren't in the dormitory so early in the morning. So you came here to fetch water. Did the sun rise from the west today? Our Prince Wei is actually fetching water for the college? Most of the time, what you didn't want would come to you. Just as Li Tai was sighing to himself, Sun Zifen suddenly walked over from the side. After seeing Li Tai and the 2 buckets of water at his feet, Sun Zifen was shocked at first. Then he laughed evilly and walked up to them. Zifen, don't go overboard. It's so early in the morning. Why aren't you sleeping in? What are you doing here? Li Tai's heart thumped wildly when he heard someone speak. However, when he saw that the person who spoke was Sun Zifen, he was slightly relieved, but his expression was still unnatural. Haha, Qing K, why aren't you sleeping in the morning? Why are you fetching water here? Sun Zifen crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood to the side with an inexplicable smile. Li Tai didn't know how to explain. If he told the truth, he would definitely be laughed at by Sun Zifen. If that was the case, wouldn't he be happy for nothing yesterday? Haha, I got it. Sun Zifen glanced at Li Tai's expression and suddenly shouted, scaring Li Tai. Sun Zifen continued, it must be Yamacho. Yamacho must have asked you to fetch water. Otherwise, who in Yanhuang College would dare to ask you to fetch water? What do you think? Am I right, Qing K? This little joker's analysis at the critical moment was very reasonable. He had actually guessed it right. Li Tai's heart skipped a beat. His expression changed for a while, and finally he could only admit, so what? It's none of your business. Sun Zifen wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed gloatingly. Haha, Qing K, you also have a day like this? What do you think? How many buckets of water did Yamacho ask you to fetch? Do you want me to help you? Chapter 809. I don't need it. Li Tai roared angrily as he looked at Sun Zifen, who was laughing maniacally in front of him. Then he bent down, picked up 2 buckets filled with well water, and staggered toward the dormitory with great difficulty. Sun Zifen was not annoyed. He looked at Li Tai's back with a grin and then walked toward the canteen. Considering that many students were from other places, the academy's canteen still provided food on weekends. However, there was a time limit. If one was late, there might not be any food left. This was also the reason why Sun Zifen woke up so early today. Give me a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a serving of meteoric success, Sun Zifen said to the waiter at the window when he arrived at the canteen. Hey, young man, other than the plain porridge, there is also the century egg and lean meat porridge. Which one do you want? The waiter did not immediately go to get the food for Sun Zifen. Instead, he asked with a smile, century egg and lean meat porridge? What kind of egg is century egg? Why haven't I heard of it before? Sun Zifen asked curiously after he heard the waiter's words clearly. Century egg. It's... The waiter could not answer the question of what kind of egg century egg was. He stuttered for a long time, which made Sun Zifen a little impatient. Okay, give me a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. I want to try what it is today. Sun Zifen waved his hand and said loudly. Oh, okay. The waiter laughed and went to prepare the food for Sun Zifen. After a while, Sun Zifen took the food and found a seat to sit down. Looking at the dark porridge in front of him, he frowned slightly. This was because the porridge did not look as good as the plain porridge. It smells pretty good. Sun Zifen lowered his head and sniffed. He was a little surprised. Then he picked up a small spoon and began to eat the porridge. As soon as the fresh, tender, and thick porridge entered his mouth, the unique fragrance of century egg spread in Sun Zifen's mouth and filled every taste bud on the tip of his tongue. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Porridge can be so delicious. This century egg and lean meat porridge is amazing. Sun Zifan stuffed 3 or 4 mouthfuls of congee with pork and century egg into his mouth, and then kept shouting that it was delicious. At this time, many students had also entered the cafeteria. Under the promotion of the waiter, they tasted the first bowl of congee with pork and century egg in their lives. Wow, this porridge tastes so special. It's completely different from what I've eaten before. Oh, fragrant. It's really fragrant. Is this the fragrance of the century egg? That should be the case. But what exactly is this century egg? Why haven't I heard of it before? In this way, after Changchumo, the students who stayed in the academy for the weekend were the first to taste the century egg. Most of the students were full of praise, but there were a few who were not used to the taste of the century egg. Ugh! Why is there a fishy smell in this century egg and lean meat porridge? The smell is too strong. I can't stand it. No, I'd better eat plain porridge. It was normal for some people to not be used to the century egg for the first time. Fortunately, the chef of the academy was more skillful. The fishy smell in the century egg and lean meat porridge had been suppressed by a lot. Therefore, more than 90% of the students had a very good impression of this new porridge. In a few hours, the century egg would be officially unveiled in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. By then, more and more people in Chong and city would be able to enjoy the century egg. Huff, huff, huff. The 8th bucket. On the other side, Li Tai's progress in carrying water had finally reached the 8th bucket. However, at this time, after he poured the well water in the bucket into the water tower, he suddenly collapsed on the ground and was too lazy to even move a finger. He had exhausted all his strength. It was all thanks to so many days of military training. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to persevere until now. Thinking of his previous round appearance, it would probably be difficult for him to carry 1 bucket of water. I can't carry anymore. Huff, huff, huff. The little fatty's whole body was soaked. Some of it was splashed on him by the well water in the bucket, but most of it was from his sweat. What did it mean to be drenched in sweat? Li Tai's current situation was the best explanation for this idiom, and it was even worse. Ching K, how many buckets is this? TSK. TSK. The breakfast in the canteen today is really delicious. While Li Tai was sitting on the ground, panting heavily, he saw Sun Zifan, this little slut, walking towards him. Sun Zifan's words didn't make any sense. Yes, that's right. In Li Tai's eyes, Sun Zifan had been labeled as a little bastard. Hoo-hoo! Li Tai just glanced at Sun Zifan weakly and did not bicker with him because he was too tired to even move his mouth. Compared to the previous encounter, Li Tai did not have the mentality of being seen by others this time. At this point, his mind was only thinking about how to carry 20 buckets of water. As for what others saw, so what? If it was embarrassing, then so be it. TSK, Yamacho is really something. They actually let you carry so much water. Shinke, as your good brother, how can I just stand by and watch? I'll help you carry it. Seeing that Li Tai ignored his ridicule, Sun Zifan's eyes rolled, and then he changed into a righteous look, squatted beside Li Tai and said. Li Tai still did not speak. He glanced at Sun Zifan with doubt and confusion in his eyes, but more than that, there was disbelief. It was as if he was saying, "How can you be so kind? I don't believe you." Sun Zifan instantly understood the meaning in Li Tai's eyes. He smiled, licked his face and said, "Hee, Ching K, you see, as a friend, I'm already so kind, then shouldn't you also express something?" When Li Tai heard this, his face showed a look of understanding. His eyes suddenly became clear, and he probably already knew what Sun Zifan was going to say next. Yes, that's right. You see, I help you carry water. How about you? How about you exempt me from the punishment of washing your feet for this month? Who doesn't know that every time you come to the academy, you bring a lot of clothes back home and let the servants wash them for you on the weekends? If you agree to this condition, not only will you not lose anything, but it will also be greatly beneficial for you. What do you think? At this moment, Sun Zifan finally revealed the foxtail that he had been hiding for a long time. He analyzed with extravagant words. Li Tai did not immediately refuse. After all, today was different from the past. Only after experiencing it did he know how tiring it was to carry water. The little fatty narrowed his eyes. After a long silence, he finally said weakly, "Okay, you help me carry 10 buckets of water, and the previous bet is written off." Haha, deal. Chapter 8:10. Hey, that's not right. Yamacho seems to have said that no one else is allowed to help. Below the dormitory of Yanhuang Academy, after resting for so long, Li Tai finally recovered. However, he suddenly remembered something and his expression changed instantly. Sun Zifen, who was originally full of joy, suddenly looked sluggish. He scratched his head gloomily. Did he work so early in the morning for nothing? Did he have to wash Li Tai's smelly feet in the future? He couldn't accept it. No, Chinkei. Think about it carefully again. What did Yamacho say at that time? Did he say that no one else is allowed to help? Or did he say that no servants in your mansion are allowed to help? Sun Zifen scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time, then turned his head and asked Li Tai unwillingly. Li Tai, who was originally dejected, heard Sun Zifen's words, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He patted his head and thought seriously. After a moment, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "I remember now! The mountain leader told me before that I'm not allowed to spend money to hire people or ask servants to help. Zifen, you're not hired by me, and you're not a servant of my Wangfu. Logically speaking, you should be able to do that." Haha. Li Tai couldn't help but laugh. In the end, he also hoped that Sun Zifen could help him carry water. That's great. Since it's a deal, let's start picking now. This agreement was a win-win for the two of them. So Sun Zifen couldn't wait to make it happen. Zifen, you go first. I'll rest here for a while. Anyway, I only have 2 buckets left. You still have 10 buckets. Li Tai shook his head and said with a long sigh. When Sun Zifen heard this, although he felt a little uncomfortable, in order to not have to wash smelly socks in the future, he would suffer a little loss. Okay, Chinkei, you rest first. I'll go get the buckets from the dorm manager. Hee. Go. Li Tai smiled and waved his hand. Sun Zifen didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Li Tai leaned against the wall and looked at his back. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He heard Sun Zifen mutter to himself, F***CK. If we were to seriously calculate this matter, both Sun Zifen and I were at a disadvantage. Not only did they not get anything, but each of them also had to carry 10 buckets of water. In the end, Xiao Xian was the only one who profited. Sigh. This king is really F***ket up. Sun Zifen and I have been fighting for so long, but it was all for nothing. In the end, the academy has benefited. At this point, little Fatty finally reacted. After all this time, neither he nor Sun Zifen had gained any advantage. They had all been tricked by Li Zishuan. But now that things had come to this, what could he say? He could only swallow this loss in silence. Sigh, the facts have proven that little Xian is a fraud. I can't trust him so easily in the future. Li Tai silently labeled Li Zishuan as a fraud in his heart. When it was almost noon, the eastern and western districts of Chong and city officially opened for business. All the shops, restaurants, and tea houses opened their doors to welcome customers. Even Drunken Immortal Restaurant opened its doors. Yo, Boss Feng, long time no see. I heard that you have been conferred the title of Righteous Merchant by His Majesty. Congratulations! Shopkeeper Lu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha as he spoke to Feng Zhihua, who had just entered. After nearly 5 months, Feng Zhihua once again came to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. In the past, he was a regular here and would basically come for a meal every 3 to 5 days. The main reason was that he had been delayed for too long this time. Shopkeeper Lu, long time no see. It's all thanks to the Marquis of Yong, and that I went out to sea this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have received such generous profits and the title of Righteous Merchant personally conferred by His Majesty. Feng Zhihua didn't put on airs. He walked up and cupped his hands with a smile. Although he had lost a group of crew members during this voyage, He still earned at least 100,000 strings of coins after deducting the compensation for the families of the deceased crew members. It was a huge profit. Of course, to Feng Zhihua, the most valuable thing was still the title of righteous merchant conferred by Li Er. It was an unexpected surprise and also something that couldn't be bought with money. Therefore, he was grateful to Li Zishuan for promoting the trade in the south. "Hey, shopkeeper Lu, you have something new here today." Liao Shifan and Zhang Jingyang followed behind Feng Zhihua. Liao Shifan looked at the menu of Strange Taste Pavilion and was surprised to see that there were a few new dishes. Cold century egg tofu, century egg lean meat congee, meteoric success. This is really a new dish. I haven't eaten it before. Alright, I'll serve some of each of these new dishes today. Thank you, shopkeeper Lu. Feng Zhihua raised his head to take a look and said with a smile. No problem. Boss Feng, you guys go ahead and have a seat. The dishes will be ready soon. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. After a while, Feng Zhihua and the others served their dishes to the table. Sir, here are the 3 servings of congee with pork and century egg, 1 serving of cold century egg, 1 serving of tofu with century egg, 1 serving of gnawed chicken, and 1 serving of braised pork in soy sauce. If you have any more orders, please call me. The waiter said enthusiastically as he served the dishes to Feng Zhihua and the others. Feng Zhihua nodded, and the waiter left tactfully. Come, Brother Liao, Brother Zhang. Try the new dishes of Zuaishan restaurant. Liao Shifan said with a smile. I've eaten meteoric success before, but I've never heard of century egg and lean meat congee or century egg salad. Today, I'll have a good taste of what kind of egg this is. Everyone laughed kindly. Feng Zhihua used a small spoon to scoop up a spoonful of century egg tofu. Because this thing looked cool, he saw that the white tofu was dotted with some black and green. It looked pleasing to the eye. Wow! Fresh, tender, fragrant, and cool. This century egg tofu is amazing. It's a must-have dish for summer. A small spoonful of century egg tofu entered Feng Zhihua's mouth. First, a cool sensation filled his mouth, followed by the freshness of the tofu and the fragrance of the century egg. Feng Zhihua was full of praises. Brother Feng, this century egg lean meat congee is also excellent. I've never thought that thin porridge could be made into such a fancy dish. Zuaishan restaurant is indeed Zuaishan restaurant. The food here is always the best in Chang'an City. Haha. Liao Shifan savored 2 mouthfuls of century egg lean meat congee and praised. Haha. Brother Liao is right. The food of Zuaishan restaurant will never disappoint. This century egg salad is the best in my opinion. Zhang Jingyang had a strong taste and had a soft spot for century egg salad. At this moment, the other diners also came to eat. They also noticed the new dishes of Zuaishan restaurant. When they heard the praises of Feng Zhihua, Liao Shifan, and the other regular diners, they were instantly tempted. Moreover, the new dishes of Wonderful Taste Pavilion were very cheap this time. Century egg lean meat congee was only 20 copper coins, century egg salad was 80 copper coins, and century egg tofu was 100 copper coins. Compared to the previously gnawed chicken and red braised meat, it was much cheaper. Waiter, give me a serving of red braised meat and century egg tofu. Waiter, give me 2 bowls of century egg lean meat congee. Give me 2 servings of century egg salad. Chapter 8:11. The reason why the congee with pork and century egg, the tofu with century egg, and the cold-tossed century egg were so cheap was that Li Zishuan wanted to sell the century egg on a large scale as soon as possible. After all, if the normal consumption of the Drunken Immortal restaurant and the canteen of Yanhuang Academy were to be relied on, the century eggs made from the eggs that Li Zishuan purchased from the Han Village and Plum Village a while ago would probably not be sold out until next year. Therefore, the low price was one thing. More importantly, the Drunken Immortal restaurant had launched a takeaway event. Dear customers, everyone has tasted the delicious taste of the century eggs. Whether you like it or not, I'm sure everyone has a plan in mind. To be honest, the century eggs are the latest food invented by my family's marquis. They are made from eggs through 49 processes and 49 days. The process is not easy. Compared to unprocessed eggs, the century eggs can be stored for a longer time. They can be stored for at least 3 months and the taste will not change. In order to let more people eat this delicious food, the Zuetian restaurant will sell an unlimited number of marinated century eggs to the public. It only costs 5 copper coins. After buying it, you just need to peel it, cut it into pieces, and mix it with seasoning before eating it directly. At the same time, Soaring Success will also provide an unlimited supply. And this month, the Zuetian restaurant will open 3 branches in Chang City. In the future, we will open branches in other provinces and counties outside Chang City. At that time, you may be able to eat the delicacies of the Zuetian restaurant in your own shops. After about half an hour, shopkeeper Lu saw that most of the diners in the restaurant were almost done eating. He walked to a table and announced to the crowd with a smile. When the diners heard this, they were all overjoyed. This was the first time that the Zuetian restaurant sold its food to the public. Some of the businessmen among them were tempted. 5 copper coins for a century egg was not expensive. It was very profitable to sell it in other places or as a dish in other places. Oh, only 5 copper coins for a century egg? And it can be stored for more than 3 months? Good, good, good. Shopkeeper Lu, please help me pack 100 of them. I'll bring some for my wife to try when I leave later, Feng Zhihua said with a smile. Shopkeeper Lu, pack 100 century eggs for me too. While you're at it, pack 2 servings of Flying Meteoric Success. Shopkeeper Lu, pack up 50 of them for me. Drunken Immortal Inn is opening a branch? This was good news. If only it could be opened near Chongren Square. At that time, I won't have to come here in a carriage just to eat. Huff huff. Not bad. Not bad. The congee with pork and century egg that Xiaoxian made was really good. Madam, let's make our porridge like this in the future. This kind of salty porridge is more enjoyable. Chang Residence, lunchtime. Chang Yaojin finished a bowl of congee with pork and century egg in no time. He wiped his mouth and said with satisfaction. Madame Chang rolled her eyes at Chang Yaojin and said, Look at you, insisting that the kitchen make this congee with pork and century egg in the middle of the day. Which family eats porridge for lunch? But this cold congee with century egg is not bad. Chang Yaojin touched his nose embarrassedly. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because after Chang Chumo came back, he bragged that the congee with pork and century egg that he ate at Li Zishuan's house was one of a kind. That was why he ordered the kitchen to make congee with pork and century egg for lunch. Ahem. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that Madame thinks that the century egg is delicious. Madame Chang sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. By the way, old master, I heard from Cho Nyo that the Duke of Yong'an's family is buying eggs from their farmers in large quantities. I guess they're using them to make century eggs, right? Chang Yaojin stroked his beard and nodded. I heard Xiaoxian mention it at the academy. It was mainly because there were so many eggs in Chang City that they couldn't sell them. No one bought one for 2 copper coins. The farmers of his 2 farms had accumulated a lot of eggs. Seeing that they were going to spoil soon, Xiaoxian thought of a way to find a way out for the farmers. I have to say that this child is really resourceful. He actually came up with such an idea. Besides, this century egg is to my liking. Cho Nyo, after we finish eating, pick a few dozen century eggs and send them to the Qin family. Chang Chumo's mouth was still stuffed with century egg and tofu. When he heard this, he directly spoke with a lisp. Father, there's no need. Xiaoxian has already sent them door to door. I reckon that even His Majesty is eating his century eggs now. Chang Yaojin was stunned. Then, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. This kid is really good at doing business. He's even got ideas on His Majesty. In this entire imperial court, only that old man Wei Zhang can compare with him in terms of guts. Madame Chang smiled and didn't reply. She hesitated for a while and said, I just don't know how this child made the century eggs with eggs. They can actually be preserved for such a long time? Old master, the farmers of our farms also have a lot of eggs that they can't sell. Why don't we ask the Duke of Yong and how to make century eggs? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He sternly scolded, "Nonsense! Foolish! This method of making century eggs is Xiaoshuan's secret recipe. As elders, how can we snatch something from the younger generation? If this gets out, where will I, Cheng Jijia, put my old face? You're scheming for a source of wealth." Seeing Cheng Yaojin throw a rare tantrum, Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang at the dining table quickly put down their chopsticks and quietly sat on the stools without saying a word. Madame Cheng, who was used to being domineering, didn't dare to talk back at this moment. In the end, Cheng Yaojin was the backbone of this family. Usually, Cheng Yaojin wouldn't haggle with her over small matters and would go along with her wishes. However, when it came to major issues, no one in this family dared to refute Cheng Yaojin's opinions. "Old master, I didn't say that I want to snatch the Duke of Yong and secret recipe. I'm just asking you if we can cooperate with the Duke of Yong, and, after all, our farm is rearing a lot of chickens this year." Madame Cheng paused for a moment before opening her mouth to explain. Cheng Yaojin's expression softened slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't think about snatching Xiaoshuan's money. Xiaoshuan's winery has already brought us a lot of income. One must be content with what one has. Our family doesn't have to worry about money now." However, Madame's question is reasonable. This old man will go back and talk to Xiaoxian. Let's see if he can buy all of the eggs in our farm. And that's fine too. This year, the farm's grain production has decreased. This way, it can be considered as an additional source of income for the farmers. Madame Cheng nodded and said softly. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang didn't care about this. When the two saw that their mother had reconciled with them, they lowered their heads and began to eat fiercely. To them, delicious food was the way of the king. Chapter 8:12. Cheng Chumo was right. Not only did the Cheng family receive the century eggs from Li Zishuan, but the Qin family, Niu family, Yuqi family, Li Jing family, Li Xiaogong family, Fang Xianling family, Zhangsun Wuji family, and Wei Zheng family all received hundreds of century eggs and a recipe for making century eggs. Some of these people were delivered by Li Zishuan himself, while others were delivered by his guards. Poor Pang Feiji and his team of marquises. They were originally civil servants in charge of maintaining the security of Chang and city, but now they had become delivery men for Li Zishuan. Although Li Zishuan had given away so many century egg recipes, he was not worried that others would learn how to make century eggs and cause the loss of customers from Zuaishan restaurant. That was because the most authentic way of cooking was always in the hands of Zuaishan restaurant. Just like crayfish and hairy crabs in his previous life, the recipe could be found on the internet. But why were there so many people willing to eat in restaurants? Food was not something that could be made delicious just because you knew how to make it. Therefore, not only was he not afraid of others learning, but he also encouraged others to learn. Only when everyone knew how to make century eggs and tasted the delicacy could his task of promoting century eggs be completed. At the same time, in the palace, the great Emperor Li Er also received the century eggs from Li Zishuan. Of course, Li Er did not receive them personally, but they were sent by Li Chengqian. This century egg tofu is a good dish. It's refreshing and tender. Tell the imperial chef to keep this dish for lunch every day for the next month. Li Er, who was overwhelmed by a pile of troublesome matters in the morning court, suddenly felt refreshed when he ate the cold and refreshing century eggs with tofu at noon. He praised and then turned his head to instruct the palace maid next to him. "Yes, your majesty." The little palace maid bowed and slowly retreated. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. "Since autumn, your majesty's appetite has not been very good. I didn't expect that the century egg with tofu would suit your majesty's taste. It seems that I should thank Marquis Yong." Li Er laughed and said, "Guanyin maid, this is not because of that guy, but because of your good cooking. I heard that you went to the kitchen 2 hours ago to prepare. Thank you for your hard work." Empress Zhangsun shook her head and said with a happy face, "As long as your majesty can eat well, everything I do is worth it. The Tang Empire cannot be left without your majesty." Li put down his chopsticks and patted Jiangsuan's small white hands. And his wife and couple had been together for more than 10 years. How could they not know each other's feelings? After a moment's silence, said, in fact, my poor appetite was not because the food was not to my taste. This year's drought caused the people's farmland to be reduced. In order to reduce the burden of the people, I forcibly reduced the burden. Later, the tax collection situation submitted by various states was calculated by the Ministry of Civil Affairs. It was found that it was not even 70% of last year's. In addition, last year, because of the Turkic army, the Chong and treasury was empty. I was worried that if there was another natural disaster in the Tang Empire, the treasury would not be able to continue. Haha, but fortunately the fleet led by Xiao Gong came back at this time. Not only did they bring back a huge amount of food, but they also brought back a huge amount of wealth. The financial strain of the imperial court was greatly relieved. And just this time, the business tax collected from the civilian caravan was a total of 400,000 strings of coins. Guanyin made, you didn't see it. After that old man Xiao Yu saw the results of the statistics, he laughed from ear to ear for a quarter of an hour. How can I not be happy? At the end of his speech, Li Er's mood became high, and a long-lost relaxed smile appeared on his face. Empress Zhongsun looked at the man in front of her with a complicated mood. She sighed and said, Your Majesty is wholeheartedly for the country and the people. You are happy for the world, but also sad for the world. This is the blessing of the Tang Empire's people. But I hope that your Majesty will take care of your body. Your Majesty is not only the Majesty of the world, but also the Majesty of Chengqian, Qingke, and Chang'e. Li Er understood the meaning of Empress Zhongsun. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Guanyin maid. I understand. Empress Zhongsun smiled. She pulled her small hand out of Li Er's big hand and then used a small spoon to scoop a spoonful of century eggs and tofu for Li Er. She said, Your Majesty, eat quickly. The century eggs and tofu won't be fresh in a while. Li Er naturally enjoyed the service of the beauty with a clear conscience. He heard Empress Zhongsun continue. I heard that the century eggs were a new trick invented by the Marquis of Yong, and to help his farmers solve the backlog of eggs in their hands. This child has a lot of ideas. I don't know how many things are in his head, but this way his farmers can earn a lot of money, and the other farmers are still worried about how to sell their eggs. Li Er had never heard of this. He frowned and asked, What? Are the eggs in Chong and worthless now? Empress Zhongsun's brows showed a hint of worry and replied, Your Majesty may not know, but since the imperial court issued a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens this year, not to mention the other states and counties, in Chong'an and the nearby farms, basically every household has at least 70 to 80 chickens. Now, more than 4 months have passed. The chickens raised by the people have long started to lay eggs. These eggs can't be stored for long and will spoil in less than 10 days. In order to sell the eggs as soon as possible, the farmers are desperately trying to lower the price. As a result, the price of eggs has fallen again and again until it's difficult to sell them now. Li Er was silent for a while and then said, This is indeed a problem. But now that Li Zishuan has thought of this method of making century eggs, it depends on whether he's willing to impart the method of making century eggs. If he's unwilling, we can only let him expand the production scale of century eggs. I think it should be able to alleviate the current situation. When the weather gets colder, the production of eggs will also decrease. At that time, the price of eggs will stabilize. What he said was indeed reasonable. Letting Li Zishuan make century eggs into century eggs could, first, expand the sales and second, prolong the preservation time. It was already autumn now. When it was late autumn or after winter, due to the decrease in temperature and light, the laying rate of chickens would obviously decrease until the production stopped. Hey, but this kid is really good to his farmers. In the end, Li Er added another sentence. Speaking of which, this time, Li Er didn't have any intention of getting Li Zishuan's secret method of making century eggs. The main reason was that this sea trade had fattened the imperial court. Old Li was now a rich man, and the small amount of money he earned from making century eggs was not enough for Li Er. Chapter 8:13. Your Majesty is right. The Marquis of Yong and treats the people well. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know about this? Your Majesty has given Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong'an. I heard that some of the farmers in the villages close to Lantian County all sighed when they heard the news, regretting that their villages were not the Marquis of Yong'an. From this, it can be seen how kind this child is usually. In the Lijiang Palace, Empress Zhangsun heard Li Er's words and chuckled. Kind. Hearing this, Li Er suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, This kid has never been a kind person. Guanyin maid, you don't know, but the day before yesterday, this kid was still spouting nonsense in the morning court. He said that the peace of the Tang Empire was not obtained by blindly giving in, but by the soldiers using their blood and fists. The Tang people need to have pride. The Tang people are not afraid of war. Even if the entire world attacks the Tang Empire will be able to break through. Listen to this. Sometimes, this kid is filled with killing intent. At such a young age, he has so much hostility. It is really unbelievable. Right now, he has already been labeled as a traitor by many officials in the court. Hearing this, Empress Zhangsun was silent for a while. Then, she smiled and said, This kid's personality is probably what your Majesty wants, right? And what this kid said is not wrong at all. The peace of the Tang Empire today was obtained by your Majesty leading a group of generals using their blood. After being with Li Er for so many years, how could Empress Zhangsun not understand the true thoughts in Li Er's heart? She could tell at a glance that even though Li Er was criticizing Li Zishuan in all sorts of ways, his words were filled with admiration. Ha! Guanyin maid understands me. That's right. Although this kid is often muddle-headed, I admire the spirit and sharpness in his bones. In the future, when I am old, the generals of this generation will not be able to lift their swords. I hope that this kid Li Zishuan can take up the heavy responsibility and help Chengqian well. Just like the title I gave him, Yong'an, protect the Tang Empire forever. Li Zishuan naturally did not know about the conversation that happened in the palace. Li Er also did not know that his precious son was being tortured fetching water in Yanhuang College. If he knew, his conversation with Empress Zhangsun would probably be to scold Li Zishuan and not praise. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan was busy going to Chang'an City in the morning to send gifts to the big shots. In order to keep smiling, his face was a little stiff from smiling. Aunt Sen. And then, he went to the workshop to teach Faubert's rubber. Ants. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, an uninvited guest came. An uninvited guest with unprecedented strength. It was a middle-aged man who was nearly 7 feet tall, which was over 2 meters. He had a 3-inch beard on his chin, which looked like it had not been tidied in a long time. It was messy and a bit disgusting. His appearance was ugly, and there was a scar on his face. Although his facial features were sharp and angular, no matter how you looked at it, he looked like the reincarnation of an evil spirit. He was abnormally ferocious. Children would probably be scared to tears if they saw his face. These were not important. The most important thing was that Li Zishuan felt a very majestic and turbulent power of flesh and blood from this man, indicating that this man's physical cultivation had reached a very terrifying realm. In his impression, only the golden body of Arhat of the Shaolin Temple could be comparable to it. What was worse was that the moment this man stood there, Li Zishuan felt an extremely heavy pressure. This meant that this person's martial arts realm was far above his. If they were to compare, even Zhao Song at his peak would not be a match for this man. At first glance, Li Zishuan determined that the man was a master at the peak of the master stage, or even a half step into the great master stage. His strength was not inferior to his martial uncles in Longhu Mountain. If they were to fight to the death, perhaps only his genius youngest martial uncle would be able to fight him. Wouldn't you be nervous if a ferocious-looking man with terrifying strength was blocking your door? The true qi in Li Zishuan's body quickly began to revolve, and he raised his guard to 120%. If this person really wanted to attack him, he should be able to escape with all his strength. But could he escape? No. Behind him were his father, mother, wife, and sister. Not far from where he was, there were hundreds of teachers and students from Yanhuang College. If such a powerful devil was allowed to wreak havoc, no one in Yunshan would be able to keep him in check. When did a monster with such a terrifying cultivation appear in Chong and City? Did this man come with ill intentions, or was he looking for something? Li Zishuan's heart was filled with vigilance and doubts. Senior, may I know your honorific name? Why have you come to Yunshan? Li Zishuan stepped forward slowly, saluted and cupped his fists. Previously, Li Zishuan was sizing up the man. In fact, the man was also sizing up Li Zishuan. At this moment, when he saw Li Zishuan step forward and salute, he narrowed his eyes and smiled instead of answering. You are Li Zishuan, right? The last disciple of Taoist Ling Su of Celestial Master Sect in Longhu Mountain? Not bad. Not bad. Little boy, you have guts. You have not disgraced the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su. Li Zishuan's heart moved slightly. This man knew his master. This should be easy to handle. Generally speaking, as long as someone knew his master, they would give him some face. He had to admit that the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su was very useful. Senior, since you know my master, then you are an old friend. Please come in and have some tea. Li Zishuan smiled and tried to get close to the man. After all, it would be best to be friends with such a powerful person, who knew that when the man heard this, he would actually pull out the 4-foot-long broadsword on his back. He casually waved the broadsword and then gently placed it on the ground. The hard cement floor was actually cut open like a piece of tofu. The man laughed loudly and said, "Ha! Junior, I am not here to drink tea. I am here to compete with you. I want to see how much of Spiritual Master Ling Su's teachings you have. If you can win against me, that's fine. If you lose, Xian this is husband." Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Yushi came out with Madame Li, followed by Li Jingma and Lan. They must have heard the commotion in the front yard and ran out. Hee, little boy, if you lose, it means that your skills are not good enough. I will clean up the house for Spiritual Master Ling Su. Don't even think about leaving a single person in your yard alive. The curly-bearded man pointed at the people behind Li Zishuan and said with a ferocious expression, "He came with ill intentions." As expected, he came with ill intentions. Now that the situation had developed in the worst direction, Li Zishuan's complexion suddenly changed greatly. His heart also sank. This old bastard with extremely high martial arts was actually here to pick a fight. Chapter 8:14. Yunshan Villa. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate when he saw that the bearded man didn't come with good intentions. He turned around and said anxiously, "Wife, help father and mother back to the house. Lan, you go back too. Don't worry, I'll be fine." "Husband, Xian brother," Li Zishuan said solemnly, "don't talk nonsense. Go back quickly." Then he whispered to Han Yushi, "I'll lure this person away in a while. You guys take the opportunity to leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't beat this person with my worries. If you really want to help me, you can go to the academy or Chong and to get reinforcements. Don't be so wishy-washy." "Xian Mrs. Li muttered unwillingly in a low voice. Li Jingma pulled her away and said, "Madam, it's useless to say more. We'll only be in the way here. Xian is right. If we really want to help him, we should hurry up and escape to get reinforcements." Seeing that his father was decisive at the critical moment, Li Zishuan felt relieved and turned to deal with the bearded man. In fact, he was bragging a lot. Even if his family left and he had nothing to worry about, he still wasn't sure he could beat this person in front of him. Although he had fought Yin Batian, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, to a draw, he had worked together with the two brothers of the Dugu family to achieve such a result. Moreover, Yin Batian was obviously not on the same level as this bearded old bastard. Li Zishuan felt that this person in front of him could fight 3 Yin Batians at the same time. This showed how terrifying this person's strength was. "Who are you, sir?" Li Zishuan, who turned around, looked at the bearded man with a gloomy face and asked, "Ha, kid, you'll only be qualified to know my identity after you defeat this old man." The bearded man said with a haughty face, "You're King the best." Li Zishuan cursed in his heart when he heard this. Although this old fart in front of him was indeed quite awesome, no matter how awesome he was, Could he be as awesome as his master? I have no enmity with you, but you have come here to threaten me with your life. I have to say that you are really daring. The Cloud Mountain is a sacred place of learning set up by the imperial court. How dare you behave so atrociously here? At this point, there was no room for reconciliation. How could Li Zixuan still be willing to address this person as senior? It was already good enough that he didn't call him old bastard. There was no need for him to be polite. The man grinned and said with a smile, "Heh, are you angry from embarrassment? Enough idle chatter. This old man is not here to bicker with you. If you want to live, quickly take out your true skills and fight with this old man." Li Zixuan knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he pretended to look at the burly man with contempt and snorted, "Since you want to fight, then this marquis will accompany you to the end. However, since you came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble, you better think about the consequences." "Ha ha, there's no need for you to say that. This old man knows what to do." The bearded man chuckled nonchalantly. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "In that case, you wait here. I'll go get the sword." A quarter of an hour later, Li Zixuan brought the burly man to a forest in the south of the Cloud Mountain courtyard. The two stood face to face, and a bleak atmosphere began to fill the forest. Both of them were accumulating power at this moment. "Boy, show me what you've got. This old man won't bully you. I'll suppress my realm to the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm and fight with you. If you can beat me, then everything will be fine. If you can't, heh." The bearded man stood about 30 meters in front of Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "This old man wants to suppress his realm to fight with me?" This was really a surprise because if this old man went all out, he really had no chance of winning. However, if they were at the same realm, then it was hard to say. After hearing the second half of the old man's words, Li Zixuan's heart sank again. Although the old man wanted to suppress his realm, he could only suppress the amount of genuine qi, but not his experience and reaction. In other words, he was facing a master at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm with the experience of a half-step to the Supreme Power Realm. He did not have the advantage. "Old man, since you want to suppress your realm, why don't you seal part of your meridians? Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I beat you until you cry, you'll be shameless and forcibly raise your realm to make trouble for me." Li Zixuan figured it out. It was better for the old man to suppress his realm than not, but he was afraid that the burly man would contradict him. In his impression, there was indeed a way to seal part of the meridians in Jianghu, so he said so. "Oh, boy, you're so arrogant. Well, I'll seal it. This acupoint can be maintained for an hour. In this hour, whether I want to or not, I'll only be at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm. But even at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm, you're not my opponent." The bearded man sneered. Then, he used his right hand to tap on his own body 3 times, and his aura suddenly dropped. The first move of 9 Taishan swords. Ride the wind to the 9th heaven. When Li Zixuan saw that the bearded man had finished sealing his acupoints, he took advantage of the fact that the bearded man was unprepared and used the first style of the 9 Taishan swords to launch a surprise attack. At this time, he didn't have the time to talk nonsense with this old thing. 9 Taishan swords? Oh, you deserve to be his last disciple. Immortal Lingshu actually taught you the supreme sword skills derived from Taishan Sutra? But your master certainly doesn't want you to use these sword skills to make a sneak attack, right? In the face of this sudden sword from beyond the heavens, the bearded man's face did not show any signs of panic. He sneered and unhurriedly lifted up his enormous scimitar from the ground. His entire body skyrocketed, and his large scimitar fiercely chopped towards Li Zixuan's unexpected sword. Seeing that the man's scimitar had been formed in the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan knew that it was not good, because the man's reaction speed was far beyond his expectation. Moreover, the man's scimitar was obviously powerful, and he could not take it. Moreover, his wind-chasing sword might be damaged because of this. At this time, it was too late to withdraw the move. Li Zixuan had an idea. He lifted his long sword and changed his move temporarily, using pushing the boat with the current. The expected collision between the scimitar and the sword did not happen. The wind-chasing sword was like a magnet, and firmly sucked the scimitar in the bearded man's hand. Then, Li Zishuan's wrist moved slightly, and with 2 twists of the sword, the tyrannical force on the scimitar was immediately deflected, sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. That's right, this guy changed his move to Taiji sword at the last moment. Using this method to fuse 9 Taishan swords and Taiji sword together, one had to say that this could be considered as learning and applying it flexibly. This is not 9 Taishan swords. Kid, where did you learn this sword skill from? The bearded man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked. Chapter 8:15. The second style of 9 Taishan swords. Fleeting Swan, Soaring Dragon. The third style of 9 Taishan swords. Snow Treading, leaving no trace in the snow, swift as a swallow. The fourth style of 9 Taishan swords. Wavebreaker, Overlord Sea Thunderous Fury. The fifth style of 9 Taishan swords. Pairing Dust, Sword Pairing Dust, Bleak and Cold. Li Zishuan didn't pay any attention to the curly-bearded burly man's question at all. He directly used a quadruple annihilation, unleashing 4 moves in unison and meeting him head-on. In his opinion, the old man in front of him was here to destroy his entire family. In a battle of life and death, he would not hold back. As long as he could defeat the old man, he was willing to use more despicable means, let alone a sneak attack. By now, he had mastered the first 5 styles of 9 Taishan swords. The 4 styles in front of him were more than 40% more powerful than before. Ordinary grandmasters would not dare to underestimate them. They had to take them seriously, or they would be injured by the superimposed 4 styles in an instant. Unfortunately, this bearded man was not an ordinary master stage expert. This time, the man did not take the initiative to charge forward. Facing this extremely powerful sword that had been enhanced by the consecutive moves, he closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly took 3 steps to the left and turned around abruptly. He raised his broadsword and placed it in front of his forehead. Clang! The fifth style of 9 Taishan swords, Pairing Dust, had been enhanced by the power of the first 4 moves. Its speed and strength were naturally extraordinary. The most prominent feature of this sword was its explosive power. When the tip of wind-chasing sword came into contact with the bearded man's saber, sparks flew from the intense collision. However, the man's lower body was extremely stable, as though he was a huge tree rooted in the ground, not moving at all. However, due to the inertia of the wind-chasing sword, it was still advancing towards the man's face. The entire sword immediately bent into an arc. The saber in the man's hand also began to deform from the violent collision. If this continued, it would be hard to tell if the saber or the sword would break first. The power can be superimposed. This 9 Taishan swords is indeed something. The bearded man laughed softly. Then, his 2 hands held the 2 ends of the broadsword. Then, he took the initiative to bend the broadsword inwards, gradually turning it into a reverse bow. F***CK. This is bad. In the sky, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that something was wrong, and a deep sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Just as he was about to escape, the curly-bearded burly man suddenly attacked. Ha! Kid! Go back to where you came from. Li Zishuan saw the bearded man use the saber in his hand as a bow and arrow. He directly rebounded the saber and struck the blade of the wind-chasing sword. Li Zishuan was instantly sent flying along with his sword. Blood Sea Tyrant Saber. How could the bearded man let go of such a good opportunity? He let out a low roar, and his saber moved like a shadow. This saber carried a huge amount of power, and it flew in the direction that Li Zishuan had been sent flying. 1 advance, 1 retreat. This was truly unavoidable. At this time, Li Zishuan wanted to use the 6th movement of the Taishan 9 swords again, but it was useless. He had no time or opportunity to mobilize the genuine qi in his body. But was there really no other way? Of course not. The current Li Zishuan was no longer the young boy who had just left the mountain. He had a lot of trump cards. 9 solitary swords, broken blade style, At this moment of rapid retreat, Li Zixuan suddenly used a very profound sword technique. But this sword technique did not seem to be very powerful, and one could not even sense how much true qi was flowing inside. This was why the 9 solitary swords was so powerful. The Dugu 9 swords focused on sword moves, and the key point was the sword intent. It did not have much of a requirement for qi, and even a person without any qi would be able to unleash the power of the Dugu 9 swords as long as he could feel the sword intent within it. Li Zixuan was now using the third movement of the 9 solitary swords, broken blade style. This was a special move that was specially used to break the saber techniques of single saber, double saber, lancet, ghost head saber, machete, and zamadeo. When the curly-bearded man saw that Li Zixuan had actually used this kind of soft sword technique that was devoid of true qi, he couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. The broadsword in his hand slashed towards Li Zixuan with an indomitable will. But what shocked the bearded man was that Li Zixuan's soft sword technique had actually dissolved his heavy saber attack in an instant. What was even more incredible was that this saber attack had been infused with his strong inner qi. But after just touching Li Zixuan's sword technique, the inner qi that he had infused into it dissipated into nothingness. The bearded man was stunned for a moment. Presumably, he had lived for decades, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. In fact, this was also one of the biggest characteristics of the Dugu 9 swords. No matter how strong the opponent's inner qi was, it would all be useless in front of the subtle sword technique of the Dugu 9 swords. Moreover, the Dugu 9 swords was stronger than the opponent. If the opponent's kung fu was not high enough, the essence of the Dugu 9 swords would not be used. The opponent that Li Zixuan was facing right now was one of the top masters in the world. His kung fu was so strong that it had reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. Once he activated it, the subtleties of the Dugu 9 swords could be unleashed incisively and vividly. If Dugu Chubai came back to life, or if Feng Qingyang came back to life, they would be overjoyed to meet such an opponent. In order to use the Dugu 9 swords, apart from being familiar with the sword technique, it also relied heavily on the swordsman's spiritual understanding. Once the swordsman reached a level where he could freely use the sword without any rules, the more intelligent the swordsman was, the better the swordsman's kung fu would be. Every competition was like a great poet who was inspired to write a good poem. The bearded man poured a large amount of genuine qi into his saber. Li Zixuan used the saber-breaking style one after another. Relying on his strong mental calculation ability, he countered the attacks one by one. After more than 40 moves, the genuine qi in the bearded man's saber had already dissipated. And in this situation, Li Zixuan had enough time to inject his inner strength into wind-chasing sword and launch a counterattack. The 6th style of the Dugu 9 swords, Drifting Cloud. The drifting cloud is broken and drifting cloud is never returned. Once the sword was launched, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. This sword not only carried the power of the previous few moves, but also the momentum of the bearded man's saber-breaking style that was countered by the saber-breaking style. Its power was so great that it was the most powerful attack that Li Zixuan had ever launched in so many years. It had to be said that this guy was really a genius. He had just combined the Dugu 9 swords and the Taiji sword together to counter the bearded man's counterattack. Now, he had combined the Dugu 9 swords and borrowed the momentum to launch a fatal attack on the bearded man. Fast. This extremely fast sword instantly arrived in front of the curly-bearded burly man. The curly-bearded man's pupils constricted abruptly. He actually felt the threat of death from this sword strike. Chapter 8:16. Roar. Seeing Li Zixuan's flowing cloud sword whistling towards his heart, the bearded man first controlled his body to lean back slightly and then let out a loud roar. A fallen leaf just happened to fall between the tip of the wind-chasing sword and the bearded man's face. What was strange was that this roar seemed to carry a huge amount of energy, causing the falling leaf to suddenly change its direction and fly directly towards Li Zixuan. The leaves were already like this, so how could Li Zixuan, a living person, not be affected? Almost in an instant, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. His face felt as if it had been scraped by a fierce wind, and it hurt a little. At the same time, His sword momentum also strangely stagnated for a moment. Lion's roar. Li Zishuan was a little shocked. Wasn't this lion's roar a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple? How could this old bastard know it? Could it be that he was a monk of the Shaolin Temple in the past? Damn it, a monk who had returned to the secular world actually dared to behave atrociously in Yunshan. However, even though Li Zishuan was extremely shocked, he didn't have the time to continue letting his imagination run wild. This was because the bearded man had seized the moment when the wind-chasing sword's momentum stagnated. Roar! Another loud roar, and the intensity of the roar was even louder than before. Tsunami Emperor Fist. At this moment, the bearded man, who was leaning back slightly, abandoned his saber and used his fists. This was because the angle of his body couldn't condense saber momentum in a short period of time. He first formed a fist seal, and then his sleeves exploded with a bang. His arms and fists turned bronze in color, and the veins on his arms bulged. His hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and he looked like a mad demon. Tsunami Emperor Fist. When Li Zishuan heard the name of this fist technique, his heart suddenly jolted. He thought to himself, just where did this curly-bearded burly man come from? Emperor Fist, Emperor Fist. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, to dare to add the word emperor to a technique was like lighting a lamp in the toilet courting death. Why did this curly-bearded man dare to give his fist technique such a tyrannical name? The bearded man definitely didn't know what Li Zishuan was thinking. He snorted and his aura suddenly changed. Then, he waved his fists and charged towards Li Zishuan's sword. The wind-chasing sword was spiritual master Ling Su's personal sword. It was forged by the world's #1 swordsmith, Zhang Yujiu, using extraterrestrial iron. Its sharpness could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, the wind-chasing sword was reinforced with large amounts of internal energy from Li Zishuan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this sword could pierce a hole in the city wall. At this moment, the bearded man was actually using his fists to catch the sword. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be seeking death. However, Li Zishuan didn't think so. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. In this split second, the burly man's fists had already collided with the tip of the wind-chasing sword. However, the scene of the sword piercing into his body did not occur. On the contrary, the collision of the fists and the sword produced an illogical sound of metal clashing. Clang! With a boom, the enormous amount of internal energy that Li Zishuan had poured into the wind-chasing sword was completely repelled. The enormous internal energy backlashed and sent him flying. He crashed into a tree with a bang, but this tree couldn't stop him from retreating. With a kacha sound, the thick tree cracked and broke. Li Zishuan's body then crashed into a second tree and landed heavily on the ground. Pooh! After receiving such a large impact, Li Zishuan's body instantly fractured in several places. A heart-wrenching pain came from his wrists and back. What was worse was that this enormous internal energy backlashing caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, his internal energy started to become chaotic. It would be difficult for him to have the strength to fight again in a short period of time. F***CK. You old bastard. You actually broke through your acupoints on your own. You said that you would suppress your realm and fight with me, but now you went back on your word and launched a sneak attack. Are you still a F***King man? Although Li Zishuan was well aware of the terrible condition of his body, he still couldn't help but point at the curly-bearded man and scold him. Even if he was going to die, he had to scold him to his heart's content. Only now did he realize what was wrong just now. It turned out that the bearded man had used his internal energy to break through his acupoints at the last minute. He had completely unleashed the strength of a peak grandmaster. Oh no, it should be the strength of a half-step grandmaster. Li Zishuan was now very sure that the bearded man was a half-step grandmaster. The difference in strength was too great. Moreover, the bearded man was not like Yin Batian, who came from a small sect. Although his realm was high, his strength was low. The bearded man's skills were all top martial arts in the Jianghu. He definitely had the guidance of a famous master. Li Zishuan knew that he had lost. The bearded man's strength had now recovered to the peak. If he attacked him now, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. His internal energy was still in disorder. If he didn't immediately sit down cross-legged to recuperate, he would definitely run the risk of qigong deviation. The bearded man had already put away his fists. It was impossible to see how he moved his legs. With a series of movements, he appeared in front of Li Zixuan in an instant. Unexpectedly, in the face of such a good opportunity, he didn't kill Li Zixuan. Instead, his old face turned red. Yes, that's right, his old face turned red. Li Zixuan didn't know why this big man's tanned face would turn red. Was it his imagination? Cough, cough. Boy, you're really good. The Central Plains is indeed full of talents. It's been decades since someone pushed me to this point. The bearded man stood in front of Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back and said with the posture of an expert. It was just that there was a hidden awkwardness under his expression. It was just that others couldn't detect it. Bah! Old bastard! With your cultivation, you actually went back on your words. King have an unfair advantage. Cough, cough. The man coughed twice again. He didn't answer Li Zixuan's words. Instead, he asked calmly, Boy, the sword techniques you used just now, it seems that the 9 Taishan swords is not the only sword technique, right? There seem to be 2 other sword techniques mixed in with it. Hurry up and tell me. Li Zixuan didn't know what kind of medicine this old bastard had taken, but he was actually dawdling with him. Li Zixuan simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. In any case, he couldn't beat him. If this old bastard wanted to fight, then let him fight. At this time, when he heard the question, he couldn't help but open his eyes. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, You want to know? Of course. The bearded man nodded. You want to know? Call me Grandpa and I'll tell you. Chapter 8:17. Grandpa? Regardless of whether this curly-bearded man had the intention to kill Li Zixuan or not, after hearing these words, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Bastard Junior. This old man is already someone of your grandfather's generation, yet you are so disgraceful. Li Zixuan continued to scold. Hey, who was the one who called me Grandpa just now? Was it you? Regardless of whether he was going to die today, he had to be mischievous before he died. Who asked his big brother to be the Leather Knight? Humph, little kid, you're so stubborn. I wanted to talk to you nicely, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being rude. Even a clay figurine had some temper, let alone a peerless expert like the bearded man. Hearing Li Zixuan's rude remarks again and again, he finally flew into a rage. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous in Cloud Mountain? At this moment, a loud shout came from the forest. The man's movements couldn't help but pause. Then, he saw a black-robed elder come over with a sword and slash directly at him. Faced with this sudden attack, the man didn't dare to be careless. He took 2 steps back and then tilted his body slightly, dodging the black-robed elder's aggressive sword. Ink's no sword cry. Only the heart remains unmoved. Harmony of the world. Ink's Snow Sword, you're actually the master of the Mo family? The bearded man looked at the broad-bladed sword in the black-robed elder's hand and frowned for a long time before asking in disbelief. That's right, the person who came was the 15th generation master of the Mo family, Mo Huai. Previously, Li Zixuan had fused 3 types of sword intents and used an unparalleled might to beat the bearded man into a fluster. At that time, Li Jingma had secretly brought Madame Li, Lan'er, and Han Yushi out of the courtyard. It was unknown whether the bearded man had deliberately pretended not to notice or if he really hadn't noticed, but he had actually let Li Zixuan's family leave just like that. The first reaction of the 4 who had escaped was of course to get reinforcements, but where could they get reinforcements? Chang'an City? There were many masters there, and Li Zixuan was familiar with the crown prince. After explaining the situation, he could ask the imperial army to help. But Chang'an was too far away, and Li Zixuan didn't know how the battle was going. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Thinking of this, Li Jingma decisively brought Mrs. Li and the other 2 to Yanhuang College. The guards of the academy naturally recognized Li Jingma and the other three. Furthermore, Pang Feiji was also in the academy. He had been working as an instructor in the academy and had been living in the academy's dormitory. Although he was Li Zishuan's personal bodyguard, ever since Li Zishuan moved to Yunshan Villa, he could no longer stay by his side. That was because there was no place for guards to stay in the villa. After hearing Li Jingma's explanation, Pang Feiji turned pale with fright. He hurriedly called for his subordinates Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the rest of the followers of the school of Mo. He wanted to rescue Li Zishuan together because he knew that the strength of these followers of the school of Mo was much higher than that of the martial marquises. However, Mo Zhong shook his head and asked him to wait here. Then, he ran into the academy's Guanghua building. Just as Pang Feiji was scolding Mo Zhong for being a coward, ungrateful and cowardly, Mo Zhong walked out behind Mo Huai. Pang Feiji's eyes widened. He wanted to pull Mo Zhong over and ask him why he had brought a weak old man here. However, Mo Huai urged, "Let's go. Brother Li, tell this old man first, where did the mountain elder get into trouble?" Li Jingma naturally answered truthfully. However, everyone only felt a gust of wind blow past them, and then Mo Huai's figure disappeared. Pang Feiji and the other martial marquises could not help but be stunned. None of them had thought that this seemingly ordinary little old man was actually a hidden martial arts master. It was simply too unbelievable. In the small forest, at this moment, after hearing the words about the inky snow sword from the bearded man, Li Zishuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, was even more surprised. He thought to himself, "It's fine if this old man is extraordinarily powerful, but the Mo family has been living in seclusion for 700 or 800 years. How did this bearded man know about Mo's keepsake, the inky snow sword? This old man knows too much, doesn't he? Just based on his knowledge, he is definitely not an ordinary person." Of course, compared to this, what surprised Li Zishuan even more was that Mo Huai was actually a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was not that he had not thought that Mo Huai, as the head of the Mo family, would definitely have superb martial arts skills. However, Mo Huai had been in the academy for so long and had not revealed his talents. Furthermore, he had secretly tested him and concluded that Mo Huai did not know martial arts. However, the scene in front of him clearly told him that Mo Huai was not only skilled in martial arts, but was also a great master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was simply shocking. "Humph! No matter who you are, since you dare to come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble and harm the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you must give an explanation." Mo Huai was not surprised that his attack missed. He slowly turned around, holding his sword in front of his chest, and looked at the bearded man coldly. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly, and he could not help but say, "Nonsense! I just want to. Forget it. Forget it. I have traversed the world. Why do I need to explain my actions to others? I didn't expect that the Mo family, which had been in seclusion for many years, would suddenly appear. What's more, I didn't expect that the head of the Mo family would actually help a 14 or 15-year-old child on Cloud Mountain. Interesting. Really interesting. Li family's brat. This old man has underestimated you. Head of the Mo family, you're not bad. Fight with me for a few rounds. It's been a long time since I had a good fight. Roar." Without waiting for Mo Huai's reply, the bearded man used the lion's roar technique again. However, this time he released it at full strength, and the momentum was several times stronger than the previous 2 times. Li Zishuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, could not help but interrupt his breathing and quickly cover his ears. This old fellow was really deadly when he roared crazily. Blood Sea Saber. This lion's roar technique was obviously just the bearded man's first move. Immediately after, he leaped to the spot where he had thrown the saber earlier. With a lift of his toes, the saber immediately landed in his hand. Then he swung the saber, rose into the air, and slashed at Mo Huai. Li Zishuan was currently regulating his breathing while paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. He saw that the bearded man was using the exact same move as the one he had used against him just now, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. This was clearly the true strength of a half-step grandmaster. Although this old fart is quite despicable, a half-step grandmaster is still impressive. When I reach this realm, I'll hang you up and beat you up every day. Sigh, I wonder if old man Mo will be able to withstand this slash. Li Zishuan's thoughts ran wild. He was envious of the bearded man's great strength, but he was also worried about whether Mo Huai could withstand it. Chapter 8:18. Love with impartiality and non-offense. As the saying went, one could tell whether an expert was skilled the moment he made a move. Before the bearded man's saber was formed, Mo Huai already knew that the other party's strength was above his. He didn't dare to be careless and directly used the Mo family's famous sword technique. Love with impartiality and non-offense. At the same time, this was also Mo's core ideology back then. Once this sword technique was used, the saber intent in the sky instantly weakened by 2 notches. The bearded man frowned slightly, but he still swung his saber and continued to slash at Mo Huai. However, how could the Mo family's famous sword technique be undeserved? When the bearded man's saber was just a foot away from Mo Huai finally moved. No, it should be said that the ink snow sword moved. Clang! The inky snow sword, which was as black as ink, streaked across the air like a black shadow. With a clang, it instantly hit 3 inches above the handle of the long saber in the bearded man's hand at a weird angle. This was the weakest point of the bearded man's saber skill. The bearded man only felt that his heavy saber strike was easily blocked by this old man whose strength was inferior to his own. However, something even more shocking happened. The ink snow sword carried the bearded man's saber. First, it made a 30-degree downward slash and then directly lifted up. 1 saber and 1 sword, directly slashing, stabbing, at the bearded man's face. This was somewhat like the meaning of Tai Chi borrowing strength to fight strength. Li Zishuan, who was at the side, was stunned. Love with impartiality and non-offense. So this was called love with impartiality and non-offense. In the Mo family's ideology, non-offense did not mean non-war. It was just against meaningless invasion and slaughter. Those who should not be killed should not be killed, and those who should be killed should still be killed. This was fundamentally different from the Buddhists' foolish theory of not killing. The basis for determining whether to kill or not, attack or not, and fight or not was love with impartiality, heaven's will, bright ghost, and so on. The bearded man was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his true chi and used the strength of a half-step great grandmaster to forcefully shake off the ink snow sword. Clang! The saber and sword clashed for less than a breath's time before they separated. Both of them took 10 steps back. Obviously, they were actually tied in the first round. Good! What an inky snow sword! What a great love with impartiality and non-aggression! The bearded man let out 2 loud laughs before he raised his saber and charged forward. Emperor Tsunami Blade. When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost peed his pants. Wasn't the punch that had severely injured him just now the Tsunami Imperial Fist? How did it become the Tsunami Emperor Blade? What kind of education did this old thing receive? Could it be that he was educated by the sea? Otherwise, why were all his moves related to the sea? Mahist sword art blood ink galloping. Mo Huai pinched his sword fingers and also used his killer move. When he saw this, Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. He understood that even if Mo Huai couldn't defeat the curly-bearded man, he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. Moreover, he could take advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Thus, Li Zishuan hurriedly calmed his mind and began to concentrate on regulating the true qi in his body. In fact, his previous conditioning had already calmed down the chaotic true qi by 70 to 80%. Now, the main thing to do was to heal the injuries in his body. After about 10 minutes, Li Zishuan finally smoothed out all the true qi in his body, and the injuries on his body were almost healed. He let out a long sigh of relief. When he was about to get up, he suddenly seemed to realize something. What do you mean? Li Zishuan suddenly felt the true qi in his body become restless. It was not as chaotic and restless as before, but a kind of hunger and thirst. Yes, it was hunger and thirst. He had encountered this kind of feeling before. Am I going to break through again? Li Zishuan looked happy. He hurriedly calmed his mind and ran the 6th level of Taishan Sutra with all his strength. The true qi in his body quickly turned into white cyclones and danced happily in his meridians. The 3 sword essences of Taishan 9 swords, Taiji sword, and Dugu 9 swords flashed through Li Zishuan's mind. Today's battle was the first time he tried to fuse the 3 sword techniques. He also gained a lot. In response to the call of the true qi in his body, all the pores on his body instantly opened and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily. There were spirits in heaven and earth, and everything was born. In the past, Li Zishuan didn't think so. But ever since he inexplicably came to the Tang dynasty of more than 1,000 years ago and inexplicably obtained a body of shocking power, he slowly began to believe that there really was spiritual qi in the world. It was neither fantasy nor cultivation. He didn't know what spiritual qi was, but he was sure that there was such a substance in the air. Human beings couldn't survive without oxygen in the air. But water could carry a boat, and it could also capsize it. Without oxygen, human beings couldn't survive for more than 2 minutes. But if there was too much oxygen, it would also have a negative effect on the body, because the aging of the human body was directly related to the oxidation reaction. The so-called spiritual qi, could it be a kind of gas in the atmosphere that had the opposite function of oxygen and could make the human body full of vitality? He didn't know why, but Li Zishuan's mind suddenly had such a strange thought. In his previous life, he had seen such a report on the internet. Billions of years ago, oxygen didn't exist in the Earth's atmosphere. This was because oxygen was very unstable and prone to chemical reactions with other substances, such as iron, copper, and other metals, forming rust and verdigris. In today's Earth's atmosphere, there was basically a stable 21% oxygen near the sea level, so this oxygen must have a continuous source. If we look back at the history of Earth, we will be surprised to find that the origin of life had nothing to do with oxygen. The origin of life on Earth didn't rely on oxygen. The general idea of this report was that oxygen was a chronic toxic gas that human beings had to rely on. His argument was mainly that oxidation would cause more and more lipids, proteins, DNA fragments, and other key components of cells to be damaged, and eventually damage the tissues, organs, and even the body's functions. Starting from birth, gradually growing up, and in the process of aging, the oxidation in the body has always been damaging our key components until our body can no longer take it. But at present, human beings haven't been able to find a product that could replace oxygen to prolong life. Oxygen's negative effect on the prolongation of life was still the least. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan suddenly felt his mind clear. He entered the legendary state where he forgot about everything. The amount of spiritual qi in his body was constantly increasing. His hair was moving without wind, and the tattered clothes that were torn in the battle just now also began to dance. It made him look like a celestial being from heaven. There was a spirit in heaven and earth, and he wanted to take the spiritual qi in it. Chapter 8:19. Just ahead. Hurry up. In the forest, Mo Huai and the curly-bearded man were in the midst of a fierce battle when they heard a flurry of footsteps coming from the northwest. The curly-bearded man's expression changed. It wasn't fear in his eyes, but a trace of impatience. Yes, it was impatience. A trace of joy flashed in Mo Huai's eyes because he was not confident that he could hold the man in front of him back if the battle continued. At this time, he glanced at Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the ground, out of the corner of his eye. He was so scared that he almost dropped his inky snow sword. Forgetful? Is Yamacho going to break through again? Mo Huai was really doubting his life at this moment. Li Zishuan's godlike advancement speed had caused the martial arts worldview that he had maintained for so many years to collapse. Huh? Want to leave? Mahist sword technique. Stick to the rules. However, Mo Huai noticed that the bearded man wanted to escape. How could he let him escape? The sword moved with the shadow. Mo Huai waved the inky snow sword like a black whirlwind, covering the area of 1 foot around him and the curly-bearded man without leaving any gaps. Chi, I just don't want to trouble you. Juzi, do you think I'm afraid of these guards? The bearded man sneered and said arrogantly, "What if I join in?" At this moment, Li Zishuan had already dashed over to them with the wind-chasing sword in hand. You've broken through to the Grand Master middle stage? You're wrong." The bearded man pointed at Li Zishuan in shock at first. Then, he seemed to find something unusual in Li Zishuan, and his shocked expression suddenly turned into confusion. "Yamacho, you've broken through?" Mo Huai stopped his sword and looked at Li Zishuan. His face was full of surprise and a little complicated. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Mo." Li Zishuan politely cupped his fists at Mo Huai. Logically speaking, if it wasn't for Mo Huai's timely arrival today, even if he didn't die, he would probably be beaten up even more. Therefore, he was very grateful to Mo Huai. Of course, what made him even happier was that there was now an additional Grandmaster overseeing Cloud Mountain. In the future, he wouldn't have to be afraid of some Jianghu people coming to the academy to cause trouble. As for him, he could be even more at ease as a hands-off shopkeeper. As for his current realm, he was indeed at the Grand Master middle stage. But in addition, he felt that there was another change in his body. His limbs and bones were full of endless vitality. He didn't know what kind of state it was, but it was very cool. He didn't know if other people at Grand Master middle stage or above would have this kind of change, but judging from the bearded man's expression, it shouldn't be the case. Bang, bang, bang. While the two of them were talking and the bearded man was still in a daze, Pang Feiji's guards and the followers of the school of Mo from the Yanhuang Academy finally arrived. There were about 40 of them, and the empty space in the forest suddenly became crowded. "Yamacho, are you okay?" "Marquis, how are you?" Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and Pang Feiji hurried forward and asked. "I'm fine." Li Zishuan glanced at them and said with a smile. After all, it wasn't their fault that they were late, and he had no reason to blame them. "Marquis, is this the assassin? I'll take him down right away." Li Zishuan didn't blame them, but it didn't mean that others would feel at ease. Pang Feiji, of course, blamed himself in his heart. He saw the bearded, ferocious-looking man with a long saber next to him and immediately drew his sword and said. Li Zishuan curled his lips. He wanted to let Lao Pang go up and fight with the bearded man, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Until now, the bearded man's intention was still unclear. It would be bad if Lao Pang lost his life because of this. "Stop. All of you stand at the side and watch. Watch how the person who came to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble is dealt with by me and Mr. Mo. Watch carefully and learn well. If anyone comes to the mountain to cause trouble like him in the future, you will do the same. Do you understand?" Li Zishuan stared at the bearded man, but his mouth was speaking to Pang Feiji and the others behind him. "Yes, Marquis." Although Pang Feiji was unwilling, he still obeyed the order. These few days, the military training wasn't only for the students of Yanhuang College, but also for the instructors. Therefore, he understood that it was the duty of a soldier to obey orders. "Oh, right, send someone back to the academy and call all the students who are still in the academy over. Let them come over and watch. No matter how powerful they are, there is only one outcome for them if they come to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble. That is, they will be beaten up until their mother, even their mother, can't recognize them. Let them know that the academy has the ability to protect their safety." Li Zishuan instructed Pang Feiji again. He had just broken through and was a little arrogant. Of course, he did have the right to be arrogant. Previously, he was able to force the bearded man to break through his acupoints by force with the 3 supreme sword techniques. Although the bearded man's strength had returned to half-step to Great Grandmaster, the situation on the battlefield was no longer the same as before. Now that his realm had increased by 1 level, and he had the help of Mo Huai, a master who could exchange dozens of blows with a half-step Great Grandmaster, he was confident that he could defeat the bearded man. Yes, Marquis. I will send someone back to the academy to gather the students now." Pang Feiji had been in the Li family for so long. He knew that Li Zishuan was going to start showing off again. Although he didn't know what that meant, he quickly responded. "Humph, Junior, do you think that you can defeat me with just the 2 of you?" The bearded man saw Li Zishuan's arrangement and immediately felt humiliated. He raised his long sword and said angrily, "Ha ha, what do you think? It's not too late for you to beg for mercy now. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you die a better death." Li Zishuan said happily, "Humph, what's the point of being all talk? Let's see who's the real deal." The bearded man said with a dark face. His face was already dark, but this made it even darker. "Mr. M.O., today, the two of us will meet this half-step great grandmaster. Who knows, we might even be able to create a martial arts legend." Li Zishuan raised his wind-chasing sword and invited Mo Huai. Mo Huai smiled and nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking. I haven't fought in a long time. Today is a good day for me to exercise my muscles and bones." Pang Feiji, who had just arranged for someone to pass the message to the academy, was scared out of his wits when he heard their conversation. Half-step to great grandmaster? Damn, I almost fought with a martial arts senior who was half a step away from the great grandmaster realm just now. Thinking of this, old Pang's back was immediately covered in cold sweat. Chapter 820. There's such a thing? This Zhang Zhongjian is too presumptuous. Ganlu Hall. Li Er, who had just finished his lunch at Empress Jiangxuan's place and was resting on the couch, was jolted awake by Zhao Song, who rushed over to report. After hearing the news, Li Er frowned and said unhappily, "As long as one was an emperor, no one would like people like the bearded man who often used force to break the rules." Li Er was the same. Moreover, in Li Er's eyes, the strategic significance of Cloud Mountain was extraordinary. How could he not be angry that the bearded man came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble? As for how Zhao Song found out about the news, was there a need to ask? Li Er valued Yanhuang College so much. How could he not leave some backup plan in Cloud Mountain? "Your Majesty, in my opinion, this Zhang Zhongjin should have no ill intentions towards the Marquis of Yong'an. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have delayed for so long." Zhao Song lowered his head and said softly, "Oh, how strong is Zhang Zhongjin?" Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked. Zhao Song thought for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, he had already reached the peak of Grandmaster 10 years ago. His strength must have only increased now. The Marquis of Yong and had just entered the Grandmaster realm not long ago, so it would be difficult for him to be a match for Zhang Zhongjin. The reason why he could hold on until the Yanhuang College's guards came to his rescue must be because Zhang Zhongjin held back." Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he said, "Go to the Duke Wei residence and tell this news to the medicine master. Let him deal with it." Zhao Song's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Quick, go to the forest in the southeast. There's a show to watch. Heh. I wonder who's the one who dares to come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble. You can't say that. Didn't you see the Academy's guards and the Yamacho's personal guards all moving out? This means that the person who came to cause trouble is very powerful." At 3:30 in the afternoon, an Academy guard rushed into the Academy and went straight to the student dormitory to inform the students of Li Zishuan's instructions. The students were excited to hear the news, and the entire dormitory area was in an uproar. On the other hand, Li Tai and Sun Zifan, who had just finished fetching water and were lying in the dormitory like two dead pigs, were dumbfounded. "What is it? Why is it so noisy outside?" Li Tai, who wished he could spread all the meat on his body on the bed, heard the commotion outside. His body remained motionless, but his mouth muttered. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he was too tired to move. In the morning, he only needed to carry 2 more buckets of water, but Sun Zifan was too slow, so he shamelessly begged him to carry 2 more buckets. In this way, he had carried a total of 12 buckets. It was good enough that he was still breathing. From what they said, it seems that there is a commotion outside the academy, and it has something to do with the Yamacho. Chinkei, should we go and take a look? Although Sun Zifan was also very tired, he was not as tired as Li Tai. Firstly, his physique was much better than Li Tai's, and secondly, he only carried 8 buckets of water in the morning. Therefore, this fellow still had the strength to stand up and open the door to look outside. "I'm not going. What's there to look at? I want to rest." When Li Tai heard this, he refused without hesitation. Sun Zifen didn't persuade much. He went to the inner room to drink 2 mouthfuls of water and went out directly. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see him come back. Li Tai couldn't help but scold this guy for not being loyal. He said he would leave. Who knew that at this time? Sun Zifen actually came back. Humph! Why are you back again? Li Tai glanced sideways at Sun Zifen and snorted. In fact, the little fatty's mood was obviously much better after seeing Sun Zifen come back. Ah? What do you mean by back again? I didn't even leave. Okay? Sun Zifen looked at Li Tai strangely and then said excitedly, Hey, Qin-Ke. I just went out to ask an instructor for information. There is really a big commotion in the forest southeast of the academy right now. The Yamacho and Mr. Mo are working together to fight against a Jianghu master. Let's go and take a look. If we're late, we won't be able to see anything. Taiji Sword Technique, 19th move. Green Dragon out of water. Taiji Sword Technique, 23rd move. Rock Spreading Wings. Dugu Sword Technique. Breaking Sword. Taishan 9 Swords, 1st move. Riding the Wind. Riding the sword to the 9 heavens. Mahist Sword Technique. Painting Border Mo's Ho. Mahist Sword Technique. Regular Mo's Ho. In the forest. Li Zishuan and Mo Huai were carrying out an all-round firepower suppression on the bearded man. He was mainly attacking while Mo Huai was defending. In the past, Moz had spent his entire life trying to stop wars between countries. His dream was to stop wars. Therefore, the Mahis sword technique that he created was mainly based on love and non-offense. Although its attack power was not outstanding in terms of entanglement and harassment, there was absolutely no sword technique that could surpass it. Therefore, under Li Zishuan's entanglement, the bearded man was simply exhausted. Every time he made a move, he would be severely restricted, as if he was trapped in a swamp. This created an excellent space for Li Zishuan to attack, and Li Zishuan did not disappoint. The full attack version of Taiji sword combined with Taishan 9 swords and Dugu sword technique was frightening. Even he himself was not willing to face such an attack. In a short 15 minutes, the bearded man's clothes were torn with dozens of small holes of different sizes and shapes. There were also traces of blood on them. Obviously, he had suffered many injuries in this battle. Although they were not fatal, a half-step to great grandmaster like him had been injured on Yunshan Mountain. This was enough to shock many people. After all, in this era where great grandmasters were declining, a half-step to great grandmaster was already considered the top martial force in Jianghu. The shadow of the sword flew, and the light of the sword flashed. This was a feast for the eyes. At the same time, it was also an excellent learning opportunity for Pang Feiji and the rest. After all, the world was at peace now. Such a top martial force duel was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Stop, stop, stop. Li Zishuan, stop. I am Zhang Zhongjin. Today, I am only here to test your martial arts. You can stop now. No one would have thought that the previously majestic and insufferably arrogant bearded man would actually call for a stop at this moment. He even introduced himself and the purpose of his visit. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if he was admitting defeat. Zhang Zhongjin? Li Zishuan was still using his sword, but his mind was spinning rapidly. He felt that the name Zhang Zhongjin was very familiar. Feng Chun, 3 heroes, Zhang Zhongjin? While Li Zishuan was deep in thought, Mo Huai, who was beside him, stopped his sword and asked. Although the Mo family had been living in seclusion these years, they had always been paying attention to the major events in the world. Chapter 821. Yes, 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 it's me. The bearded guest was on the verge of tears. To think that he, an expert of the 4 seas, the great island master, would actually be defeated in a small place like Cloud Mountain. Furthermore, he even took the initiative to admit defeat. If this happened 2 hours ago, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, he had no choice but to admit defeat. From the start of the battle until now, the more he fought, the more unbearable he felt. After all, the combination of Mo Huai and Li Zishuan, one defending and one attacking, was really a bit of a bug. He felt as if his hands and feet were tied up and he was at the mercy of others. The most frightening thing was that the more he fought, the more his vital energy depleted. On the other hand, Li Zixuan fought more ferociously, as if the vital energy in his body would never dry up. It was really unimaginable. If this continued, he might really end up like what Li Zixuan said earlier. He would be beaten to the point where even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. How could this be? As the island master of the 72 islands, Zhang Zhongjin also wanted his face, alright? Hence, he took the initiative to reveal his identity. Actually, the reason why Li Zixuan was getting more energetic the more he fought was mainly because of his previous breakthrough and enlightenment. More accurately, it was related to the heaven and earth spiritual energy that he had just captured. He had already named the unknown gas in his body as heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although he didn't know how to use heaven and earth spiritual energy, this thing in his body could make his limbs more flexible and full of energy. Furthermore, during the battle, every sword move he released would consume less vital energy than before. According to Li Zixuan's understanding, the so-called spiritual qi of heaven and earth was like the lubricating oil in a machine. With the lubricating oil, the friction between the various parts of the machine would be reduced. When the machine was operating under the premise of doing the same work, the consumption of fuel would be less. Similarly, he was now in a very fuel-efficient state. His endurance time was longer than the bearded guests. This could be considered his unique trump card. It was very difficult for others to reach his level of achievement, because no one understood the qi of heaven and earth better than him, and no one was more scientific than him. At this moment, Li Zixuan, who was in the middle of the battle, couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. Zhang Zhongjin, the curly-bearded guest, this legendary hero who had left his mark on the Great Tang's history, had actually been defeated by him. Oh my god! Why is this so unreal? Of course, Li Zixuan had heard of the bearded man's story in his previous life. There was even a period of time when he regarded him as his idol. After all, not only was this guy's martial arts extraordinary, he was also the first person to carry forward the pirate cause and make it the strongest. In the end, he became the king of the sea. What a carefree and unrestrained life. What a carefree life. Any man would be envious. And now, his former idol was actually beaten down by him. Li Zixuan found it hard to accept for a while. However, Li Zixuan was instantly enraged when he recalled the scene of the bearded man blocking his door. Testing his martial arts skills? Is it necessary to use the lives of my family to test my martial arts? The safety of his family was Li Zixuan's bottom line. No one could touch it, not even his idol. You! If I didn't say that, why would you try your best? If you didn't try your best, how could you have broken through to the middle stage of Grandmaster? Speaking of which, you should thank this old man properly. The curly-bearded man fumed and glared at Li Zixuan, making him sound like an ungrateful and heartless lover. In fact, the curly-bearded guest also felt that he had been wronged. Initially, he thought that he would lure Li Zixuan out for a duel, and then use his superior martial arts skills to intimidate the latter. Then, he would casually give a few pointers. Li Zixuan would be so grateful that he would shed tears. Then, he would bring up the matter of the sea map. Wouldn't that be a sure thing? Who would have known that the final outcome would be like this? All the actors didn't follow the script. Even if I want to improve my martial arts skills, I don't want to use such a method. Li Zixuan didn't appreciate it at all. In the end, it was the curly-bearded guest who had blocked the door to start the duel and threatened his family's lives that had buried a thorn in his heart. If he didn't take the opportunity to remove it, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the 30-second move of the Taiji sword technique, White Tiger grabs the tail, smashed fiercely toward the curly-bearded guest. Kid, don't push your luck. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. He was humiliated by a 14 or 15-year-old junior. It would be a lie if the curly-bearded guest said that he wasn't angry. However, when it came to fighting, was it really useful to be angry? He was just angry because he was powerless. So what if you're impolite? This old man will still hit you. Li Zishuan snorted coldly and continued to press forward. Seeing this, Mo Huai hurriedly used the Maha's sword technique and rejoined the battle. Wow! There really are martial artists who came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble. Damn! Mr. Mo is actually a martial arts expert? This is unbelievable. Yeah, I didn't expect the usually gentle and weak Mr. Mo to be so powerful. Looks like I'll have to study hard in Mr. Mo's classes in the future. Otherwise, who would be able to withstand this attack? At this moment, the Yanhuang College students who were watching the show finally arrived. They couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the people flying up and down in the arena. Whether it was the students who knew martial arts or those who didn't, this was the first time they had seen such a top-notch martial arts duel. Therefore, most of them felt that it was very novel. I've heard that Yamacho was a martial arts expert before. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's really amazing. Yeah, look at that bearded guy. He's being beaten up so badly by Yamacho that he can't even tell north from south. Yamacho is mighty. Yamacho is mighty. Although many of the students didn't quite understand, they could still see that Li Zishuan had the upper hand. Therefore, they cheered in private. Huff! We're finally here. At this moment, Li Tai and son Ziffin finally caught up with them. Perhaps because they ran too fast, the two of them were panting a little. Wow! Chinkei, look, Mr. Mo and Yamacho are fighting together. This fight is so F***ing exciting. Sun Ziffin glanced at the situation in the arena and immediately tugged at Li Tai's sleeve and exclaimed, "Gulp!" Needless to say, Li Tai also noticed the three people fighting fiercely in the arena. Although he was a prince, this was the first time he had seen such a scene in the pugilistic world. In shock, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So Xiaoxian, Yamacho is so powerful. Even Mr. Mo has such skills. Damn! What kind of academy did this prince enter? While the other students were exclaiming how mighty Li Zishuan was, Li Tai was lamenting how dark their future would be under the leadership of a great demon like Li Zishuan. Yamacho, would they be like that big guy in the arena, beaten up so badly that they couldn't even tell north from south? Chapter 8:22. Kid, I'm still your elder. Is this how you treat your elders? On Cloud Mountain, the bearded man was in a sorry state as he struggled to deal with Li Zishuan's attacks. His aura was no longer as strong as before. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was panting, but his mental state was still very good. This made the bearded man a little confused. Hey, I don't have an elder like you, Li Zishuan said as he fought. In fact, the three of them no longer had the intention to fight to the death. After all, they had already spoken. The reason why they were still fighting now was mostly to vent their anger. Therefore, although the bearded man looked miserable, he wasn't seriously injured. Ow! Kid, don't hit people in the face. Don't go overboard. Li Zishuan's Taiji sword technique slashed at the bearded man's forehead. He flipped the blade and used the body of the sword to slap the bearded man's forehead. The latter's forehead immediately swelled up, looking as if it had grown a horn. The bearded man couldn't take it anymore. You went overboard first. If you didn't threaten me with my family's life, would I feel sorry for you? Moreover, Cloud Mountain is an important place of study in Yanhuang College. No one is allowed to cause trouble here, not even you. Li Zishuan replied coldly. The bearded man was flustered and exasperated. I just wanted to teach you martial arts. You really don't know how to appreciate my good intentions. If I really wanted to make things difficult for your family, would they have had the chance to leave just now? I was just joking with you earlier. Humph. You can't even joke. Take this. Li Zishuan snorted and threw out another sword move. Mo Huai sighed and stopped his actions. Firstly, this battle had been going on for almost an hour, and his inner force had long been exhausted. Secondly, he didn't need his help now. Li Zishuan alone could suppress the bearded man. As expected, the student has surpassed the master. Mo Huai stood at the side and lamented. While they were fighting fiercely, the academy guards, instructors, and students around them were also watching with great interest. Gui, so Marquis is actually so powerful. He can even fight with a martial arts expert who is half a step away from martial grandmaster. He's too powerful. Pang Feiji lamented. The two brothers, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, looked at Li Zixuan with solemn expressions. At the same time, there was a trace of relief in the depths of their eyes. They recalled that when they had just arrived at the academy, they had even fought with Li Zixuan. Now that they thought about it, they were lucky, or else. Qing Qiao, this bearded man doesn't look very powerful. He's being beaten by Yamacho alone. Sun Zifan looked at the situation on the field and said. Li Tai pursed his lips and said crossly, "What the hell do you know? Didn't you hear what the bearded man said? He was Zhang Zhongjian, one of the Feng Chun heroes. The one can be counted to 10 to be beaten one's beat. You actually said that he's not very powerful." Sun Zifan opened his mouth and said in surprise, "Feng Chun 3 heroes, Qing Qiao, you're saying that that Yamacho is too powerful? He can actually beat?" Li Tai nodded and said, "Yamacho is indeed powerful, but this will be troublesome. Zhang Zhongjian has a good relationship with Duke Wei and Auntie Hong Fu. Seeing this, they will definitely find trouble with Yamacho." Sun Zifan suddenly understood. "Oh, that's true. The 3 of them are the Feng Chun 3 heroes." Stop! Coincidentally, right at this moment, a tender voice came from outside the arena. Immediately after, the crowd felt a gust of wind blowing over their heads. Then, they saw a red shadow rushing towards Li Zixuan and the bearded man who were fighting in the arena. Just as Li Zixuan's sword was about to strike the bearded man's body, it suddenly slowed down. It was actually entangled by a section of the whip. Then, he felt someone come to his side. He turned his head and saw that it was a familiar person. After he married Han Yushi, he went to Duke Wei's mansion and saw her, Hong Funu. Auntie Hong Funu. Li Zixuan saw the anger in Hong Funu's eyes and couldn't help but turn his neck and greet her. Only now did he remember the relationship between Hong Funu and the bearded man. He sighed bitterly in his heart. This was really one trouble after another. What auntie? Call her grandmother. Brat, you have no respect for your elders. Hong Funu looked like a young girl in front of Li Jing, but once she came out, she was no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, she glared at Li Zixuan with a hint of anger in her voice. Han Tianhu's father was Li Jing's cousin, and Li Zixuan married Han Tianhu's daughter, Han Yushi. Logically speaking, he should call Hong Funu grandmother. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded at first. He didn't know why he suddenly had a grandmother. However, when he saw Hong Funu's serious face and didn't look like she was joking, he thought about it seriously. Finally, he thought about it seriously and remembered the relationship with Han Yushi. He instantly felt a little awkward because this Hong Funu in front of him looked like a 27-year-old girl. He really couldn't call her grandmother. Renting mother? After hesitating for a long time, Li Zixuan stammered. Humph! Hong Funu snorted and ignored Li Zixuan. She hurriedly looked at the bearded man beside her. Hey, big brother, don't go. Little sister and brother Jing have been looking for you for a long time. The bearded man felt that his current image was too terrible and was a little embarrassed. When he saw Hong Funu coming, he immediately fled. Chuchen, live well with the apothecary. Big brother is happy to see that you are living well. Why do you insist on meeting? The bearded man covered his face and ran out of the forest as he shouted without turning back. Hong Funu stomped her feet angrily and directly used her qinggong to grab the bearded man's back. Big brother, since you are in Chang'an, why don't you come to the residence and have a seat? Don't you care about little sister and brother Jing? The bearded man's current strength was less than 10%. How could he outrun the energetic Hong Funu? In just a few breaths' time, he was caught. Hong Funu tugged at the bearded man's sleeve and said, Shoo! Big brother, please wait. At the same time, Lord Li Jing rode a horse and arrived late. He dismounted beside the bearded man and shouted loudly, Cough, cough! Li Zixuan looked at this scene from behind. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned around and said to the surrounding students and guards, That's enough. That's enough. You've all seen what you wanted to see. Go back. Disperse. Disperse. The guards and students naturally didn't dare to talk back to him and walked out of the forest. Li Tai smiled sinisterly at Sun Zifen in the crowd and said, "Hee, I was right. Right? Yamacho is in trouble now. If Duke Wei came alone, it would be fine. But now that Aunt Hong Funu is here, TSK. Chapter 8:23. Li Zishuan, what kind of grudge do you have with my big brother? You actually beat him up like this? A fight that had no reason to start had already ended. Now, the main parties involved were all in the principal's office of Yanhuang College. The reason why they weren't in the courtyard was mainly because Li Zishuan felt that their house was too small. If Hong Funu were to cause a ruckus later, his house would probably be torn down. At this moment, Hong Funu sat beside the bruised and swollen bearded guest and said angrily to Li Zishuan. In the end, she even touched the big bump on the bearded guest's forehead with a pained expression. Li Zishuan was still worrying about how to deal with this troublesome lady, but when he saw this scene, his heart burned with the flames of gossip for no reason. He couldn't help but glance at Li Jing beside him and vaguely felt that the latter's head was a little green. Auntie, grandmother, this is... Cough Chuchin. This isn't the Duke of Yong'an's fault. It's all a misunderstanding. Forget it. Forget it. Let's go. Don't disturb the Duke of Yong'an's work. Li Zishuan was about to explain when the bearded guest hurriedly said unnaturally. This was because he felt that it was a little embarrassing. This scene was just like when he fought with other kids when his parents went to their house to ask for an explanation. I can't just let it go like this. Big brother, you gave in to him and didn't want to hurt him. Instead, he repaid your kindness with enmity and beat you up so heavily. I must teach him a good lesson today. Hong Funu dragged the bearded guest who was about to get up back to the sofa and said unyieldingly. When she said that, the bearded guest was even more embarrassed. If there was a crack in the ground here, he really wanted to crawl into it. Because at the beginning, he did deliberately suppress his realm and gave in to Li Zishuan. However, he didn't expect Li Zishuan to be able to fuse 3 types of sword intent. If he hadn't forcefully broken through his acupoints, he would have been seriously injured by Li Zishuan. After that, he didn't dare to give in anymore. In the end, he still didn't win. This was too embarrassing. In the words of modern people, he failed to act cool and was beaten up by Toxistomia Girl. Don't. Forget it, Chuchin. This injury has nothing to do with the Duke of Yong'an. Did that mean the Mo family's big son could beat him? I'm gonna settle the score with him right now. Hong Funu glared and was about to go out to settle the score with Mo Hui downstairs. The corner of Li Zishuan's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for old man Mo. If Hong Funu really wanted to make a scene, there was nothing he could do. After all, women were unreasonable when they made a scene. Moreover, this woman in front of him was his grandaunt. Fortunately, the bearded man pulled her back. Don't, Chuchin. This has nothing to do with Mo Juzi. Let's go back first. Big brother wants to see how you and Apothecary have been doing all these years. TSK. The way they pulled each other made them look even more like a couple. Li Zishuan couldn't help but look at Li Jing worriedly. In his heart, he thought that if he wanted to live a good life, he had to be cuckolded. Even the great Tang army's god of war was no exception. In the records of later generations, when Li Jing brought Hong Funu out of the city from Yang Su's house, they met the bearded man. At that time, the bearded man was shocked when he saw Hong Funu and fell in love with her. Later on, when he found out that Hong Funu was married to Li Jing, he could only become siblings with the two of them and give all his assets to Li Jing and his wife to help Li Shimin unify the world. He then left quietly. I wonder if the actual situation is like this. Li Zishuan thought nosily in his heart. Cough. Alright, Chuchin, big brother is injured now. Let's quickly bring big brother back to recuperate. Let's not delay here. Li Jing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. The bearded man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Yes, medicine master is right. Let's go out first. Although Hong Funu was unwilling, after thinking about it, she still obeyed and helped the bearded man up. She said, "All right, big brother, let's go back to the residence. I will personally apply the medicine for you." After saying that, she glared at Li Zishuan and helped the bearded man out. Li Zishuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He didn't know if it was because of his own dirty thoughts or because of something else, but when Hong Funu said that she would personally help him apply the medicine, it made some bad images appear in his heart. "Little Xian, I have understood the cause of the matter. My big brother is used to being free on the sea. Just now when he was here, he offended you. I apologize on his behalf." And Hong Funu's attitude just now. When Li Jing saw that Hong Funu had left with the bearded man, he came to Li Zishuan and said. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Uncle Li, granduncle, please don't say that. I know that grandmother doesn't have any ill intentions." To be honest, Li Zishuan wasn't used to calling Li Jing and Hong Funu granduncle and grandmother. But what could he do? Seniority was there to control it. That was how helpless he was. In his previous life, he had seen a young man in his 20s or 30s call a child of a few years old grandfather. China was a country that emphasized clan and seniority. It had been so since ancient times. "Haha, Hong Funu was just joking with you just now. You can address me like how you address Jijie and the rest. We will talk about seniority on our own terms." Seeing that Li Zishuan's expression was very unnatural, Li Jing understood after thinking for a while. He stroked his beard and laughed. "All right, I will go back first. Don't take today's matter to heart. Big brother might have done things the wrong way, but he didn't have any ill intentions." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Li, take care." Li Jing and Hong Funu came to pick them up. There was no reason for him to not let them go. His relationship with Li Jing's family had always been good. There was no reason for them to become enemies because of this. Besides, other than the cheap mouth of the curly-bearded guest, everything else was fine. No matter whether he admitted it or not, the reason why he could break through today had a lot to do with the curly-bearded guest. Li Jing smiled with relief and turned to leave. Li Zishuan looked at Li Jing's back. In his heart, he was still wondering if Great Tang's god of war had been cuckolded. Yamacho, the academy's dormitory manager, just said that His Highness King Wei had already finished carrying 20 buckets of water in the morning. Just as Li Zishuan was thinking, Mo Zhong came in from outside and bowed. When Li Zishuan heard this, he just remembered that there was such a thing. He straightened his body and said in surprise, "So fast? Did Qin Ke ask his guards for help?" "No. But I heard from the dormitory manager that Sun Zifen helped His Highness King Wei carry 8 buckets. Mo Zhong hurriedly replied. If it were someone else, they might hesitate to tell Li Zishuan the truth. After all, Li Tai was the emperor's most favored prince. However, Mo Zhong did not have such worries. He had been in the Mo family for many years. How could he have such thoughts? Sun Zifen? When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but laugh. "Haha, all right, he passed. Those 2 poor unlucky bastards." Chapter 8:24. After dealing with the bearded guest, Li Zishuan went home and planned to take an afternoon nap. However, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. What was the bearded guest's purpose in coming to Cloud Mountain? Li Zishuan wouldn't believe that this old fellow was here to give him pointers on martial arts and help him break through. There was no such thing as love for no reason in this world. Moreover, from what Li Jing said, the bearded guest had always been active overseas. Why did he suddenly come to Chang'an? Could it be that he came back with the imperial court's fleet? But that didn't make sense. He was a pirate leader. Why would he mix with the imperial court's army? Wasn't he walking right into a trap? Li Zishuan suddenly felt a headache coming on at the thought of this. "Hubby, you're not asleep yet?" At some point, Han Yushi walked in from outside. As the future matriarch of this family, she wouldn't sleep in at this hour. "Yes. There are some questions that I can't figure out. Wife, come and talk to your husband for a while." Since he couldn't figure it out, Li Zishuan simply sat up from the bed and said to Han Yushi. Han Yushi smiled, walked to the bedside, and sat down. She said, Hubby, what can't you figure out? Sigh, I'm thinking about what Zhang Zhongjian's intentions are in coming to Cloud Mountain today. I was only focused on beating him up earlier. When I wanted to ask him, Annie Hongfu came over again. Li Zishuan hugged his wife's slender waist and said regretfully. Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She said, I met Auntie Hongfu at the entrance of the academy earlier. She looked very angry and said a lot of bad things about hubby to me. Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly and said speechlessly, You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame the bearded guest for being too barbaric. Can't he just talk nicely? Han Yushi calmed herself down before getting to the point. I've heard of that senior. He was sworn brothers with granduncle and grandaunt a few years ago. After that, he went to the sea to roam freely. I heard that although he's a ferocious person, he's very principled in his dealings. He only snatches merchant ships from other countries at sea. Not only does he not snatch merchant ships from our Great Tang, he even helps us when we're in danger. Such a person is definitely not an evil person. Since he came to Cloud Mountain to look for you today, he must have a serious matter. As for what it is, he did not have the time to say it. He will definitely come again in the future. You will know his purpose when he comes. Why do you need to think about it? Li Zishuan thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, Yes, what my wife said makes sense. She is the female Zhuge of the present age. Han Yushi said angrily, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. I'm just a bystander. Ha ha ha. Li Zishuan had planned to go to the workshop in the afternoon to teach Faubert and the others the next step of the rubber regeneration and molding process. However, such a big thing happened at the last minute, and the original plan was definitely ruined. He ordered someone to pass a message to the workshop to let Faubert and the others continue to refine the rubber latex in the workshop warehouse. Li Zishuan stayed in the courtyard to consolidate his martial arts realm. He had just broken through to the middle stage of Grandmaster, and his realm was still very unstable. If he slipped back because of slacking off, he would have no place to cry. At dusk, in the Ganlu Hall of Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, this is the secret memorial from Commandery Prince Hujian. Li Er was flipping through the account books submitted by the Ministry of Civil Affairs when Zhao Song walked over quietly with a booklet in his hand and said softly, Xiaogong? Li Er raised his head and muttered in confusion. Then he said, Present it to me. Yes. Zhao Song handed the memorial to Li Er. Li Er took it and began to read it carefully. After a while, he closed the memorial, stood up, and walked down. How is Yunshan now? Did the pharmacist go and take Zhang Zhongjin away? Li Er asked with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, the battle on Yunshan has been settled. Duke Wei and his wife went to Yunshan personally after receiving the news and brought Zhang Zhongjian, who was covered in injuries, back to the residence. Zhao Song bowed and replied, Covered in injuries? Li Er was surprised when he heard that. Then what about Li Zishuan? Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is unharmed. Seeing the surprise on Li Er's face, Zhao Song did not dare to keep him in suspense and quickly explained. According to the report, when Zhang Zhongjian was fighting with the Marquis of Yong and Mo Huai, the master of the Mo family, rushed to help. His realm was actually at the peak of Grandmaster. The Marquis of Yong and broke through and entered the middle stage of Grandmaster. He joined forces with the master of the Mo family to fight against Zhang Zhongjian. One attacked and one defended, and Zhang Zhongjian was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. When Duke Wei and his wife arrived, Zhang Zhongjian was already beaten beyond recognition. Li Er, who had always been calm in the face of changes, was surprised when he heard that. He broke through again? What kind of freak is this kid? He broke through 2 realms in a year. Was he born to be a martial artist? It was no wonder that Li Er was surprised. The strength of a middle-stage grandmaster was already at the threshold of becoming a famous general. The number of generals in Great Tang who had reached this level could be counted with one's fingers. If not for Li Zishuan's young age, with this strength and his relationship with the family of generals, even if he could not become the great general of the 16 guards, He could easily become a general of 1,000 bulls. Zhao Song smiled bitterly. I have never heard of the Marquis of Yong's talent in martial arts. His achievements in martial arts have already caught up with the martial arts seniors of the older generation. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Li Er pinched his chin and said happily, I wonder why Mount Longhu did not force this kid to stay. This way, the imperial court will have another young talent. Haha. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a talent. Zhao Song smiled knowingly. Li Er waved his hand. He thought for a moment and said, Do you know why Xiao Gong sent the secret memorial? I don't know. Plead for leniency. Li Er's face was expressionless as he slowly said, Xiao Gong is pleading on Zhang Zhongjin's behalf. According to him, Zhang Zhongjin helped the imperial court when they were ambushed on the sea route back to the imperial court. Furthermore, Zhang Zhongjin protected him when they were in Fanio capital. He hopes that I will not blame Zhang Zhongjin for trespassing on Cloud Mountain on account of these two matters. Zhao Song's fingers trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. Li Er continued, Fine. Seeing that this fellow did not cause any major trouble, and that he has received the punishment he deserves, I will not pursue the matter. Your Majesty is wise. Li Er smiled. He had been having a good time recently. The imperial court now had money and food. Today, Li Zishuan's breakthrough made him sigh in admiration. Remember to bring that kid to the imperial court the day after tomorrow. For some reason, Li Er suddenly ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 8:25. The Battle of the Pinnacle on Cloud Mountain only caused a stir in a small area, and not many people knew about it. For the ordinary people, martial arts were too far away from them. What they cared about on a daily basis was clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Zuaishan Restaurant was the food vein of the entire Chong and city. As soon as the century eggs were launched, its special taste immediately conquered a large number of diners and caused a very enthusiastic response in a small circle. The next day, as expected, there was an advertisement about century eggs on Datong Daily. The words, fresh taste, refreshing feeling, and fragrant but not greasy, refreshing the mind, made many people curious about this new food. Coupled with the word of mouth of those who ate century eggs at Zuaishan Restaurant yesterday, the sales volume of century eggs exploded directly on the second day of the market. At noon, the small window of Zuaishan Restaurant, which specialized in century eggs and soaring prosperity, had already sold more than 2,000 century eggs. It was only a little more than 2 hours after the opening of the Western market. Not to mention that Zuaishan Restaurant also sold a lot of century eggs, such as century egg tofu, century egg and lean meat porridge. Hey! It seems that the consumption power of the people is indeed huge. Now, you don't have to worry that we can't sell those century eggs that we saved a while ago, right? In the courtyard, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing Han Yushi talk about the sales volume of century eggs. Now, Han Yushi had begun to learn to take over the business in the mansion. There was no phenomenon of evil servants bullying their masters. After all, Han Yushi was not stupid and knew a lot of new arithmetic. Besides, Li Zishuan was now Marquis and had a great reputation. Which blind servant would deceive his wife? Han Yushi rolled her pretty eyes. She was already used to the strange words that often came out of her husband's mouth. Husband, I'm not worried that we can't sell the century eggs in the stock. Now, I'm worried that our stock is not enough to sell. According to the speed in the morning, we'll sell at least 5,000 century eggs today. Besides, the flaming yellow chamber of commerce that you set up last time, except for the East Palace and the Wang family, all the other families are asking if they can distribute century eggs. Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and thought for a while. This is a good thing. This was the only way to quickly solve the problem of the farmers not being able to sell their eggs. Since the supply could not meet the demand, then expand the scope of the purchase of eggs. Now that your husband has many more fiefs, he can purchase all the eggs in the fiefs and transport them to the mansion in Chong'an City, so that all the servants in the mansion can participate in the production. Make sure they strictly divide the work. Each person can only do one process to avoid leaking the secret. Han Yushi's eyes lit up and she praised, Husband, This is a good idea. This concubine was worried that the formula would be leaked. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, "As for the other members of the Chamber of Commerce who want to distribute, of course we have to agree. This is a benefit they deserve. We can even sell all the century eggs to them. Wife, you can just hand it over to Uncle Wang to make the arrangements. Give them the corresponding number of century eggs at 80% of the market price according to the proportion of shares they subscribed." "Yes, I understand." Han Yushi replied sweetly. "Young master, the eldest son of the Chung family is here." At this moment, Xiao He came over and said, "Didn't this guy return to Chang'an City yesterday? Why is he here now?" Li Zishuan muttered softly. Although he said so, he still went downstairs. "Haha, Xiaoxian, you're good. I heard that you beat up that person yesterday and even had a breakthrough. What kind of medicine did you take? Why are you so fierce?" As soon as Li Zishuan came to the living room on the first floor, Cheng Chumo came up to him, grabbed his arm, and said excitedly. Li Zishuan was not used to this kind of intimacy between the same sex. He quickly shook off someone's hand and said angrily, "I took an aphrodisiac. Why, do you want to take it too, Chonyo?" Huh? Cheng Chumo was stunned. An aphrodisiac has such an effect? Why didn't I know about it? This idiot. Li Zishuan was really speechless. "Tell me, why didn't you stay in Chang'an City? Why did you come back to Yunshan?" Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and said, "Hee, because you caused too much of a commotion here yesterday. My father was worried and asked me to come over and take a look. Sigh. It's a pity that I wasn't here yesterday." "That's it? What? You've learned how to hide things now?" Li Zishuan glanced at Cheng Chumo and said meaningfully. He could tell at a glance that Cheng Chumo was hiding something, which was why he said so. "Xiaoxian, you can tell?" Cheng Chumo was a little dumbfounded. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. What he meant was, "Aren't you talking nonsense? It's like this. My parents want me to come over and ask you if you can bring along the 5 farms of my family when you collect eggs next time. My farm has a lot of eggs that can't be sold." Cheng Chumo explained the purpose of his visit embarrassedly. Li Zishuan came to a sudden realization. Back when he had been promoting the idea of raising chickens, the Chung family had been his staunchest supporters. As a result, they had raised the most chickens among the court officials. No wonder there had been a situation where they couldn't sell their eggs. "That's it? No problem, but it's too troublesome. Moreover, I have limited manpower here. Why don't I teach you the method of making century eggs? Your family will provide the manpower, material, and financial resources. Just don't spread the recipe." Li Zishuan thought about it and decided to rope the Chung family in. The Chung family had always been his staunchest ally. This could be considered as a form of repayment. Secondly, he did have limited manpower. The 2 farms under him had more than 100,000 chickens. There were also other farms in the new fief. It was even more difficult to get all the chickens. Therefore, he might as well rope in the Chung family who had a large business as well. "Ah, no. My father said that we can't take advantage of you. Because of this, my father scolded my mother." Cheng Chumo was shocked at first. Then he shook his head repeatedly. Li Zishuan didn't want to ask about his family matters. He said directly, "If I say it's okay, it's okay. It won't make much money. Moreover, I really don't have enough manpower here. Later, you can ask the housekeeper of the Chung family to come to my house to learn what assembly line work is. This can prevent the recipe from being learned by others." Seeing that Li Zishuan was determined, Cheng Chumo could only agree gratefully. Although this brother of his liked to trick him sometimes, he was still very loyal at critical times. Right, Xiaoxian, when will you help me to improve my realm? If I don't break through soon, my father will kill me." Chapter 8:26. Do you think that raising your cultivation base is as easy as growing cabbages? Cabbage? In the Yunshan villa, Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said angrily after hearing Cheng Chumo's unreasonable request. Cheng Chumo grinned and said matter-of-factly, Hey, it's not the same for others. But for you, isn't it as easy as growing cabbages? You were at the peak of qi refining at the beginning of the year, and now you're at the middle stage of Grandmaster. Even cabbages aren't as fast as you. Li Zishuan was speechless. The reason why he was able to break through 2 realms in a year, other than the constant life and death crises, was because of his special experiences and unique understanding of martial arts. This was also the reason why his martial arts improved so quickly. In other words, his fast breakthrough speed could not be replicated by others, because there could not be a second time traveler in the world, and everyone's martial arts were different. Chumo, you've been in military training for so long, and Uncle Chang has organized so many special training for you. Don't you have any premonition that you're about to break through? Nonsense. Every day, I feel nothing except that my body is hollowed out. Chung Chumo fell hard on the sofa and said with annoyance, Hey Shaoxian, didn't you break through last time because of a set of swordsmanship? It's called Taiji sword, right? Oh, and Uncle Chin also broke through because of your Taiji fist. Why don't you teach me the fist and swordsmanship? Chung Chumo suddenly thought of something, quickly stood up and said excitedly. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Uncle Chung, don't you know how to do it? He had taught Qin Xiong Taiji fist and Taiji sword, and Chang Chumo later learned them from Qin Xiong. So he felt strange when he heard Chang Chumo's words. Chang Chumo immediately complained, Don't mention it. My father's Taiji fist is like a drunkard's. I don't dare to learn from him. Besides, even if my father learned Taiji fist and Taiji sword, he didn't break through. It means that he went astray. Little Xian, your teachings are still the most reliable. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This guy was getting bolder and bolder. He even dared to talk about old Chang like this. If Chang Yaoji knew about this, he would definitely beat him to death. All right then, next week, I will find time to teach all the students Taiji fist. When the time comes, how much charm they can learn, and whether they can use it to break through will depend on your luck. Tai Chi combined the changes of yin, yang, and 5 elements of the E-School, the study of meridians in traditional Chinese medicine, and the Daoyin technique and breathing technique of Taoism. It was a real boxing technique that cultivated both internal and external, and combined hardness and softness. Not only was it a martial art treasure for warriors, but it was also an excellent way to cultivate temperament and strengthen the body for ordinary people. Therefore, it was not impossible to implement Tai Chi in Yanhuang College. Schools in the future could carry out radio gymnastics, so why couldn't Yanhuang College carry out Taiji fist? Li Zishuan thought to himself. Haha, that would be great. In this way, even if I can't break through, my father will have nothing to say. Chung Chumo laughed proudly. This made Li Zishuan feel that this guy was purely doing it to complete the task handed over by Chung Chumo, and not really wanting to break through. In the afternoon, around 3:45 p.m., Li Zishuan brought a few blueprints to the new workshop by the Ba River. At this time, in the open space of the workshop, sheets of raw rubber could be seen drying everywhere. They looked like freshly crushed white paper, and it was a spectacular sight. Faubert, you're still busy. When Li Zishuan arrived at the original paper workshop, he saw Faubert instructing people to work. He quickly walked forward and greeted him. Hey, young master, you're here. Faubert wiped the sweat off his forehead and replied, Young master, you brought back too much rubber before. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we don't know when we can finish refining all the rubber. Now, the 3 paper machines in the workshop have all been modified into machines for crushing rubber. Fortunately, there was a lot of stock before, or else Chitsu culture would be anxious for paper again. Faubert's words were more or less complaining. It was really because Li Zishuan bought too much rubber latex from the Wang family this time. It was more than 500 tons. With the current manpower alone, it would take about 4 to 5 days to finish refining these latex. Faubert, take it slow. As long as those latex are stored in the cellar, there won't be any problems in a short period of time. You put down the work in your hands first, and I'll tell you how to use these rubber. Li Zishuan dragged Faubert out of the workshop and said. Faubert glanced at the blueprints in Li Zishuan's hands and said, Young master, let's go in and talk. He knew that Li Zishuan was probably going to invent something. In order to keep the technology confidential, of course, he couldn't talk about it directly outside. Okay. After a while, Li Zixuan came to Faubert's office. He walked to the table, spread out the blueprints, and began to explain directly, Faubert, I told you before that rubber is a very plastic material. As long as the conditions are right, you can make it into any shape you want. Next, we have to do this. First, we have to crush the flaky rubber that we refined and crushed. This is a crusher that I designed for you. This principle is very simple. You should be able to understand it after looking at it for a while. Faubert went forward to take a look. After a while, he was a little puzzled. Young master, we finally made the rubber as thin as paper. Why do you want to crush it? Isn't this superfluous? Li Zixuan heard this and laughed. Faubert, this isn't superfluous. In the beginning, we crushed the rubber into thin paper mainly to dry the water in it as soon as possible. Now, we're crushing it into powder to make it easier to heat up later and